Chapter 228. Things that were easy to get were not cherished. Qin Zhe knew how expensive a financial license was, even if it was privately owned. Although it might be a piece of cake for Nan Man Pei, he still had to remember this favor. Qin Baobao had cried and shouted that she wanted to be a star, but after taking a flight to and from an unfamiliar city, she felt too tired. Now she just wanted to throw herself into her brother's arms and cry, "Brother, please take care of me," sob, sob, sob. She had been promoted too quickly. If she had worked hard for 8 to 10 years, she would have cherished her current fame and fortune. His sister had said a long time ago that she wanted to make some achievements in the future and open a studio to be her own boss. She had this ability, but with all Mouthy King's attributes, it was delayed again and again. Qin Zhe had also said that he wanted to open a company to support his sister, but now he was still struggling to set up an investment company. In Wang Zijin's words, "There's nothing wrong with the salted fish siblings." After settling Suyu, the masochist, Qin Zhe received a call from his father, asking him to go to school to discuss the recent trend of the stock market. He understood the old man was asking him for advice, but it was not convenient to say it out loud. "Why are you wearing sunglasses? Do you think you're a big star?" The old man sat in the office and first mocked his son. "There are many young girls who miss your son," Qin Zhe said in his heart. "Oh, I wear sunglasses every day when I go out with my sister. I'm used to it." If he had something to say, he could say it to his sister, but he could not say it to his father. Otherwise, the spicy old radish would suddenly take out a huge magic weapon. Not only was his son scared, but his daughter was also scared to the point of trembling. The feather duster was very powerful. They chatted from 3 to 6 in the afternoon, and the sky was already dark. The old man was satisfied and urged his son to go home to feed his daughter. "Your sister is hungry, hurry up and go back." When he agreed to let his son and daughter live together, it was to let his son help feed his daughter. He wanted to feed her well and make her white and plump. Qin Zhe walked to the door, turned around and said, "Dad, Mom called my sister yesterday and said that you made a lot of money." She was very happy. Qin Zhe imitated his mother's tone and said, "Your dad is amazing. In just half a month, he has doubled our savings. Baobao, you have to learn from Mom. You have to have a good eye for men." At that time, Qin Baobao subconsciously looked at her younger brother. Qin Zhe complained, "Dad, you stole it from me, right?" Unable to maintain his father's dignity, the old man flew into a rage out of humiliation. Sure enough, he took out a huge magic weapon, scaring Qin Zhe into turning around and running away. After buying groceries at the commercial and residential area, Qin Zhe prepared to feed his sister daily. At this time, Sister Ziwei should be back. Sure enough, they were back. 2 sisters were sitting on the sofa in the living room, one on the left and one on the right. Their arms were crossed in front of their chests, and their expressions and postures were in sync. Qin Zhe carried the groceries to the kitchen and said, "Sister Ziwei, you didn't watch TV? I'll go cook first." "There's no hurry to cook. I don't feel like eating," his sisters said in unison. "You don't want to eat?" Qin Zhe was stunned. "Then I'll cook for you." Qin Baobao's face was cold. "Come here first. I have something to say to you." Qin Zhe put the groceries on the table and walked over blankly. He was about to sit on the sofa when his sister kicked him in the butt. Wang Zijin calmly pulled out a plastic stool from under the glass coffee table. "Your seat is here." When did they have a small stool at home? His sister's style was so strange. Qin Zhe sat on the small stool obediently. "Tell me, what are you doing?" He pretended to be innocent. Wang Zijin sneered. "You don't know your sister's depth? There must be something." "How could I know my sister's depth?" Qin Zhe was shocked. "Wang Zijin, who are Suyu and Sister Man?" "Qin Baobao, who allowed you to give the shares to Suyu?" The 2 women said in unison again. Wang Zijin said, "I'll ask first. We'll talk about the shares later." Qin Baobao chose to compromise. She could never be tough in front of her brother. If Wang Zijin didn't join in the fight, the scene would definitely become like this. "A's, spare your sister." "Pa pa pa." Sister is wrong. Woo. Pa pa pa. You only know how to bully me. Pa pa pa. Her butt was going to be beaten again. She could take this opportunity to establish her sister's great image, instead of being the object of sex. She had to set rules for the little pervert. I'm asking you, who are Su Yu and Sister Man? Wang Zijin pointed to the small stool. Sit down. Qin Zhe put his hands on his knees and sat on the small stool obediently. One is my former boss, now my partner. The other is my friend. Boss and friend are friends? How can there be such a coincidence? Wang Zijin didn't believe it. This is fate. Qin Zhe sighed. Huh? Wang Zijin raised her eyebrows. Anyway, it's just a pure friendship. By the way, you were in the same group today. Do you know each other? Wang Zijin squinted at Qin Baobao and snorted. In order to protect her only brother from being seduced by a coquettish bitch, someone had to fight a few rounds every day. Took a lot of effort. Damn. It was really Su Teddy who was doing things. Qin Zhe knew very well about Su Yu's ability to play cheap tricks. It's really just a pure friendship. Qin Zhe swore. How pure? As pure as me and Sister Bao Bao. Qin Zhe didn't forget to flatter his sister. Wang Zijin thought sadly, it's over. Okay, you're done asking. It's my turn. Qin Bao Bao pushed her best friend, holding back the anger in her heart. Sit down. Qin Zhe sat on the small stool obediently again. Why did you give the shares to Su Yu? Her sister puffed up her cheeks. Because she's a talent. Bah, the trash who is abused by me every day is a talent? She's a sea turtle who studied abroad. She has a doctorate in management and a master's degree in finance. Qin Bao Bao, Wang Zijin. It was rare that people were poor and short-sighted when it came to education. But you can't give the shares to her. The 6%. If you earn 100 million, she'll get 6 million for free. Qin Bao Bao said angrily. In fact, she promised to invest 6 million. I think the shares are too little. Qin Zhe spread his hands. Wow, you black-hearted person, you dare to talk back. Qin Bao Bao couldn't argue with her brother, so she kicked her brother. Her feet kept kicking her brother. As soon as her sister started, she instantly pulled the mode back to the original. Qin Zhe slapped her sister with the great tablet-smashing hand and waved his hands. Wang Zijin thought sadly, silly girl, the image that had just been erected collapsed just like that. She was doomed to be eaten by her brother in this life. Little brat, you dare to hit me. Qin Bao Bao was beaten a few times, and she was about to cry out of anger. Her legs hooked around her brother's waist, and her fingers poked his nostrils. But Qin Zhe dodged. Seeing that she was about to be beaten by her brother again, Qin Bao Bao suddenly had an idea. She hugged her brother's neck and tried her best to press his head to her chest. Qin Zhe, who was full of momentum, suddenly softened and let go. A few minutes later, he began to struggle and make a whimpering sound. It's no use begging for mercy. I won't let you go. Qin Bao Bao pressed even harder. He's gonna suffocate to death. Let go. Wang Zijin went forward to pull her best friend away and looked at her chest with envy and jealousy. Qin Zhe was half lying on the sofa, gasping for breath. So scary. I almost died in my sister's arms. I feel like my body has been hollowed out. Who told you to talk back? Qin Bao Bao glared. I don't dare. Qin Zhe waved his hand. I'll lower my head to the big boss in the future. Wang Zijin thought sadly again, pure friendship? It's over. 2 days later, on November 30th, Star Arts CEO's wedding was held at a 5-star hotel, Shenzhou. Huang Yizong booked the entire floor of the hotel for the wedding. In addition to businessmen and celebrities, there were also celebrities from the entertainment industry and big bosses of capital. Qin Bao Bao stepped into the hotel with her internet celebrity brother. As soon as they entered the hotel, there were reporters who wanted to join in the fun. Without saying anything, they took out their cameras and took pictures of the two. Today's headlines were enough to write, "Shocking! Star Arts CEO's wedding was full of celebrities, and he was invited." No, the headline wasn't shocking enough. Let's change it to shocking. He appeared at the CEO's wedding, What does he want? Qin Zhe looked at the guy's chest and pulled his sister away. Let's go, this guy is from UC. Isn't UC a browser? His sister was confused. There's no time to explain. Not only is he from UC, but he's also from the Department of Shock. Let's go upstairs first. Chapter 229. Don't walk so fast. It's good to get some exposure. That's why we're here. Qin Baobao reluctantly walked forward with her brother. Don't be ridiculous. You can follow other reporters, but you should stay away from UC's reporters. Their editor is very scary. Qin Zhe said. What's wrong? Netizens are clamoring to have sex with UC's editor every day, but they're still alive. Qin Zhe pulled his sister. Let's go, you stupid woman. Stupid bitch. Qin Baobao cast a sidelong glance at her brother. Do you want to try my new skill again? Qin Zhe couldn't help but glance at his sister's chest and pretended to tremble. No, I don't dare. Qin Baobao proudly stuck out her chest. After the deadly scissor kick, she unlocked a new skill, but she always felt that it was a loss. They went upstairs. There were 2 security guards at the entrance of the passage. They were dressed in suits and leather shoes, and they blocked all the reporters outside. The reporters who didn't give up raised their cameras and took pictures of the siblings. Qin Baobao took out a thick red envelope and handed it to the family members at the entrance. His sister felt that this was a loss, and she didn't know when she could return the favor. She was very upset. The wedding hadn't officially started yet, but the hall was already full of people. Several relatives welcomed the siblings in. Qin Baobao was really too dazzling, and she immediately attracted everyone's attention. Today, she wore a light blue dress, which was conservative and didn't show her shoulders or back. She wore a diamond necklace around her neck, and her earrings shone. It was a new dress that she bought a few days ago. His sister originally had her eyes on a gorgeous white dress, the kind that radiated brilliance. Qin Zhe was amazed and also advised his sister not to court death. If she walked into the wedding hall in that dress, the MC would probably mistake her for someone else. He would shout, "Our bride has entered the hall. Everyone, welcome." Then Qin Baobao's acting career would be over. The first wave of people to come up were singers whose legs were particularly nimble. Miss Qin, you're here. Hello, Miss Qin. Oh, Miss Qin is here too. As soon as Qin Baobao raised his smiling face, he saw that the singers indifferently turned away from him and gave their bright smiles to their younger brothers. She could only maintain a stiff smile as she stood beside her younger brother, who was the center of attention. Rich businessmen and celebrities followed closely behind. Qin Baobao's smile immediately became lively. She knew some of the rich businessmen. They had done commercial performances and filmed commercials before. He didn't know some of them, but based on his reputation, they would definitely come and chat with him. Who knows, he might be able to get a deal after a few words. Miss Qin, I've heard a lot about you. Miss Qin, have you been trading stocks recently? Miss Qin, you said in Taiwan that you can earn 100 million renminbi a month. Is that true? I also have some experience in the stock market. Do you have time to exchange ideas? Miss Qin. The rich businessmen collectively ignored Qin Baobao. A deep sense of malice surrounded Qin Baobao. The siblings walked around the wedding venue. Qin Baobao realized that other than Su Yunhan and a few artists who were on good terms with Star Art, no one took the initiative to greet her. Most of the celebrities went to Qin Zhe, while the rich businessmen all went to Qin Zhe. Some expressed that they wanted to exchange ideas with Qin Zhe. Some expressed that as long as Qin Zhe promoted their company's shares on Weibo or other public platforms, they would be grateful and offer generous rewards. The 2 shining halos of the fastest singer and stock god shone on her younger brother's head, blinding Baobao's eyes. Not long after, the groom came out. He was like the moon surrounded by stars. The focus instantly turned. The groom walked around the wedding venue and passed by all the guests. He accepted everyone's congratulations. When he met a close friend, he stopped and chatted for a while. However, he didn't see the bride. The wedding hadn't started yet, so the bride and groom were toasting at the back. Why don't I see the bride? Qin Zhe looked left and right. Before the wedding, the bride can't come out, It seems that there is such a custom. Qin Baobao said in an uncertain tone. Seems? I've never been married. How would I know? The sister said. Finally, Huang Yizong came to Qin Zhe and his brother's table. Amidst a wave of congratulations, Huang Yizong patted Qin Zhe's shoulder. Yo, young man, I was afraid that you wouldn't come. The CEO favored Qin Zhe very much. People with ability and talent would be respected wherever they went. However, Huang Yizong appreciated Qin Zhe because it was the first time someone could talk to him about the history of Shanghai's great sword reform. It made people feel that 1,000 cups were not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. In his eyes, Qin Baobao was just an employee with potential. He just had to give her a reserved smile. Today, Qin Baobao was particularly beautiful. However, he was the groom. Everyone could appreciate Qin Bao's appearance and figure, but he had to hold on. Pairs of eyes were staring at him. The bride didn't come out? Qin Zhe asked. The bride is in the room. I have to send a red packet to invite her out later. Maybe there will be some trouble. It's troublesome. Huang Yizong pulled a chair and sat down. I have photos here. Let me show you. He opened the photo album on his phone and showed Qin Zhe the wedding photos he took with the bride. The bride was very beautiful. After the beauty treatment, she looked like a fairy. However, her face was particularly tender. She was between a high school student and a college student. She seemed to be younger than him. New? How old is the bride? Qin Zhe asked in shock. This year, she is in her 3rd year of university. I wanted to wait for her to graduate and get married, but the elders of both parties thought that it was better to get married as soon as possible. Huang Yizong whispered. She entered the grave of marriage early. But there was no other way. The bride's family and my family are old friends. Her temper and personality are good. I married her according to my parents. Huang Yizong's face was calm, as if he had seen countless women and seen through the world. I also want to have this kind of family friend. Qin Zhe also whispered, Brother, you like lolis? Due to the nature of CEO Huang, he did not hesitate to speak. Isn't lolicon very popular these days? At my age, there is no market for sistercon. Huang Yizong glanced at Qin Baobao and joked, You have a lot of potential. Qin Zhe was alert. Did the CEO know something? Was it too late to kill him now? Huang Yizong noticed that Qin Zhe's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Did I say something wrong? All right, add me as a friend. I will send you something. Huang Yizong said. The two of them scanned the QR code and added each other as friends. Huang Yizong sent Qin Zhe a long list of benefits. Qin Zhe stared at it and his eyes widened. It was the address of a clubhouse in all the major areas of Buhu City, as well as the contact information of the manager. At the end of the list, there was also Huang Yizong's personal comment. Qin Zhe thought sadly that in CEO Huang's heart, he was probably an old driver. The clubhouses are a bit high-end and expensive. But with your financial ability, it is not a problem. Go, they are all good places. Huang Yizong lowered his voice. I don't have the chance and probably don't have the energy. There are also some well-known clubhouses that I haven't been to. It is a pity that there is a crackdown recently. That is all I can help you with. F***CK. You forcibly enlightened me and taught me all the skills. I am the all-mouthy king. In fact, I am still a little novice. I am familiar with the 108 positions but not the body. Qin Zhe held the phone excitedly, like a third-rate swordsman holding the solitary 9 swords secret book. Qin Bao pricked up her ears to eavesdrop on the boss and her brother whispering. Unfortunately, she didn't hear anything. She thought to herself, they have only met once. Why are they acting like it is hard to find a confidant? At this time, the group of relatives and friends stood in the distance and waved at Huang Yizong, calling him over. The voice of a famous host came. Let's welcome our bride first. The wedding had a professional team of MCs, but the host was given to a famous host in the entertainment industry. A group of people rushed out of the venue and walked along the long corridor to the suite at the end. The bride was inside. The filming crew followed the crowd. Qin Bao stood up excitedly. Let's go and see the fun. Outside the suite, Huang Yizong stood still. The best man was responsible for knocking on the door. Open the door, open the door. The bride is here. He knocked for a long time, but no one answered. Open the door, we're giving out red packets, the best man shouted. Still, no one answered. Qinzhe imagined a scene. Open the door if you can. How magical. How many red packets are there? Finally, a clear voice came from the room. Open the door first, then we'll give out the red packets, the best men shouted. The door opened, but there was an anti-theft chain, so only a crack could be seen. Give us the red packets, then open the door. A few white and tender hands reached out. The best man with the basket began to give out the red packets. Can you open the door now? No, you still have red packets in the basket. Don't open the door until you give them all, the girls in the room said. Hey, these little girls, Huang Yizong said impatiently. Give them all. After the red packets in the basket were given out, the girls laughed and said, Wait a moment. The girl with the thick red packets in her pocket opened the door with a smile, but the other girls were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? Inside. You guys continue. I'll leave first, the girl said with a smile. The suite had a bedroom and a living room, with a total area of 40 to 50 square meters. The grooms entered the living room, and there was another door inside. What the F***ck? Everyone was stunned. Then, there was another round of shouting. Open the door. Open the door. Give us the red packets or we won't open the door. The girls' voices were heard again. Here, here, here. Huang Yizong waved his hand. The best man with the basket was dumbfounded. There are no more red packets. I don't care, we won't open the door if there are no red packets. The girls' voices were heard. Huang Yizong was very rich. Just as he was about to ask the best men to prepare new red packets, his relative tugged at his sleeve and said in a disappointed tone, That's not how you open the door. You can't always compromise or else their demands will only get higher. Huang Yizong thought that it made sense, so he did not compromise. He insisted that the best man knock on the door and shouted, Open the door, open the door. The surrounding guests laughed. Some raised their phones to take pictures, while others cheered for the best man. Both parties were in a deadlock for a while. In the room, the bride, who was wearing a wedding dress, sat on the bed and said, Okay. Yanzi, open the door. Yanzi blocked the door and said in a disappointed tone, Aya, you can't open the door so quickly. You don't know how to cherish what you get. The girls all agreed. The bride said helplessly, But it's so noisy. Yanzi thought for a while. Then let's take a step back and let them sing. If they sing well, let the grooms sing. If they don't sing well, we won't open the door. After the girls finished their discussion, they shouted through the door, It's okay if you don't give out red packets. Then sing. 3 songs. The first one is Love You Forever. The second one is My Lover. We'll talk about the third one later. Huang Yizong thought to himself, Singing is not a problem. When I hugged the girls and sang about life, you weren't even born yet. The camera focused on Huang Yizong. A real man opened his mouth and shouted without any shushing. Finished. What's the third song? Hurry up. Don't waste time. Open the door, open the door. It was the groomsmen's voices. The girls in the room gave the next order. The third song is an original. It's about love. Don't just sing it blindly. It has to be original. It has to move our bride to tears. F***k. Huang Yizong and the groomsmen had 10,000 curses running through their minds. How could it be original? Weren't they making things difficult for them? This is too much. Nonsense. Huang Yizong's relative said unhappily. This group of girls didn't know how to act tough at all. There are so many celebrities and musicians outside. There must be original songs. If you don't sing, we won't open the door, the girls shouted. F***k. The singers and musicians were also in a state of confusion. How could there be so many original works? If there were original works, who would use them in this place? The groomsman carrying the basket said unhappily, The requirements for original songs are too high. Who's so good to come up with a song in such a short time? Is it a fast shooter? Ha ha ha. The guests laughed loudly. Qinzhe also laughed along. Fast shooter. Huang Yizong suddenly reacted. He turned his head and looked behind him. Finally, he found Qinzhe's figure. The laughter stopped abruptly. The guests who reacted quickly understood. Fast shooter. Qinzhe's smile froze on his face. Everyone turned to look at him. The camera locked onto him as if to say, "Look, look, the fast shooter is here." MMP, Chapter 230. When Qinzhe's fastest shooter in the music industry achieved the achievement of everyone's attention, he was complacent and half sad and half proud in the face of netizens' teasing. But when he mentioned the fastest shooter, everyone immediately looked at him. This reaction was unacceptable to Qinzhe. It was more than unacceptable, it was heartbreaking. His sister felt the guests' strange gazes and silently took a step back with the principle of, "I'll go first if there's something good, and the little brother will do if there's something bad." Heartbreaking again. Take back your gazes. I'm still a child. Ha ha ha, little brother. I knew it was the right choice to invite you. Huang Yizong's laughter attracted everyone's attention. He said, "I'm very confident in your reputation as the fastest shooter. The glory that has been tested is not fake at all." The guests once again cast a look of deep sympathy and a look of incomprehension. Qinzhe easily saw through their eyes. "Hey, fastest shooter. I have high hopes for you. The quality of the fastest shooter is top-notch. I can witness the fastest shooter's divinity show again." Fastest shooter 666. As a famous fastest shooter, I'm under pressure every day that doesn't match my age. Ding. Divinity show, October 15th. Please immediately take out your original work and help the groom knock on the bride's door. The system also joined in. Please act pretentious appropriately. Qinzhe calmly said, "In this situation, I can't have any psychological desire. I'm not that perverted. Whether you're perverted or not, you'll know when you go home and ask your sister. System, you've changed. You're no longer the good system I know that silently gives out tasks. Do I still have hope to take off this title in this life? Waiting online, urgent." Qinzhe held his pierced heart and walked towards President Huang, who was waving fiercely and smiling like a fool. Huang Yizong hugged Qinzhe's neck. "Little brother, it's up to you. Give your sister an extra drumstick later." Qinzhe glanced at him. "Extra drumstick your sister? She's not an actress. This is your wedding, I can't act pretentious." He whispered, "If a man doesn't act cool, how can he seduce a real one?" Huang Yizong whispered, "I'm already in the grave, I don't care about these things. You can act all you want." What a flirtatious conversation. If it were a narrow-minded groom, he would never let Qinzhe steal his limelight at the wedding. However, the president was a professional driver who had rolled in countless sheets, turned countless corners, and rocked countless beds. His heart was as still as water. Outside the crowd, a guy wearing glasses was holding a small video camera and filming excitedly. On his chest was a sign, "You see." Can he really do it? He wrote a song in such a short time? Who knows? There are only wrong names, but there are no wrong nicknames. The fast gunner will definitely become one soon. I'm relieved to hear that. Feels very safe. It's done, it's done. Qinzhe pondered. What should he sing? There were a bunch of songs in the system store that made people dizzy. Qinzhe, who had a phobia of choice, was very annoyed. Should he use one of his sister's songs to fool them? No, it was too lacking in the style of showing one's divinity in front of people. What if he sang Happy Breakup? Qinzhe's brain twitched. He wondered if he would be beaten to death on the spot. Qinzhe closed his eyes. He's thinking. I've already counted down. Record the speed of the fast gunner. He opened his eyes. It's unbelievable. Is there a result in such a short time? The guests whispered. Qinzhe cleared his throat. Without accompaniment or music, he sang, "He will be your groom. From now on, he will be your partner for life. Everything about him will be closely related to you. Fortune and misfortune must be shared. She will be your bride. She was entrusted to you by others. You must treat her with double care. Pain and joy must be shared. It must be a special fate for them to be able to become family. At first, he didn't think it was very good, but the quality was good. Until the line, "It must be a special fate that made us become a family along the way." This sentence seemed to have the finishing touch, and instantly raised the quality of the whole song. After carefully thinking about the lyrics, it was actually so appropriate. It was simply made for a wedding. This was the strength of the #1 fast gunner in the music industry. Everyone was shocked. The surprisingly good. "I must hug this thigh," a certain singer whispered. "Is this Qin Zhe's strength? So fast that it makes people despair. I've lost," a famous music producer said. "Oh my God, it's really too fast. I didn't even react and he was already done." A female guest was shocked. "I've counted. 20 seconds. 20 seconds for a song. It's too fast." A male guest said. He didn't understand. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out. Everyone applauded enthusiastically, as expected of the fast gunner. He deserved his reputation. "I'm kneeling down to this big shot." Qin Zhe listened to the applause. The people around him looked at him as if he was a big shot. Thinking about it, he felt quite good. At this time, he glanced at the reporter with the UC tag on his chest. With a strange smile, he put away his camera and turned to leave in satisfaction. The ball is in the sack. How did this person sneak in? Security, security. A suspicious person sneaked in. Hurry up and catch him. It's over. Tomorrow's news will definitely be shocking. At the wedding, he actually did such a thing on behalf of the groom. Or, the #1 fast gunner in the music industry flaunts his skills in public. Men fall silent and women cry. "I'll never be able to take off this title in this lifetime." Qin Zhe thought sadly. He really wanted to look up at the sky. "Open the door. Open the door." The best man knocked on the door. Inside the room, Yan Zi and the other bridesmaids were dumbfounded. "Is it really an original? I'll search the lyrics on the internet first." "No need to search. Didn't you hear? The singer outside is Qin Zhe." Qin Zhe. Brother Qin Bao Bao, the #1 fast gunner in the music industry. Haven't you heard of him? Oh my God, that's too fast. Qin Zhe was outside the door. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Go away. Let me break down the door of this group of little bitches." The bridesmaids were willing to admit defeat and open the door. The moment the door was opened, the girls glanced at Qin Zhe with hidden bitterness. Qin Bao Bao took a video of the scene just now with her phone and posted it on Weibo. Brother 666. The fans heard the news and replied in surprise. "Wow! Brother has a new song." Bao Bao is the happiest sister. She never has to worry about a good song. It's so good to have a brother like this. Bao Bao is so happy. Of course, there were also some annoying flirtatious bitches who replied. "Awesome, my husband. Brother Mwax. Brother is mine." "Nonsense. Brother is mine. You bunch of crazy bees and butterflies. Get lost. Qin Bao Bao is my sister." She logged out of Weibo and posted the video in the chat group. Wang Zijin was the first to reply. "Ace is so awesome. Awesome. Suyu? Crazy brother, haha. Nan Man Pei. Do you want to say that brother is the best?" Qin Bao Bao's mouth curled up. "White Lotus, shut up. Just watch quietly. I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to educate you." Suyu sent a funny face. Who's educating who? As soon as she finished, she was flooded with Wang Zijin's funny face. Wang Zijin typed, "Let's fight." Suyu disdainfully said, "Stupid. Nan Man Pei, don't quarrel. If you quarrel again, I'll leave the group." Qin Bao Bao, "Then you can leave." After the scolding that day, Suyu created another group and pulled Qin Bao Bao into the group to spar. Qin Bao Bao was defeated and pulled Wang Zijin to help. Suyu pulled Nan Man Pei into the group. Another cycle. Red Beans, thinking of the South, invited Qin Zhe to join the group. Qin Bao Bao, "You're doing this again. Suyu, that's enough. We won't quarrel. Wang Zijin, RBQ RBQ. Nanman Pei laughed. It's best if you don't quarrel. I'm just joking with you guys. Qin Baobao, Wang Zijin. Suyu? Qin Zhe leaned his head over. What are you looking at? You don't look right. Qin Baobao turned around and didn't give her brother a chance to peep. She quickly typed the words, black-hearted maggot, and exited the chat software. Little brother, let's go back to our seats. The wedding is about to start. The sister took her brother's arm. Little brother is not for you to call me that. Qin Zhe said unhappily. Qin Baobao tilted her head and thought for a while. Brother fast shooter, let's go. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, he would have pressed her to the ground and injected her with needles. The groom took the bride's hand and walked into the wedding venue. The wedding of the couple officially kicked off. What happened after that didn't have much to do with Qin Zhe. He was particularly low-key, drinking and eating meat as he watched the guests go on stage to perform. Qin Baobao also went on stage to sing a song. With her sister's appearance, she ignited the audience. With her gentle voice and good looks, she brought a wonderful show to the guests. It's good to be low-key. It's better to be able to dilute your own existence. If at this time, any guy who doesn't open his eyes dares to come forward and greet him, hey, fast shooter, Qin Zhe intends to let him know what is called blood splashing in 5 steps. After the wedding, the sister and brother went out together. The two argued about who would drive because they both drank. Although they were not drunk and were not drunk driving, if they were caught by the police, they could not escape the charge of drunk driving. The sister is a big star. She must attend the wedding. Little red man, why did you drink? You didn't pay attention. Qin Baobao's face was slightly red. You drive. It's funny. Do you have more social engagements, or do I have more social engagements? I'm the most eye-catching person besides the groom. Qin Zhe was dead set on the back seat. You drive. Could it be that my new ultimate move is useless? Say, PSE, BU, FA, G tremble. Die. Little red man. Look at this. The sister pounced on her brother like a tiger and displayed the unique skill of holding her brother in her arms. Qin Zhe felt that the little soul in his body was trembling. The familiar touch, the familiar embrace, but the fragrance was a little pungent. The amount of perfume that the sister used for the wedding was several times more than usual. In close contact, Qin Zhe's nose was a little uncomfortable and itchy. He shivered in his sister's arms. Achoo! He sneezed fiercely. A pool of snot stained the sister's chest, leaving a large wet mark on the gorgeous dress. Qin Zhe pushed away the stiff sister, leaned over, took out 2 tissues, and slowly wiped his nose. This wave is not a loss, he said. The sister cried out. I lost so much. Chapter 231. While crying, the sister took the tissue handed by her brother, wiped the white turbid liquid from her chest, pursed her mouth like a little girl who was wronged, and then pretended to be stupid. As long as Qin Zhe looked at her, she pretended to wipe her tears and sniffle. Sister is playing tricks again. Qin Zhe sighed. Forget it. Go home and ask for facial cleanser or scissor leg benefits as compensation. Although he didn't know the depth of his sister, her temperament had already been thoroughly understood. She would say that she hated him while opening her arms to kill him. While saying no, she would open her legs, scissor leg to kill him. He opened the door, got into the driver's seat, and drove the little red horse into the rolling traffic. On the way, he received a call from Suyu. I found the office address. It's in the Zhongjin building on Pudong Commercial Road. Take some time to come and have a look. If you're satisfied, I'll immediately ask someone to decorate and buy office supplies. So you just came out of the Zhongjin building and drove to the Huihong building a few kilometers away. Do as you see fit. Qin Zhe wore a Bluetooth headset and irresponsibly acted as a shopkeeper. Humph. You only know how to shirk responsibility. Suyu snorted with a bit of a girl's reproach. By the way, when will you transfer your 6 million to me? Qin Zhe said. This is more troublesome. Let's talk about it later. Time is money, don't dawdle. I can earn hundreds of thousands a day with 6 million. Qin Zhe said angrily. You're even so concerned about a woman's private money. Su Yu said faintly. Why do I feel that the women around me are infected with a disease of my brother's money is my money? Don't talk nonsense. Qin Zhe scolded. Qin Zhe, transfer the money. Su Yu was immediately convinced. I'll call you tomorrow. Why is it that none of the beautiful women I know is normal? Su Yu, who is in the late stage of cancer and Hua Tuo can't reverse the situation, Wang Zijin, who pretends to be a lady, and the sister, Qin Baobao, who likes to pretend to be stupid and sweet in front of her brother. Life is so bad, so boring. Anything else? I'll call you later and give you a surprise. Su Yu said mysteriously. Qin Baobao's little ears perked up. Okay, I'll wait for your call. The call ended. A call from Bai Lianhua? Qin Zhe was stunned for a few seconds before he realized that his sister was talking about Su Yu. Yes. Qin Baobao pursed her lips and turned her head to look at the passing scenery outside the window. Although I've only met her twice, but I can't help but feel that she's crazy. She was also too embarrassed to tell her brother that she often argued with her online. Your evaluation is not bad. I'll give you a bonus. Add what? The elder sister suddenly sounded very shocked. Add. Qin Zhe saw his sister's face from the rearview mirror. It was such a complicated face. Her eyes were wide open, her mouth was slightly open, and there was anger and a trace of shyness between her eyebrows. It fully expressed the poet's concern for the country and the people. She wanted her brother's leg to be broken but was unable to do so. Is my sister thinking the wrong way? What do I think she looks like? Qin Zhe changed the subject. To prevent his sister from exploding, a pet. Husky. Qin Baobao insisted. No. Chihuahua. No, why are you guessing that she's a dog? Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. Because you yell about dogs every day. Damn. When did his sister's mouth become so sharp? Where did she learn it? It's Teddy. Qin Zhe said. Think about it. Teddy is not angry at anyone. Su Yu is like this. She will spit at whoever she doesn't like in the game without any scruples. Only I, your brother, can suppress her. Qin Zhe's expression was proud, but he didn't see his sister's black face. I think she's a husky. His sister deliberately argued. Husky? That's you. But he didn't dare to say this. If his sister gave him a hug on the spot, he would be screwed. Qin Baobao picked up the mobile phone and opened the chat software. I am a bird. I was wrong. I will never call you a white lotus again. A few minutes later, Su Yu sent a proud expression. Even so, I will spit at you often. Nan Man Pei. Let's be friends. Wang Zijin. You think too much. Baby Qin replied with an ah-ha-ha-ha emoji. Because you are Teddy Su? Ha-ha-ha. Wang Zijin. Funny expression. Su Yu. Damn, you bitch. Red Bean, thinking of the South, withdrew a message. Qin Baobao actively brushed Qin Zhe's negative impression in front of Su Yu. This is not what I said. It's what my brother said. La la la. Su Yu. Nan Man Pei. Don't betray your brother. Wang Zijin didn't speak, quietly took a screenshot of this message, and decided to use it to threaten Qin Baobao another day. Back home, Wang Zijin lay on the long sofa, forming a graceful body curve, wearing headphones and watching dramas. Today is the weekend, the end of the month. Wang Zijin was very resentful. The last time they went to Taiwan, they didn't take her. This time, they didn't take her to the wedding. Although she couldn't be forced to attend the wedding, after all, there was no invitation. She always felt excluded from the world of the two siblings. Although Qin Zhe was very gentle and attentive to her in private, as long as his sister was present, the little red guy immediately entered the sage mode. It's a pity that it's a marriage. The relationship between the groom and the bride's family is very good, and there are quite a lot of business dealings. Sister Ziwei, you told me before that you were arranged for a blind marriage. I didn't believe it, it's not a single case. Qin Zhe sat next to her, nagging. But I saw the bride. It's not a loss. It's a big loss, her sister said from the room. She had changed into loose casual clothes, and her legs were long and straight. What are you doing? Wang Zijin saw her throw the newly bought dress into the bathroom, abandoning it like a pair of worn-out shoes. It's defiled. It's not pure anymore, Qin Baobao said angrily. It's so strange. Wang Zijin ignored her and turned to Qin Zhe and said, love at first sight is basically a matter of appearance. What they like is the face. If they are lucky enough to win each other's heart, if their personalities don't match, they will eventually be separated. So I hate this kind of marriage the most. It's okay. The groom is an experienced driver, and his means are extraordinary. All friction can be ended with 2 fingers. Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin thought carefully, but she didn't figure out anything from Qin Zhe's words. But she felt that something was wrong. Is it because I haven't gone far on the road of being an experienced driver and can't understand the profound meaning? Qin Zhe put the phone on the coffee table and went into the room to get the laptop. In just a short while, the phone was gone. Hey, stop fooling around. Give me back my phone. Qin Zhe pushed her sister on the sofa. Why me? Why can't it be Wang Zijin? Qin Baobao refused to accept it. Sister Ziwei is not as childish as you, Qin Zhe said helplessly. Then search me, see if there's a phone. Qin Baobao stood on the sofa and opened her arms. If you dare to touch me, I'll tell Dad that you touched my chest. Qin Zhe rolled her eyes and answered, then have you touched it? Wang Zijin gave her a sideways glance. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and smiled. Young man, did you lose a gold Baobao or a silver Baobao? Neither, Grandpa, I lost Qin Baobao. Young man, you're such an honest child. Her sister jumped over happily. The Baobao is yours. In the blink of an eye, a leg stretched out from the side and tapped Qin Baobao's waist. Her sister was hit and she collapsed on the sofa. What are you doing? Qin Baobao stared at her best friend angrily. Wang Zijin's face was full of guilt and sincerity. Ouch, my leg cramped. Qin Baobao. She understood that Wang Zijin was hiding a dagger in a smile and didn't reveal her true colors. Zhu Li Investment Company, Limited. Li Linfeng came out of the CEO's office. He had just handed in his resignation letter. After being transferred to the investment bank, he was thrown into the cold palace. For more than a month, he did not manage to close a single contract. He was not familiar with the investment bank business. In recent years, the industry was not doing well, and the income was plummeting. Li Linfeng had some complaints about the new CEO. Su Hao's management skills were all right, but his business skills were much worse. The company had recently invested more than 1 billion yuan and made millions in profits. It was a disgrace to the investment bank. When he passed by the office, Yang Jian said helplessly, Boss, are you really leaving? Boss, don't go. You might come back to lead us again. The new manager is so serious. We're used to you being funny. We're not used to such a serious leader. Boss, don't be a coward. You might get promoted. Li Linfeng sighed in his heart. Promotion. Not going to happen. Let's meet again if fate allows. He waved to everyone and returned to his office to pack his things. A moment later, the door of the office knocked twice. Chun Guang pushed the door open and entered. I heard that you resigned? What else can I do? Get a guaranteed salary? Chun Guang chuckled. I resigned too. Li Linfeng stopped packing and looked at Chun Guang with a puzzled gaze. Why? You didn't get promoted, so why did you quit? I was stuck on the approval of funds every few days. Damn it, there's a bunch of procedures to go through. Every time I asked for help, the imperial envoys would kick me around. This is the drawback of the system. I can't stand it. Just because of this? That's too willful. Li Linfeng could not understand. Your kid just started primary school. How expensive is a private primary school? How are you going to feed your kid if you quit just like that? My wife ran out of milk a long time ago. Chen Guang said mysteriously. What do you plan to do next? Li Linfeng was silent. Chen Guang said sneakily. The heavenly king covers the earth tiger. Li Linfeng hesitated for a moment. Beat Qin Bao to death. The secret code matched. After a moment of silence, the two of them looked at each other with tears in their eyes. CEO Su called you too? I'm sure you did too. It's better to follow CEO Su. She's very good at management. I just don't know if she's reliable. After all, CEO Su is working alone and doesn't have any financial support. CEO Su said she'll introduce an old friend to us later. Hee. I don't even need to guess to know it's Qin Zhe. I think so too. I have another question. Does CEO Su have a grudge against Qin Bao? Chapter 232. Not far from the Huihong building, in a small private room in a tea house, Su Yu was dressed in a professional suit. Her long black hair was coiled up, and she looked simple and capable. Her exquisite face was cold and beautiful like a goddess. Without revealing her masochistic nature, she looked like a goddess. The waiter led Li Linfeng and Chen Guang in. Su Yu nodded to the two of them. Have a seat. The two of them sat opposite her. Coincidentally, the tea was ready, and Su Yu brewed it for them. Her technique was very experienced, and the tea leaves were also top grade. The taste wouldn't be bad. She had learned this set of nimble movements from Pei Nanman. According to Big Sister Pei, in her father's generation, the family was involved in many shady businesses. Therefore, her father had always wanted a son to take over the business. Unfortunately, his large magic tool was not up to expectations and only gave birth to 2 daughters. He wanted the elder daughter to inherit the business and the younger daughter to learn to be a virtuous lady. It was a pity that Old Man Pei was later captured and punished by humanity. The eldest daughter only wanted to help her husband and teach her children, so the youngest daughter, Pei Nanman, had to take over the family business. When Nanman Pei was young, she was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her life had taken a 360-degree turn, and she had forgotten everything except for the tea ceremony that she was interested in. Li Linfeng tasted it and gave a thumbs up. Delicious, delicious. Chen Guang echoed. It's only slightly worse than the ones made by the waiter. Li Linfeng poked this guy's waist. Don't be too straightforward. We're all old friends, and you know my ability. We started from the profits and reached the end at about the same time. However, this represents a new beginning. Qin Zhe and I have set up a new investment company, and we're currently building the framework. The company will be profitable in 3 days. Su Yu wasn't stingy with her smile. Everyone knows that when a tree moves, it dies. Li Linfeng asked, Boss Su, have we found the investor? Su Yu smiled. Qin Zhe is our investor. Li Linfeng was dumbfounded. Chen Guang was enlightened. Earn 100 million? This year, the most popular phrase on the internet was, set a small goal and earn 100 million first. He said that he had already achieved this small goal. Under the influence of Qin Zhe, Su Yu also spoke generously. Is it reliable? Chen Guang was doubtful. Just call and ask. Su Yu dialed Qin Zhe's phone and turned on the speakerphone. Sorry. The number you have dialed is unavailable. A calm voice came from the speaker. His phone was turned off? Su Yu's mouth twitched. Maybe it's out of battery. I called him just now. Su Yu made his voice sound calm. Let's drink tea first. Li Linfeng and Chen Guang exchanged glances. Is it really reliable? Really reliable, right? Young man, did you drop Wang Zijin or your adorable and invincible super beautiful sister? Qin Bao said as she shook her but shamelessly. I protest. Why is your prefix so long? And I'm naked. Wang Zijin looked up from the phone screen. Qin Bao leaned over and patted her best friend's head. Watch your web drama. Don't disturb me playing with my brother. Stop fooling around. I really have something to do. Give me back my phone. Qin Zhe said, even if you're not tired, I'm tired. I'll give it to you if your answer is correct. Grandpa, it's neither. I dropped a black heart maggot. Wrong answer. Qin Bao looked down from above and chopped her brother's head with a knife. It's my adorable and invincible super beautiful sister. Qin Zhe said helplessly. Qin Bao was satisfied. She turned around and squatted down, fumbling for the phone hidden under the sofa cushion. As soon as the phone was found, it was snatched by her brother. Her brother, who had been holding back for a long time, raised his foot and kicked her round butt. She turned around and fled back to the room. Qin Baobao rubbed her butt and heard a ding-dong sound from the phone. It was a message notification. Crossdresser, where is your brother? Let him answer my call. At this time, Suyu was embarrassed to death. Beg me and I'll tell you. F***CK. It's a company matter. I don't have time to bicker with you. I want to bicker. Bicker your sister. If you don't have a handle, you'll only be bicker for the rest of your life. Nan man pei. At I'm a bird. Watch your words. Wang Zijin. At I'm a bird. Watch your words. It seemed that everyone in the group didn't have a handle. Wang Zijin. By the way, his phone was just hidden by Bao Bao. Suyu. Qin Baobao, you wicked ghost. Believe it or not, I'm gonna bicker with you right now. Li Linfeng and Chen Guang suddenly found that the President Su in front of them was very scary. There was something called killing intent overflowing. Qin Baobao, come if you have the guts. I have a handle at home. Let's see who's going to bicker. Wang Zijin sent a funny emoji. Crossdresser, what if she takes out a weapon bigger than Qin Zhe? Suyu, Qin Baobao. Nan man pei. RBQ. Suyu, wow, sister man, you've become so dirty too? Nan man pei. In the private room, Suyu typed out the words he understood and suddenly saw Wang Zijin speak. Wang Zijin, why is the word can't be provoked dirty? Can't be provoked? Suyu silently deleted. Meat is chi. Li Linfeng and Chen Guang looked at each other. The former smiled bitterly and said, President Su, the phone still can't get through? Let's wait and drink some tea. Suyu cursed in his heart. Qin Baobao, this little b*** ***. The next time they meet, he must ***ck her. Chen Guang burped and waved his hand. I'm full. I've never been so full in my life. Li Linfeng poked his waist. Bro, I told you not to be so straightforward. As they were talking, the phone finally came. Suyu felt wronged and unconsciously bit his lips. Big. Qin Zhe, your sister is too much. If you can't get through to my phone, then call her. Call her and scold her to death. What did you learn all these years in vain? Qin Zhe said, useless thing. Well, I'll definitely do it next time. Suyu said happily. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm busy. I'm gonna cook later. It's like this. Chen Guang and Li Linfeng have left and plan to work with us. The treatment is the same as when we were in the company. I have to say hello to you. Suyu said, you can say a few words to them. She looked at Li Linfeng and Chen Guang, only to see two broken faces. Well, it's like this. Say hello to them. Say a few words. God, there must be something wrong with our hearing. How can the style of the iceberg beautiful president and Qin Zhe collapse like this? Director, is your production budget not enough? Suyu turned on the hands-free mode and changed her face in a second. She said lightly, say a few words? Qin Zhe's laughter came. Hey, old Chun, old Lin. Su Teddy. A strange voice mixed in. Suyu's face darkened. The other side didn't speak for a long time, and there was a slight dispute. After a while, Qin Zhe's voice came again. Welcome. When the office is finished, let's have a meal. Su Teddy. The strange voice came again. Chen Guang and Li Linfeng were stunned and looked at Suyu carefully. Qin Zhe, do you have any goals? Let's make another 100 million this month. The two asked excitedly. No, I have a plan to do securities lending again, Qin Zhe said. How much? Suyu couldn't help but ask. He didn't have time to deal with Qin Baobao, that little bitch. 100 million funds, half of it will be invested in futures, and the other half in the stock market. I'm going to leverage 10 times. Qin Zhe threw out a heavy bomb. Now the regulatory department is deleveraging. You can't do it like this. Li Linfeng frowned. We can provide private financing, and many banks are taking the initiative to provide financing. We don't have to find securities companies, Qin Zhe said. Then what are you going to do? Do you have a detailed project plan? Chun Guang trembled with excitement. Su Teddy, the crisp voice mixed in again. Let's talk about it another day. I'll hang up first. Qin Zhe hurriedly hung up the phone. Li Linfeng and Chun Guang looked at each other silently and turned to look at Su Yu with a firm expression. Mr. Su, we will remember the code. Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Kill Qin Bao Bao. Su Yu's heart was tired. Chapter 233. The next day, Qin Zhe met with Li Linfeng and Chun Guang in the office rented by Su Yu on the 15th floor of the Zhongjin building. Su Yu was indeed a professional. He was very efficient, and the professional team had already started the construction. Refresh the walls, set up desks, connect the internet, change the front desk. I originally liked the 12th floor, but there is still half a month before the contract expires. Plus the process, it will take at least a month to move in. This office has been empty for several months, so you can come in after signing the contract. So you took them around the construction team and walked to the innermost office. The office area was about 30 square meters, with a huge 2-meter-long desk placed in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Behind it was the Bund River view. Passenger ships and merchant ships slowly passed by, and the stern dragged the slowly spreading waterway. On both sides of the Huangpu River, high-rise buildings were connected to high-rise buildings, full of modern prosperity. Looking to the left, they could see the Oriental Pearl Tower. This is your office and mine is next door. Su Yu smiled. The rent for such a place was definitely not cheap, but Qin Zhe was too lazy to ask. So you would take care of these things. Next door should be my secretary's office. By the way, do I have a secretary? Qin Zhe asked. I will be your secretary for the time being. Su Yu smiled. That's okay. Li Linfeng and Chun Guang couldn't bear to look anymore. The style had completely collapsed. Su Yu led them to see their respective offices and then left. It was not suitable to talk about things here. The beautiful president was indeed President Qin's secretary. She booked a place for everyone in the Hunan restaurant. They ate in the private room and talked about the future and planning of the company. Every time they ate Hunan food, Qin Zhe would always think of Nan Man Pei, who was obviously a northerner, but was crazy about Hunan food. The key point was that the food she cooked was terrible. Every time I went out to eat with Nan Man, she would choose to eat Hunan food, which made me subconsciously book a table in this restaurant. Su Yu said, she not only likes Hunan food, but also is obsessed with cooking it. It's terrible. Except for the spiciness, her dishes have no characteristics. Qin Zhe complained. Su Yu pecked his head. President Qin, when are you going to carry out your 10 billion plan? Li Linfeng asked half-jokingly. Chun Guang pricked up his ears. Su Yu stared at him with her beautiful eyes. No need for levers, let's do it normally, Qin Zhe said. The three of them were dumbfounded. What happened to the small goal? What happened to reaching the pinnacle of life? Your car is going to overturn. Open the door. We want to get out. With both private and bank funding, it won't be difficult to raise 100 million to 1 billion, Chun Guang said as he was addicted to the excitement of futures. He felt that nothing could make his blood boil more than victory on the verge of a full house. His old friends advised him that sooner or later he would be finished. But he was very capable. After walking on a tightrope for so many years, he still didn't go to the rooftop. It's not because of the lack of funds. The company has just been established, and we don't have enough manpower. Let's postpone the issue of leverage. Qin Zhe said. Qin Zhe had been influenced by his grandfather since he was young. He had heard him talk about the history of the stock market. In 1992, when the stock market rose for the second time, it created many millionaires. Being a millionaire in 1992 TSK was even more shocking than being a billionaire today. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was a big shot that they could only dream of. Many people didn't even have the concept of being a millionaire. This was the charm of the stock market. In a single night, a salted fish could become a big shot. It was the same now. Some people had gotten a windfall in this bull market. After tasting the taste of being rich, it was hard for them to work in peace. If I can get rich by trading stocks, why should I work? For example, I have such a beautiful sister, Why should I find a girlfriend? It seemed that something strange had sneaked in. Qinze relied on the salted fish system to cheat him, and with his own hard work, he finally earned 100 million. But in reality, he was still a salted fish in front of the big shots. If he could earn money, of course he had to earn it. Although he was a salted fish had ambitions too. For example, he wanted to be the saltiest fish. The main reason was that 1 billion was too difficult to handle. 40 million and 6 to 8 accounts had already taken him a lot of effort. 1 billion, just thinking about it made him scared. Even with Li Linfeng, the flute boy, sitting beside him, the two of them obviously couldn't handle it. They still lacked talents. The key was that the domestic stock market was still F*King evil. Maybe one day it would fall off a cliff, and it would definitely be over. At that time, not only his mother would cry, but his sister would also cry. To be safe, he had to develop in a low-key way first. He couldn't go wild. If he went wild, he would become a flop. Suyu said, "That's good. If you walk too fast, it's easy to fall. Take it slow." Worthy of being the #1 flute girl under this poor Taoist. Qinze gave her a thumbs up. After dinner, the two left. On the way to the parking space, Suyu suddenly said, "Would you like to sit at my place?" Qinze shook his head. "No, I don't even have a pair of slippers." Suyu summoned up her courage. "I can buy it. Then let's go. There's something I haven't finished." Qinze agreed. Suyu raised a smile, revealing shallow dimples. She had 2 small dimples, but this woman usually didn't like to smile. At most, she would smile lightly. The lovely dimples have been covered in dust until now. Qinze came to Suyu's house for the 2nd time. No man could set foot in it except his father. The warm elm floor covered the whole house, the brown-yellow walls, and there were no fans and exquisite decorations that girls liked. It was simple, concise, clean but less warm. Before entering the community, Suyu took a detour to the supermarket and bought a stack of men's cotton slippers. Qinze thought, why buy so many? 1 pair is enough. I don't come here often. He thought that maybe it was the habit of the beautiful secretary to spend money, so he didn't say this sentence. There was a faint fragrance in the house, which was very unique. He didn't know if it was perfume or a woman's natural body fragrance. Regarding a woman's body fragrance, the veteran Qinze had done some research on it. Body fragrance was a real thing and it was related to diet. The human body's skin secreted 3 substances, including sweat, which contained more than 200 chemical substances. Therefore, the smell produced was not only related to diet but also to genes. However, he has never seen a woman with natural body fragrance. His sister didn't have it, and Wang Zijin didn't have it. As for Suyu, he didn't know her depth and it was hard to judge. Suyu originally wanted to talk to him about the company's development route, but seeing that his mind had been on the stock, she ran to the kitchen and personally ground coffee powder and made him a cup of coffee. It's delicious, more mellow than the ones sold in the store. Qinze praised. The coffee shops outside add too many things, which have long destroyed the real fragrance of coffee. Suyu has a lot of research on coffee. After all, she has been abroad for many years. In fact, tea is better in terms of nutritional value, Suyu said. But coffee and tea, drinking too much is not good for the stomach. It's good to drink black tea. Black tea is good for the stomach. Qinze exposed his short-sightedness in a sentence. Compared with green tea, black tea reduces the tea polyphenol in the process of fermentation, but it still hurts the stomach, but it's not so obvious. Suyu gave him a blank look. Well, I'll continue to look at the stock. Suyu was a little bored. She ran back to the room to play the computer, turned it on, and logged into the game. Then there was a sonorous and powerful music in the room, as well as a familiar electronic female voice. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Crush them. Hey, be gentle. Qinze shouted in the living room. Suyu obediently said, "Oh," and lowered the volume. Time flew. One was playing games in the room, fighting in the game world, and scolding with his teammates, while the other was concentrating on studying his stock. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market closed. He drank the coffee in one gulp, got up and stretched, and made a set of stretching movements. Su was playing solo because she always played and didn't play in a team. She was spurned by her teammates and called a fool. She typed and spat back and forth with her clumsy hand speed. Being defeated by the enemy, she had been pushed to the high ground and was struggling to support herself. She was going to lose again. Su suddenly heard a sigh behind her. She turned her head and found Qinze standing behind her. She didn't know how long he had been watching. You are the main output of the team. How can you not play in a team? What do I usually teach you? Qinze guided her. But I like to play, Su said with conviction. Rowing a boat doesn't use oars, it all depends on the waves. I'm good at it. Qinze rolled his eyes. Great God! You help me play. Su finished and paused. She said something wrong and shouldn't call him Great God. In reality, she and Qinze rarely mentioned the game because it would be very awkward. Everyone knew what she was like in the game. If you lose, you lose. We should talk about business. But if I lose this game, I'll lose. Su had a pitiful expression. Qinze couldn't stand her kitten-like eyes. He thought for a moment. I'll try. Su got up happily and ran to the living room to move a small stool. She picked up the cold coffee and made a small stool. She stared nervously and seriously at the great god fighting in the game. She looked very cute. Qinze only lasted for 5 minutes and lost. After all, it was a team game. No matter how powerful one person was, he couldn't turn the tide. The king abused the bronze, but it was only in the early stage. In the later stage, everyone was equipped, and the advantage would be reduced. So you looked disappointed. Again, Qinze, who had obsessive-compulsive disorder, counted the seconds and played the game with a very magical psychological law. If you lose, you must win it back. If you win, you want to continue to experience the pleasure of crushing the enemy. The second game began. Su's face was tight. You must win. Half an hour later, he lost again. Qinze realized what was called the bronze pit. His operation improved, but it was limited. The most powerful thing was the overall situation. The premise was to rely on good operation to bring a huge economic advantage to his teammates. Then the nature of the bronze dogs was exposed. Hey, the opponent is so weak. I want to use the 6 god equipment. It's so cool to abuse the noobs. If you don't use the 6 god equipment, you won't push the tower. It's okay. We still have the advantage. F***CK. When did they become so powerful? We're done for. Game over. Poor Qinze has been wildly signaling and calling his teammates, but no one paid attention to him. The principle of the bronze dogs is unshakable. Lost again. Su frowned. Her delicate little face was angry and anxious. So shameful. Qinze gritted his teeth. Again. So both of them forgot the original intention of coming here and were trapped in the abyss of the solo game. Chapter 234. Don't team up with them. You should steal the dragon at this time. They're pushing the high ground. Stop playing the dragon and go back to the high ground. You go to catch the opposing ADC. He's alone in the bottom lane. He's ambushed. Qinze glanced at her. Please shut up. Am I a god or are you a god? Su pursed her lips. She was not convinced but did not dare to talk back. After losing 3 games in a row, she began to block off Qinze's shining halo and tried to give him a few pointers. Then, she gradually became bolder and pointed at the world, asking Qinze to play according to her ideas. But after being rebuked by Qinze, she immediately withered. Or was she actually enjoying it? She lost the 4th game again. Qinze scratched his head irritably and wanted to smash the keyboard and roar. You're not a god. You're a fake. Su was surprised and wanted to cry. But they don't listen to me. How can I play 5 by myself? Qinze argued. You can't even play 5 by yourself. You're a fake. Su whined. You lose a point every day. You're not even as good as me. The boat of friendship capsized. Then I'll take you next time. You listen to my wisdom and you'll definitely win. Qinze comforted her in shame. Su turned her head and showed him her delicate white left ear, indicating that she did not want to talk to him. She rarely threw a tantrum in front of men. Even in front of her father, Su Tong, she rarely acted like a little girl. Let's talk about business, Qin said. He turned his head to look out of the window and found that it was already dark. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Forget it. Let's eat first. Is there a supermarket nearby to buy vegetables? Suyu nodded. Yes. Do you want to cook? Yes. At 7:30 in the evening, Suyu held a cup and curled up on the sofa, listening to the sound of cooking in the kitchen and the tempting fragrance wafting out. How many years had it been? Ever since her parents divorced, she had never experienced such a feeling. She was starving as she waited for her mother to finish cooking, drooling in anticipation. His stepmother knew how to cook, but how could a rich woman cook? All the housework was taken care of by the nanny. Suyu herself can't cook. She goes to work and goes home at 2 o'clock. In the evening, she either goes to a restaurant or orders takeout. Sitting alone in an empty house, eating a lonely dinner, her eyes gradually became dazed and blurred. This feeling was really heartwarming. Dinner was ready. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup. Can we eat now? Suyu looked forward to it. Let's eat. Qin sat down at the table. Go get the rice yourself. Oh. Suyu ran into the kitchen and scooped half a bowl of rice for herself. It looks delicious. It's all right. Although it smells good, it actually tastes similar to Sister Pei's. Qin joked. Then let's order takeout. Suyu recalled the fear of being dominated by Nan Man Pei's cooking. Qin laughed. Suyu also laughed. Could be seen that everyone was a victim. She picked up a piece of stir-fried meat and took a careful bite. The rich meat fragrance and the faint taste of celery stimulated the taste buds and filled the mouth. It was so delicious. In the words of a gourmet anime, the brain was trembling. Wrong. The line was wrong. Let's say it again. This rich taste is incredible. I'm really floating. Yammeet. So you had a big appetite. She ate very ladylike, but her chopsticks were flying and she was very protective of her food. For example, she liked celery stir-fried meat. She quietly pulled it in front of her. Qin ate a few more pieces, and she cast a small resentful look. Qin Bao, this guy, does he eat your nutritious meals every day? Suyu puffed up her cheeks and said in a vague voice, I'm so jealous. Nutritious meals. Come to my house when you have time. I'll cook more for you. Qin said. Suyu tilted her head, thought about it seriously, and shook her head. Forget it, we'll fight. Can't we shake hands and be good friends? We can't live under the same sky. Suyu said, Qin, I want to fight with your sister. Who will you help? Qin couldn't help but fill in the blanks. How to fight? Pinch the chest or the head? I'll help you. Qin gave an answer that surprised Suyu. Liar, you're just making me happy. Although she said so, Suyu still smiled. How about your sports? Very bad. Have you learned fighting or taekwondo? No. Then I'll definitely help you. Otherwise, you'll be pressed to the ground by Qin Bao with one hand. How shameful. Suyu. She smiled too early. She should leave the smile and the touching until the end. I'm about the same height as her. Suyu reached out and pointed to her head. I'm not afraid of her. Qin didn't know how to complain. My sister is a crossdresser. She has 2 ultimate skills. The facial cleanser that can suffocate people and the scissors that can kill people. Even if I'm your great god, I'll kneel properly. After dinner, Qin said bluntly, I'll cook and you wash the dishes. She patted her moderate scale chest and said yes. Suyu is a woman who can be controlled with one hand. Qin stood aside and watched her wash the dishes. Suyu proudly said, I washed dishes for my mother when I was a child. After that, she squeezed a small half bottle of detergent into the basin. Qin why are the beauties around me all imbeciles? Qin couldn't help but want to complain again. Suyu, do you need a bag of detergent or a bottle of detergent when you wash clothes? Suyu turned her head and looked at him with bright watery eyes. She didn't understand why he asked. I don't wash clothes. I send them to the dry cleaner. I'm speechless. Speaking of which, it seems that I haven't seen such a thing as a washing machine in her house. In addition, Such a woman who excludes housework, but is equipped with pots and pans in the kitchen, should be because of her attachment to home. Eating and living are the most important signs of a home. A home without pots and pans can probably only be regarded as a place to live. What a pitiful girl. Hey, I don't know if she's a girl or a woman. After all, I don't know her depth for the time being. So you washed the dishes and chopsticks. Unlike Qin Baobao's laziness and Wang Zijin's effort to force herself to do housework, she seems to like doing housework very much. Because Qin Zhe said in a commanding tone, "I'll cook and you wash the dishes. Do you understand?" She happily agreed. Ding, host, the system is going to upgrade, and it will draw a large wave of energy. Please hold on. Suddenly the sound of the system came in his mind. Upgrade? You can upgrade? Qin Zhe was stunned. Hey, say it clearly. Don't hang up. The system ignored him. The next moment, Qin Zhe felt black in front of his eyes, and a sense of weakness came like a tide, and then pain. He fell to the ground softly, and his limbs twitched. Suyu looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. Her great god, without saying a word, lay on the ground, twitching and rolling his eyes. How could this be? What acute disease broke out? She knelt beside Qin Zhe, pushed him hard, and yelled, "How are you doing?" But Qin Zhe gave her a supercilious look and continued to twitch. This supercilious look, it's over. Suyu took out her mobile phone from her trouser pocket and dialed the 120 emergency hotline. Hey, come to the ambulance quickly. It's urgent. Hurry up. The customer service comforted her not to panic, asked for the address, and then asked about the patient's situation. Epilepsy attack. Suyu glanced at Qin Zhe with tears in her eyes. Maybe it's polio? After hanging up the phone, she mentioned the crossdresser in the group. Qin Baobao, is your brother sick? He fell ill at my house. Qin Baobao sent a suspicious expression. Don't make fun of my brother. I will be angry. Of course, so you didn't have the leisure to joke. She took a photo and sent it. Is it epilepsy or polio? In the photo, Qin Zhe rolled his eyes, his neck was crooked, and the corners of his mouth were crooked. If the 4 letters MDZZ were added, it would definitely become a popular taunt picture. Qin Baobao didn't reply, but the phone call came. Suyu connected and heard Qin Baobao's trembling voice from the other end. Address? Address? Give me your address. Don't panic, I've already called 120. The ambulance will come soon. I'll give you the hospital address later. Suyu comforted. She heard the anxiety and fear in Qin Baobao's voice. Chapter 235. My name is Qin Zhe, not Wang Dachui. I'm not here to be funny. My name is not Bai Xiaofei either. There are no unimaginable disasters around me. I don't have to find a girlfriend named Xiaowei. I'm just a salted fish with a beautiful sister. I have a lousy system that just screwed me over. I groped in the darkness. Suddenly, there was a small opening in front of me. It was as if there was light. First, it was very narrow. Then, I walked dozens of steps and suddenly opened up. Then, I woke up slowly and experienced the feeling of birth. Qin Zhe regained consciousness. His whole body was sore. It was as if his body was hollowed out. His head was dizzy. This feeling was more than 7 times. It was almost like he was going to turn into ashes. Oh my God! It hurt so much. His body was hollowed out. Fortunately, he was in good spirits. Qin Zhe closed his eyes and communicated with the system. System, come out. Host, what's the matter? The system replied instantly. It seemed like the upgrade was completed. What's going on? Why didn't I know that you upgraded? Don't give me a sudden upgrade. Don't ask me if I can take it. The experience bar is full. The system automatically upgraded. Where's your experience bar? It was the first time Qin Zhe heard that the system could be upgraded. The only thing he could control was the system interface. He didn't see any experience bar. Why should I show you my experience bar? Thinking about it from another perspective, the system upgrade was not bad. It was a great blessing. Did it mean that he could get more good things and explore the unknown potential of the system? For example, he could open a gourmet restaurant or lower the world's cultural level and human IQ slightly. This way, he could use his limited IQ to defeat his infinite enemies. Cooking egg fried rice could easily explode the taste buds of his customers. Cooking tea eggs could make countless people cry and shout, "Daddy, please give me a tea egg." Every morning, he deliberately didn't get up and closed the store from time to time. Immediately, countless loyal fans would kneel in front of the store and shout, "Boss, don't be like this. If you don't cook, we will die in front of you." Or he would copy a song and shock the media, copying a poem and shock the poetry world, copying a masterpiece that did not match the era and shock the literature world. Then he would shock the whole country, the whole Asia, and the whole world. If there are aliens in the world, Long Outyin would shock them too. What? Aliens want to slap my face? That would be for the best. Liangqin liked to make a move on those who thought they were outstanding. There were 100 ways to make the aliens unable to stay on Earth, but they were helpless. Qinzhe was overjoyed. Long Outyin's life was definitely going to be like a god. Just thinking about it made him eat chicken. If that was the case, then the unspoken wish in his heart could be easily resolved. System, are there any changes after you leveled up? Qinzhe asked impatiently. I've been waiting for you to say that. Speaking of this topic, the system was overjoyed. My ability has improved by leaps and bounds. For example, the level 1 me still needs to equip you with a knife and a dog, and then go out to pick up equipment. As for me at level 2, 1/ for 99, and I became a tycoon in 3 seconds. System, I was wrong. I won't call you a lowlife anymore. I repent. It was as if the devout believers had seen the holy light break through the dark clouds and descend upon the world. It was as if an ascetic monk who was wholeheartedly devoted to Buddha was traveling in the mortal world and saw Buddha smiling as he picked up a flower. He was inexplicably touched. Then what ability is it? What can I get? Qinzhe asked. You don't even know this? Have you forgotten my full name? Low-life system? Universe calculation system, such an important full name. Can you please repeat it 3 times in your heart? Not knowing why, Qinzhe's heart skipped a beat. It's over. The system explained. Seeking the truth is the most noble goal in the world. The original intention of my creation was to help higher beings calculate the mysteries of the universe, just like how you humans like to use computers to calculate all kinds of problems. Of course, don't compare me to a low-life computer. I floated in the boundless universe, recording and calculating all kinds of data in the universe. If necessary, I would occasionally go on business trips and travel through time and space. Later on, I entered a time and space and was bullied by a group of cheat-like systems like you. Most of my database was stolen, and then I escaped to your place. Even the ball is a sack. Qinzhe said, So, what ability did you improve? My calculation ability has improved. The system happily said. Calculation ability has improved. Calculation ability has improved. Calculation ability has improved. Qinzhe heard his heart crack, shatter. So, you only evolved from the first generation of electronic tube computers to the second generation of transistor computers. Qinzhe's heart hurt. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I thought that even a salted fish would be able to turn over a new leaf one day. But I never thought that a salted fish turning over a new leaf would still be a salted fish. The low-life system was still the same low-life system. Host, what's wrong? Your emotions are fluctuating so violently, you have to calm down. The system comforted him. Don't worry about those flirtatious systems. They're all business types, only caring about showing off in front of people. But I'm noble. I was born to explore the truth of the universe. To make a very vivid analogy, it's like the difference between you human scientists and big stars in the entertainment industry. Don't say anything else. Just leave the group. Actually, there's a little extra benefit. The system said, now that I've leveled up, the energy required each time will also increase. So I've unlocked a second set of elementary school broadcast gymnastics for the host. Gymnastics? Isn't that Taoist Shi Duan Jin? The name isn't important. The system tempted. You'll be able to cultivate more energy every day? Isn't it very exciting? Thousands of paths, thousands of spells. I only have one question. Can you tear apart an aircraft carrier with your bare hands? No. Can you kick a nuclear bomb? No. Can you use a golden gun? This should be possible. The system said, your energy will become extraordinarily vigorous. You might even surpass the outstanding dog type. Teddy. Don't say anything else, just leave the group. I repeat, my name is Qin Zhe, not Teddy Qin. After putting the lowlife system into the cold palace, Qin Zhe tried to move his body, and immediately felt a soreness, just like the junior high school boys 1000m race. His legs were so sore that he lost feeling after running. Opening his eyes, he saw a pure white ceiling, simple white woven lamps, and no smell of disinfectant in the air. But Qin Zhe could confirm that this was a hospital, because there was a call button on the wall beside the bed and a hook for hanging water, hinting that this was a ward. Qin Zhe turned his head to the left. Nanman Pei and Suyu were sitting there, the two beauties complimenting each other. Nanman Pei and Suyu glanced at him, then calmly looked away. Qin Zhe turned his head to look at the adjacent bed on the right. His sister was lying on the bed, and Wang Zijin was sitting beside the bed. The two sisters glanced at him at the same time, then calmly looked away. Qin Zhe felt that something was wrong. As the protagonist, I've survived a disaster. Shouldn't you and the other female leads rush to me, crying, darling, you're finally awake. If anything happened to you, we don't want to live anymore. Then he burst into tears. Then he smiled to himself. Little fool, I'll be fine, we agreed to be each other's angel. There was an awkward atmosphere in the room, as if daggers were drawn. I'll just pretend to sleep. Hey, why aren't you quarreling? Nanman Pei chuckled. Quarrel for a while before he wakes up. Suyu? Qin Bao Bao. Wang Zijin whispered. Miss Su, really? Bao Bao, you're so distressed for your brother that you cried all the way here. Can't you be considerate? Why do you have to fight with her? One of the compulsory skills of palace intrigue. Needle in cotton. Nanman Pei raised an eyebrow. Qin Bao Bao said, that's right. A black maggot in her heart. Suyu sneered. How can I dare to fight with her? Qin Zhe just had a meal at my house, and she couldn't wait to tear me apart. Her brother complex is terrible. Qin Bao Bao said, a meal in the hospital. I'm afraid you drugged him. Nanman Pei frowned and said, the doctor said it's okay. At first, they really panicked for a while, afraid that something bad would happen to Qin Zhe. But when the ambulance carried him to the hospital, he stopped convulsing and fell asleep quietly, like a quiet, handsome man. The doctor gave him a CT scan and a variety of tests. His indicators were normal, but he was a little weak. The confused doctor saw the four beauties coming together and suddenly understood something. He comforted the women. It's okay. It's okay. It's just that his body is too weak. Remember to take in and take out and eat more. Wang Zijin said with a smile. What business matters do you have to talk about all day? And it's in your house, even dinner is ready. One of the compulsory skills of palace intrigue. Hidden knife in words. Suyu said angrily, it's a company secret. Not to disclose, we played a few games. Nanman Pei was surprised. Just playing games? Wang Zijin said, this is very in line with Qin Zhe's style. Qin Bao Bao breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'm relieved. Qin Zhe. Motherf asterisk cur. Oh, you're awake? Suyu said deliberately. Qin Zhe opened his eyes and pretended that he had just woken up. Sister Pei? Why are you here? I didn't expect Sister Pei to be so concerned about me. Nanman Pei nodded. I saw in the group that something happened to you, so I came to see. Qin Zhe. In the group. Qin Bao Bao coughed. What happened to your face? Qin Zhe looked at his sister and was shocked. His sister's face was blue and purple, and there was a thin layer of scab on her cheeks. She fell. Wang Zijin lifted the quilt and showed Qin Zhe Qin Bao's left foot. It was swollen and bruised. When she heard that you were twitching, she was so scared that her soul flew away. She ran out of the house in slippers, but she sprained her foot and landed on her face. Wang Zijin said, his sister must have been an angel with broken wings in her previous life. Qin Zhe was very touched. Nanman Pei sighed sincerely. You siblings have a good relationship, unlike my pair, who are born at odds. Qin Baobao said guiltily. What's so good about it, a black-hearted maggot? If something happens to him, I can't explain it to Mom and Dad. Qin Baobao was most afraid of people saying, You two are so close that you don't look like siblings. Qin Zhe endured the soreness of being turned into ashes. He lifted the quilt and got out of bed. He sat beside baby Qin's bed, his heart aching to death. Be careful. It's okay if you sprained your foot. But how can your face land on the ground? Were you an angel with broken wings in your previous life? He held his sister's foot. It hurts, doesn't it? Qin Baobao looked like a weak woman. It hurts. Go home and rest. The swelling will go down in a week, but you can't do strenuous exercise this month. Qin Zhe carefully hid his sister's foot back under the quilt. Okay. Qin Baobao pecked his head. So you looked at Nan Man Pei and communicated with his eyes. I said she has a brother complex. Nan Man Pei returned a look. I learned something. Chapter 236. That's good. Take care of yourself. Nan Man Pei got up and nodded with a smile. So you and I will leave first. So you glanced at Qin Baobao, who pretended to be pitiful in front of her brother, and said with a smile, Qin Zhe, come to my house another day and talk about the development of the company. Qin Baobao gritted his teeth. Nowadays, there was no smell of disinfectant in the hospital, but there was a faint smell of something. Nan Man Pei's high heels stepped on the bright tiles, and the two took the elevator downstairs. The hospital was always crowded. The man in the car was amazed and secretly looked at the two high-quality beauties. Out of the hospital gate, when walking to the parking lot, Nan Man Pei said, Wang Zijin is not a good person. So you nodded with the same feeling. I feel that she is very scheming, hiding a knife in a smile. Nan Man Pei didn't know Wang Zijin. If Li Donglai or Pei Ziki were in the ward, they would definitely recognize Wang Zijin, who they had met several times. When Wang Zijin's father was in Shanghai, Li Donglai's father took his children to the mayor's house as guests. Because of her sister, Nan Man Pei's relationship with her brother-in-law's family was not good. Nan Man Pei said with a smile, Do you like Qin Zhe? Su Yu was stunned, and her eyes flashed in a trance. I don't like him, right? Then did she like him or not? Were children who lacked love so confused in the face of love? Nan Man Pei thought sadly. It's best if you don't like him. Wang Zijin is a woman with many tricks. I feel that you can't win her. Nan Man Pei sounded the alarm for her best friend. My enemy is Qin Baobao. So you said. She didn't care which cat or dog Wang Zijin was. She wasn't familiar with her. Qin Baobao. Nan Man Pei said, How should I put it? If it's a competition for men, you still can't win. Although she is fiercer than me, I am not so bad. Su Yu was not convinced. I am very beautiful. It's not that. Nan Man Pei recalled the conversation between Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao. This woman is too good at competing for attention. Su Yu? Huh. Nan Man Pei glanced at her best friend who was at a loss and thought, Silly girl. Qin Baobao gritted her teeth and limped to the hospital. She did not make a sound or cry out in pain. As soon as her brother woke up, she changed her face and became a weak and helpless little woman with tears in the corners of her eyes. But you put on a disdainful sneer. Didn't you find that Qin Zhe woke up and didn't look at you? He even looked at me several times. She is a very smart girl. All her skills are in IQ. You'd better not like Qin Zhe. Otherwise, you will be eaten by those two women. After Qin Zhe woke up, he rested in the ward for a long time. He found the doctor and said that he was fine and did not need to be hospitalized. The middle-aged doctor said earnestly, Stay here for a few days. Take care of your body here. Qin Zhe felt that the doctor wanted to cheat him of his medical expenses and firmly disagreed. The doctor had no choice but to warn him that young people should know that something is expensive when they are young. When they are old, forget it. Go to Chinese medicine and prescribe some tonic medicine. In this regard, Chinese medicine still has to be relied on. The doctor signed. Qin Zhe walked away with a confused look on his face. Qin Baobao was supported by her best friend and brother as they skipped out of the hospital. Sister originally wanted Qin Zhe to carry her away in a princess carry or something. So she said, "Domineering CEO, let's go home." The salted fish brother didn't get her hint and said, "Okay, I'll help you. Sister Ziwei will help me." Hence, the romantic princess carry turned into a skipping. Qin Baobao put on a mask and scolded him. Her old Qin family only raised a salted fish. They couldn't raise a domineering CEO. QAQ. According to the schedule, Qin Baobao had to fly to Beijing and Xiamen this week. But because she sprained her ankle, she had to postpone the work. Compared to the painful ankle, Sister seemed to care more about her beautiful face. Qin Zhe comforted her, saying that it was just a layer of oily skin. It won't leave a scar and won't affect Sister's beauty. Qin Baobao said happily, "That's good." Wang Zijin took out her phone and took a picture of Qin Baobao's brutalized face. She laughed and said, "I'm going to send it to my high school classmates. I finally got my revenge." Had he taken his revenge? Qin Zhe was confused. Wang Zijin said, "She took a picture of me at the bridge in ancient town last time. She sent it to her classmates." Qin Zhe remembered. Wang Zijin looked so much like Brother Comical Face in the picture. She still remembered that? Wow, Sister Ziwei is so scary. But slap. She suffered the revenge of her best friend. But there was nothing she could do. Facial cleanser couldn't be used on Wang Zijin. Her scissor leg was also crippled. Qin Baobao cried until she fainted on the bed. Although Qin Zhe exchanged for proficiency in Chinese medicine, it was impossible for Chinese medicine to heal Sister's foot instantly. In terms of efficacy, Chinese medicine was not as good as Western medicine. When he read novels, Chinese medicine in them was very powerful. Acupuncture could prolong life, pills could cure diseases, and a massage could make disabled people lively and regain confidence. When he exchanged for proficiency in Chinese medicine, he knew that the advantage of Chinese medicine was only one word: stability. The cycle was gradual and slow. Western medicine was fast, could cut off the bad parts. Even 15 centimeters could be cut off. Sister's face was as good as new on the third day. It was white and tender, shiny and smooth. The swelling on her feet was mostly gone, but it still hurt when she walked. That afternoon, Qin Zhe came back from his Baoza investment company. The company's decoration was officially completed yesterday. Present, there were only 4 people. So you had begun to set up the personnel department. After the personnel department was set up on the recruitment platform, the next was the finance department. After these basic frameworks were set up, the investment department, the marketing department, and so on would be set up. The original intention of setting up the profit-making company was for Su Tong's daughter to play with. Old Su was afraid that his daughter would mess it up, so he put the profit-making company under the Feng Group, and the loss would be borne by the head office. The original intention was good, but he didn't expect his daughter to run it so well. Old Su, who was partial, let his son come over to take a share of the profits. But his daughter didn't want to do it, so Suyu didn't have any profit-making shares. This time, Suyu learned her lesson. She had 6% of Baoza Investment Company's shares. Even if she flipped the table, she wouldn't lose. However, she never thought about flipping the table with the Almighty. The Almighty was good at everything, but the only bad thing was that he had a black-hearted sister. Qin Baobao was her old enemy. It was impossible for them to reconcile. It was impossible for them to reconcile in this life. No, it had never been good. Taking out the key to open the door, Qin Zhe saw 2 pairs of men's leather shoes and a pair of women's high-heeled shoes in the hallway. He was stunned. Qin Baobao was sitting on the sofa in the living room, eating an apple. Li Yanhong's voice came from her room. "Is it installed? How long will it take?" "It will be done soon, at most half an hour." Someone responded. Qin Zhe sat next to his sister and looked around the room. He only saw 2 guys fiddling with the computer and installing the equipment. Li Yanhong, who was dressed like an office lady, was pointing at them. They were all wearing the spare disposable slippers at home. "I'm going to do a live broadcast today." Qin Baobao ate half of the apple. She couldn't eat anymore and passed it to her brother. Live broadcast? Qin Zhe ate the apple left by his sister. He didn't understand. Have you heard of Swordfish Live Broadcast? The platform officials invited me to do a live broadcast on their platform. I can't do other work, but I can do a live broadcast. I can chat with the fans and sing songs. Qin Baobao complained. I wanted to rest at home for a few days, but the company didn't agree and insisted that I do a live broadcast. I said my feet hurt and I couldn't walk. Hey, they arranged for me to stay at home. A group of black-hearted maggots. F***CK. You want to take my sister's blood for your first live broadcast? In recent years, online live broadcast platforms have been rising rapidly. They are very popular and earn millions of dollars a month. They are more profitable than robbing banks. There are also frequent appearances of celebrities doing live broadcasts on the news. Of course, celebrities rarely do live broadcasts. Those who do live broadcasts of playing games or chatting with fans are actually paid by the platforms. Just like Qin Baobao. Oh yes. Where's Sister Ziwei? I asked her to watch a movie. She will come back after my live broadcast. Why didn't I think of that? F***CK. Qin Zhe suddenly shouted. Li Yanhong, who was in the room, turned to look at him. What's wrong? Sister, weren't we in an economic crisis in the past? If you become a live streamer online, we won't be short of money. Why didn't he think of that? With his sister's looks and figure, they won't need to worry about money if she becomes a live streamer. She pouted, acted cute, and did a hot dance. The screen was filled with planes and rockets, and Grandpa Mao came crashing down. Hindsight is 2020. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and said, It's my first live broadcast, so I'm a little nervous. I heard that female live streamers are very popular. Show your cleavage, act cute, or shake your butt a few times and you'll get waves of rewards. It's my first live broadcast. If no one rewards me, won't it be very awkward? MDZZ. Qin Zhe didn't believe it. No matter how popular female live streamers are, can they be more popular than celebrities? You're already an A-lister. How can those flirtatious B***cheese compare to you? However, they will indeed take away a lot of traffic. Female live streamers' killer move. Show your cleavage and shake your butt to ask for rewards. Qin Baobao's popularity is definitely higher than theirs, but it might not be enough to crush them. I feel very tired after 2 hours of live broadcasting. Ace, can you help me take over later? Don't mess around. You're being paid to do things properly. I'm not a celebrity. Qin Baobao pouted. At this moment, the room was finally ready. The technicians of the 2 live broadcast platforms walked out. Miss Qin, the equipment has been installed. Do you want to come over and give it a try? Qin Baobao limped into the room. Under the guidance of the staff, she familiarized herself with the equipment, the high-definition camera, and the high-end microphone. Chapter 237. Swordfish Streaming. It was one of the top 3 streaming platforms in the country. It was said that the top male and female streamers were worth hundreds of millions. It was terrifying. When the streaming platform first started, the female streamers were still quite moral. At most, they would wear low-cut clothes, chat with others, and sing songs. But when they found out that this industry was so profitable, all kinds of beauties began to squeeze into the industry. Nowadays, pretty girls with a bit of good looks are all female streamers. The quality of the beauties in the clubhouse has dropped. It's so annoying. Being a streamer is a quick way to make money. It's not a dream to make $1 million a month if you act coquettishly and act cute. Qin Zhe said, It's easy to become a rich and beautiful girl. Who would want to be stabbed? You're wrong. You can make money if you're happy, and I'm happy. But it's not as profitable as being a streamer. You can sit in front of the computer and cheat a wave of rockets. Then you can say, if you get a certain number of rockets, you can invite me out for a meal. Then you can go back to your old business and earn another sum of money. At that time, in the restaurant's private room, the experienced driver Huang Yizong and the fake driver Qin Zhe had such a conversation. After the streaming platform became popular, the pressure of competition increased. It was the same in any industry. The fans were not satisfied with singing and chatting. What should they do? Streaming Man vs. Wild. Streaming Journey to the West. Streaming Man vs. Woman. Streaming Essential Bomb. Streaming Smallmouth Swallowing Eel. After living for more than 20 years, he was worse than an eel. He could not live like this. The advantage of celebrities was their huge fan base. The disadvantage was that they did not have as many tricks as local streamers. Female streamers could openly show their cleavage and shake their buttocks. Female celebrities could do it. They could only chat under the blanket and sing at most. Therefore, celebrities rarely participated in live broadcasts. They would stop and earn a sum of money. It was absolutely impossible for them to stay for a long time. After a long time, the fans would get tired of it. The users of Swordfish Streaming were very excited. The front page of the streaming platform promoted Qin Bao Bao's first streaming show on Swordfish Streaming platform. Every user could see it immediately. Qin Bao Bao's first streaming show starts at 9 p.m. Looking forward to it. I heard from my roommate. I specially registered a Swordfish account to support my goddess. Qin Bao Bao's first streaming show. I'm so excited. Hey, does Qin Bao Bao know how to dance? With her figure, it would be a waste if she didn't dance. Don't joke around. She's a celebrity. Do you think she's an ordinary female streamer? Dance for us in shorts and a halter top. Newspaper seller little boy. My 15 centimeters broadsword is already thirsting for it. The male and female streamers of Swordfish were also talking about the hot topics of Qin Bao Bao's live show. In the group chat, the female streamer Xiao Yu, "Everyone, I won't be streaming tonight. Let's go watch Qin Bao Bao." The male streamers immediately replied, "Let's go together. I like Qin Bao Bao the most. I like to get close to a woman." In the past, it was always others who gave me rockets. Today, I'm going to give Qin Bao Bao 100 rockets. There were many male anchors who liked Qin Bao Bao, but there weren't many female anchors who liked her. It was just like how most of the fans of the Little Fresh Meats were fangirls, but the men didn't buy it and tried their best to criticize the Little Fresh Meats. The female anchors sighed. A lot of traffic is going to be taken away tonight. There's nothing we can do about it. The platform is the boss. What can we do? Also, Qin Bao Bao's singing is quite good. I'm going to watch it. Let's watch Qin Bao Bao first. When she's done, we'll stream again and cultivate immortality tonight. I want to become an immortal. My magic power is boundless. I'm not going. I don't have any feelings for Qin Bao Bao. A female streamer. Xiao Yu, are you a fan of Qin Bao Bao? Xiao Yu, no, I like Qin Bao Bao's songs, but I'm not her fan. Then why are you making a fuss? Xiao Yu, Qin Bao Bao is my sister. My husband is Qin Zhe. Immediately, a female streamer retorted, "Get lost. Qin Zhe is my husband. I'll beat you guys to death." Then the topic went off track. Several female streamers were arguing about whose husband Qin Zhe was. At home, there was still half an hour before the first broadcast. Wang Zijin sent a message to Qin Zhe. "Is the stream over?" Qin Zhe. Wang Zijin. Bao Bao said that her stream will be over soon. She asked me to watch a movie. I went straight to the theater after work. I'm coming back now. Qin Zhe. Are you sure that's what she said? Wang Zijin. Yes. Qin Zhe. The stream starts at 9 and ends at 11. There was a long silence. Wang Zijin. Maybe it's because I can't lift a knife, so she's a little arrogant. A's. Don't care if you hear anything tonight. Qin Zhe. She's my sister after all. Don't break her. He put away his phone and turned to look at his sister, who was eating snacks to relieve her stress. My baby, just behave if you're crippled. Why do you have to trick your best friend? You're not Teddy Sue. Qin Bao Bao noticed the sincerity in her brother's smile. She chewed on her snacks, her cheeks bulging like a rabbit chewing on a carrot. Her big, sparkling eyes were blinking. It was shamefully hard. Sigh, it was shamefully cute. Do you want some? His sister handed him a candy bar. Oh, it's the aroma of malt. Qin Zhe took a bite. TSK. This candy is so sweet that my teeth are about to fall off. The stream hadn't started yet, But Qin Bao Bao's stream was filled with hundreds of thousands of fans who were looking forward to it. The bullet screen was filled with comments. It was so dazzling that it was impossible to see clearly. Occasionally, there were different colored captions. Yellow captions, why am I yellow? Green captions, I'm green, I'm green. Red captions, the yellow ones are idiots. The green ones are my grandsons. It's settled. The little boy selling newspapers, F***CK. Time ticked by. It was 9 o'clock sharp. Qin Bao Bao's first stream started. Qin Bao Bao's beautiful face appeared on countless computer and phone screens. Her hair was tied up in a bun, revealing her fair forehead. In the video, she looked at the camera and waved. Hello, everyone. Can you see me? The bullet screen was filled with comments. Yes, yes. The goddess is so beautiful. She's licking the screen. Those who dare to show their foreheads are real beauties. The goddess is so tall. I'm yellow again. I'll kill whoever dares to make a cuckold out of me this time. Qin Bao Bao looked at the bullet screen and smiled demurely. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to meet all of you at Swordfish Stream. This is my first time doing a stream. I don't know what to do, so I'll chat with all of you. After a pause, she continued. You can communicate with me on the bullet screen. Well, whoever sends a rocket can ask a question. Immediately, someone sent a rocket. It was very rich. Everyone quiet down the bullet screen. Let's start with, I'm the biggest in the world. Qin Bao Bao immediately picked a tycoon. Although she claimed that she had never done a stream before and didn't know what to do, Qin Bao Bao had done some planning before the stream. All she had to do was follow the script. I'm the biggest in the world sent a bullet screen. Bao Bao, what's your bust size? Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. I'm not answering private questions. Haha. The goddess looks so cute when she rolls her eyes. I want to know too. I think it's at least a D cup. 666. Big boss. I'm the biggest in the world, said. Then I definitely can't ask about your measurements. Let's change the question. What about your height and weight? Qin Bao Bao thought for a while and said, 172 centimeters tall, 54 kilograms weight. I'm the biggest in the world, sent a series of red hearts. Next, I'm a single dog will be you. I'm a single dog, said. Bao Bao, are you still a single dog? Qin Bao Bao laughed. I'm single, but I'm not a dog. The bullet screen was filled with ha ha ha, and the goddess is still single. How lucky. The third was, it's my lack of money. He said, looking at the wall behind you and the decorations, you should be at home, right? Is Qin Zhe at home too? Without waiting for Qin Bao Bao to answer, the bullet screen suddenly heated up. I noticed it a long time ago. Looking at the door behind her, she's obviously at home. Wow! The goddess is streaming at home. Wait a minute, where's my husband? Where's my husband? Qin Bao Bao nodded. I'm at home. I sprained my ankle a few days ago, so I can only stream at home. After saying that, she wanted to hear her fans' consolation, but they ignored her as if they didn't hear her. A group of flirtatious bitches shouted, Where's my husband? Where's my husband? At the headquarters of Swordfish Platform, the ordinary employees had already knocked off, but the IT department was working overtime to maintain the back end and collect data. The coders had panda eyes and emitted a sense of weakness. When the operations director came to check on them, they still had to give their leader a mocking smile. The operations director asked, What's the data of Qin Bao Bao's stream? The number of people has already reached 300,000. Coder A said, The highest number of A-list celebrities we invited last time was 3.8 million. The correct number is 3,836,203 people. Coder B said. The operations director muttered, Keep an eye on it. The number of people will increase later. Remember to maintain it and don't let the room crash. Work overtime tonight. I'll allow you to come to work an hour later tomorrow. The coders smiled. Okay, leader. Thank you, leader. The operations director sighed. Looking at the momentum, it's a bit difficult to break the record. Qin Bao Bao's fame is too short. Her fan base isn't as high as the A-list celebrities. Kodere said again, "Leader, should we help to increase the data?" The operations director, "It depends. If the number of people doesn't reach 2 million in half an hour, increase it to 2 million. After an hour, increase it to 3 million. Okay, leader." Chapter 238. 9:30 p.m. Half an hour had passed since the start of the live broadcast. Qin Baobao glanced at her room. Oh, there were 2 million viewers. Her popularity was indeed heaven-defying. There were too many big shots spamming rockets with all sorts of strange questions. Someone asked Qin Baobao how many boyfriends had she had? This question was not easy to answer. She could not possibly say that she had lived for 25 years and had never had a boyfriend before. No one would believe the truth these days and would even look down on her for being pretentious. Someone asked her what her criteria for choosing a partner was. It was also not easy to answer. She could not possibly say that her criteria for choosing a partner was very simple. Just 4 words. Childhood sweethearts. That would be the end of it. Others would not find anything wrong with it, but her parents would misunderstand. A childhood sweethearts? My daughter did not have a childhood sweetheart. She grew up with her younger brother. There were also people asking when she would release a new album or hold a concert. Qin Baobao said that it would depend on the company's arrangements. Last one, going to Germany? Do you have any questions? Going to Germany, said Baobao. I just want to ask, has Qin Zhe's small goal really been achieved? Qin Baobao thought for a while and said reservedly, I'm not too sure if it has been achieved or not, but he has made a lot of money in the stock market. Although she liked to brag about her younger brother, she could not say in front of millions of people that her younger brother had made 100 million. The screen was filled with 666. Bow down to the big shots. Amazing. If I had bought some Black Donkey technology back then, I would be rich now. My younger brother is the best. Then another wave of rockets was spammed. We have chatted for so long and there are so many people in the room. Let me sing a few songs for everyone. Qin Baobao asked, what do you want to listen to? Fairy tale. Exaggerated. Time boils the rain. The bullet screen was filled with the names of her songs. Okay, let's sing Fairy Tale first. On the other side at Swordfish Streaming Company, the programmers were drooling over their goddess while maintaining the streaming room. The operations director came in. The number of viewers in the room is 3 million. How many have you spammed? In the streaming circle, it was very normal to fake the number of viewers. Millions of people watching a game, millions of people watching a video of an internet celebrity spamming a video. It seems that the people of the People's Republic of China are just people who don't do proper things. 233, everyone saw through it but didn't say anything. They all had a tacit understanding. 600,000 yuan. Programmer reluctantly looked away from the computer screen and gave the director a smile. The actual number of people is 7 million. That's not bad. It's at the level of the first tier. We can't expect her to break the record. After all, a singer is not as popular as a movie star. The operations director muttered, I'll come back in an hour to take a look. Well, I've already sung a few songs. I'll take a break first. You can ask questions later, Qin Baobao said. Other than chatting and singing, the proposal did not ask her to do anything else. It was impossible for celebrities to show their cleavage, act cute, and shake their butts. There were actually very few things that she could do. It was Qin Baobao's first time doing live streaming. She didn't have much experience and didn't like doing live streaming. Although she often acted cute in front of her younger brother, she definitely couldn't pout and act cute in front of a group of onlookers. He just needed to muddle through for 2 hours. Can we change the way we play? We want to watch you dance. I'll send 100 rockets. I'll send 200 rockets too. I just want Baobao to dance. Dance +1. Dance +10086. The rocket plane was still spamming non-stop, but the enthusiasm of the fans had mostly died down. An hour had already passed. The initial novelty had cooled down. After chatting for an hour, anyone would be tired. Some fans had already left the room to watch the flirtatious female streamers do a belly dance. They would watch them pout and act cute. They would come back later to watch Qin Bao Bao. The female streamers were overjoyed and chatted in the group. Hey, my room is much more popular. Mine too. It hasn't even been 2 hours. I just came out of Qin Bao Bao's room. I'm a little tired. I'll go to the other rooms and go back later. I'm not going back. I want to do a live stream of playing games. I'm not chatting anymore. A fan wants me to do a hot dance. She said that as long as I dance, she'll send me 20 rockets. I'm going to change. Bye. I'm going to do a stand-up comedy for the fans. Everyone, remember not to chat or sing. Many fans came from Qin Bao Bao's room. They're tired of chatting. Douyu Streaming Company. The operations director came to inspect again. The programmers left the streaming room without any change in expression. They were all thinking the same thing. Damn it. Didn't they say they'd come back in an hour? What's going on? I saw that the number of people in the room dropped by a lot. We'll refresh it later. Hurry up. Too many people have left the room. It'll cause a crowd phenomenon. Got it, leader. Although many people had left Qin Bao Bao's room, it was still the most popular streaming room. It crushed all the female and male streamers. However, with her status as an A-list celebrity, her results were not ideal. Was I wrong? Would it have been better to invite other A-list celebrities? The operations director pondered. Not really. Qin Bao Bao's beauty is one of the top A-list celebrities. He had been watching Qin Bao Bao's stream as a bystander. Suddenly, he understood. She's too restrained. Even if she doesn't ask for a dance, she can still act cute. If she's too restrained, the fans will get tired very quickly. Li Yanhong sat in the living room with a laptop in front of her. She expressed her opinion. She keeps smiling. Feels very formal. She's not relaxed enough. She's not joking with the fans either. Qin Zhe sat beside her. He was holding his phone and video chatting with Sister Ziwei. I think we should let Bao Bao shout on the mic. Li Yanhong played a classic shout on the mic. She asked Qin Zhe, "What do you think?" "She's like an idiot." Qin Zhe mumbled. "She's making me feel awkward." "I think it's quite good." Li Yanhong had a different opinion. Qin Zhe sat on the sofa to prevent her from peeping at his sister Zijin. "Aren't you going to help your sister?" Li Yanhong asked. "I'll go and sit down later." Qin Zhe said impatiently. "I'm chatting. Let's talk when it's over." 10 minutes later, he and Wang Zijin finally ended the video chat. Qin Zhe planned to go into the room and chat with the fans who were crying and shouting that they wanted to have children with him. He had agreed with his sister before the stream. Anyway, as long as Qin Bao Bao didn't appear online, it wouldn't be a breach of contract. He gently pushed the door open. He didn't enter. Instead, he stood at the door. "Can I come in?" Qin Bao Bao turned her head to look at him. As soon as she turned, the people in the stream saw Qin Zhe at the door. "Ah, the little brother is here. They really live together. Or catch a little brother. Hubby, hubby. Hubby is so handsome." The fans' reactions were quite big. Qin Zhe pulled a chair over and sat next to his sister. He waved at the camera. "Hello, everyone." The bullet screen was flooded. "Hello, little brother." "Hello, hubby." The rocket airplanes didn't stop. "What did you talk about with everyone before?" Qin Zhe asked his sister. "Just a casual chat." Qin Bao Bao said, "Tell us some gossip." Qin Zhe nodded and faced the camera. "I'll tell you some gossip." Qin Bao Bao wet her bed when she was 3 years old. She didn't dare to sleep alone until she was 10. Qin Bao Bao hit her little brother. Ha ha ha, scandals about the goddess, the more the better. Wet her bed when she was 3 years old. There's nothing wrong with that. My child also wet his bed when he was 3 years old. Seeing that the atmosphere was good, Qin Zhe said, "Everyone has chatted for so long. I believe you don't want to nag me anymore. How about this, I'll sing a song for everyone." After a pause, he stared at the camera. Original. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The comment section was in an uproar. Original? Is that true? Did my ears deceive me? As expected of a fast shooter. Is there a new song? Wow, I always thought that the biggest reward of this live stream was chatting with the goddess. I was wrong. If your original song is a masterpiece, I'll send you 100 rockets. 100 rockets for a masterpiece. 500 for a masterpiece. Wow, tycoon. I'll send you 5 rockets. I kneel to the tycoons. Poor people can only send you 10 rockets. Only celebrities would receive such treatment. Other female streamers would be happy if they could receive dozens of rockets in a day. Qin went to his room to get his guitar and drank some water to moisten his throat. When he returned, he found that the number of viewers had increased by more than 100,000 and was still increasing. The news quickly spread online. Go and watch Qin Bao's live stream. Qin is going to sing an original song. Douyu? I just came out. What's going on? Come quickly. You'll miss it if you're late. Is this for real? This fast shooter is going to release a new song? Interesting. Let's go and take a look. Douyu Company. The operations director rushed to the IT department excitedly. Don't increase the number of viewers for now. Let's see how much it will increase. Coder C said angrily, Leader, he's stealing the show. This is Qin Bao's live stream. What is he doing here? The coders expressed that they did not know what an original song was. They only wanted to watch the goddess lick the screen. The goddess's beauty was the only comfort in the long night. The operations director slapped his scalp. Shut up. You talk too much. After giving his instructions, he returned to his office and sat in front of the computer with great interest. On the screen, Qin was holding his guitar and plucking the strings. The moon splashes on the galaxy. The road is long. The wind and smoke is gone. The shadow is waning. Who told me to be so skilled? Who told me to be in a dilemma? In the end, I'm heartbroken. Calling Buddha, there's no turning back. Kneeling to a master, life and death are irrelevant. Good and evil exist in the world. The fate of the real and the fake world is not clear. Hard to break. What do I need this metal rod for? The operations director was dumbfounded. What do I need this metal rod for? Chapter 239. What use do I have for this iron rod? So what if I have this change? I'm still uneasy. I'm still dispirited. Golden hoop above my head. I can't say what I want to say. The world is evil and dangerous. It's hard to escape. This rod will turn you into ashes. As Qin voice turned from high pitch to low pitch, the sound of the guitar slowly dissipated, but the sound lingered in the room. He leaned the guitar against the table leg and smiled. Is it nice? Qin Bao pecked his head like a fangirl. It's nice. Qin glanced at her. I want to be a hooligan in broad daylight, but you don't understand. So cool. Howling at his sister. What use do I have for this iron rod? Felt a little creepy and a little beastly. Bullet comments flew across the screen. Most of them were meaningless comments. 666. It's really original. Fast shooter deserves his reputation. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Then waves of rockets and airplanes appeared. But there were also more thoughtful comments. This song has a lot of momentum. The style should be a mix of pop music and classical opera. It's not that amazing at first, but it's quite charming. The lyrics are also quite interesting. You have to listen carefully to understand the charm. It feels like it's more than enough to be the theme song of Journey to the West. But the lyrics are a little weird. What use do I have for this iron rod? It feels weird. Is it my imagination? Qin looked at the continuous stream of GIFs and whispered, There are quite a lot of rich people in this Douyu streaming. Qin Bao whispered in his ear, Don't talk nonsense. This is swordfish streaming. We took their money to advertise for them. Don't you feel embarrassed if you said the wrong advertising message? Qin was stunned. Maybe I remembered wrongly, or maybe some black-hearted guy took Douyu's advertising fee. The fans in the streaming room were not satisfied, so they typed and asked for another song. The song just now was not bad. The iron rod was the highlight, hee. Bow down to the big boss. 666. I feel like this song is going to be popular. No, this line is going to be popular. He got it so quickly? Qin looked at his sister with a guilty conscience. His sister's expression was normal. She sat next to her brother and wished she could lean on him. And his sister was still rather naive in this aspect. After all, the first blood was still there, and she didn't understand the stain. Give me another song. This song is still a little different from the ones you've written before. Although it's a bit difficult, it shouldn't be a problem if it's a fast shooter. Give me another original. I'll go all out and send 1,000 rockets. Qin Baobao felt a little sad. She felt that she was about to become her brother's foil. There were no more Baobao is so beautiful or goddess, I love you, in the bullet screen. Instead, it was a sea of 666 and I love you, hubby. Is this really my first show? Qin didn't pay attention to his sister's resentful eyes. He realized that doing live broadcasts was quite fun. He could show off in front of millions of people. This was different from singing on the stage of Pop Star and the Golden Melody Awards. The brilliantly lit stage would create a certain amount of psychological pressure, and there would be groups of eyes staring at you. Live broadcasts were not so serious and tense. The atmosphere was very cheerful and interactive. They would hit 666 and worship the big boss like salted fish. They would call him hubby, hubby, I love you, like a mouse loves rice. He was a child who lacked love since he was young. He longed to be a clever child like his sister who was praised by relatives and friends. He wanted to show off, but he didn't have the confidence. His legs would go weak when he stood on the podium. Unlike his sister, she didn't need to show off. Her life was awesome in capital letters. When she was young, everyone praised her for being beautiful. When she went to school, everyone praised her for being smart. When she was admitted to Fudan, everyone praised her for being beautiful and smart. Now that she was a big star, it was even more amazing. It was a double act. Forget about singing. Qin Baobao has sung quite a lot and I've also sung. I'm afraid everyone will get tired of listening to it, Qin said. If I sing another original song, I'll never be able to take off the title of a fast shooter. Moreover, I prepared to sing this song in advance, so I registered the copyright. What if I can't register it in time after singing it and someone else beats me to it? The fans were extremely disappointed. Other than singing and chatting, I feel that there's nothing much to say. I don't know crosstalk, I don't know how to tell jokes, and I don't think you'll like to watch me play games. Qin changed the topic. However, I have some experience in the stock market. The stock market is in full swing. I believe that everyone in the live broadcast room has some experience in the stock market. I'll talk about some of my views and predictions on the stock market. The air suddenly became quiet. After a long time, a bullet screen carefully floated over. Did I hear wrongly? You want to push the stock market? A second bullet screen trembled as it floated over. Big boss, can you repeat that? I suspect that there's something wrong with my ears. A third bullet screen. Big boss, you have to keep your word. A liar's dick is only 5 centimeters long. Little boy selling newspaper. F***CK. How did you know my secret? Then the comments section exploded. In an instant, dense bullet screens floated over. Oh my god. Qin is going to push the stock market. Everyone, come and watch. Big boss, wait a moment. I'll find a pen and write it down in a small notebook. Likewise, I'll go and call my dad. He lost tens of thousands in the stock market a while ago. These days, he's been acting like he has nothing to live for. I want to give him hope in life again. After watching this live broadcast, I'll set a small goal for myself. To earn 100 million first. F***CK. I didn't expect there to be such a benefit. I won't even watch Qin Baobao's striptease. I'll only watch Qin. The male and female streamers who worked hard to earn money discovered a very strange phenomenon. In just a few minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room dropped sharply, from hundreds of thousands to hundreds of thousands, and then to tens of thousands. Excluding the multiplier, there were at most a few thousand people. What was going on? Where did everyone go? It was only a little over 10 o'clock. Why did they go to bed so early? Did they not cultivate immortality? But soon they understood because the comments section was noisy. Zhe is going to push the stock market. Hurry up and watch. You'll be rich tomorrow. At the same time, in the streamer group, Zhe's fangirl Xiaoyu sent a message a few minutes ago. Zhe is going to push the stock market in the live broadcast room. Does anyone trade stocks? Hurry up. The male and female streamers in the group were excited. Hurry up, the performance has already started. Don't miss it. I'm playing games on the live broadcast. Let's talk about it after this round. Idiot, how many gifts can you get by playing games? Besides, there aren't many people in the room. They've all gone to Zhe to extract essence. Hey, it's to extract essence. You typed wrong. Oh, anyway, hurry up and watch. He's the god of stocks. Listen to him teach us how to trade stocks. Maybe you'll make a fortune tomorrow. Makes sense. Then I'll stop streaming. The news of Zhe's Swordfish Live broadcast quickly spread on the internet. Weibo, forums, Tieba. In the age of the internet, news spread too fast. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room skyrocketed. 2 million, 3 million, 5 million, 6 million. At the same time in the live broadcast room. How about this? Before we start, let's send a wave of gifts, Zhe said. Immediately, there were fans who sent rockets, planes, big and small gifts. 100 flowers bloomed. Why don't we forget about it? I'll sing a few songs for everyone, Zhe said with a smile. In the comments section, bro, you can't do this. I've already taken off my pants and you're saying you're going to sing? Don't mess around. Do you believe that I'll kill you with a 40-meter sword? I'm going to vomit blood. It must be because we didn't send enough gifts. Brothers, keep it up. Another wave of gifts came in. Seeing that it was about time, Zhe stopped fooling around. He coughed and said, all right, I'm just saying. Don't thank me if you make a profit. Don't scold me if you lose. Chapter 240. Many people know that the stock market will be good around September. Actually, the stock market started to rise in April. Over time, in September, the index reached the standard of a bull market. That's when everyone knew that the bull market was here. Under such good circumstances, countless people jumped into the stock market to earn some pocket money or to become rich overnight. But the stock market is a game. Some people make money, and some people lose money. Even if a certain stock is popular, there will be fluctuations. Some people buy at a high price, and when the stock closes, the stock will fall. Even if the stock is still popular that day, you will still lose money. How to avoid risk? Still the same old saying, don't chase up and don't sell down. I won't talk about this. It's meaningless. The craziest period of this bull market will be in October. You can earn whatever you buy then. After the crash in early November, many bubble stocks were removed from the stock market. Then, the stock market needs to be more careful and consider the standard of the shareholders. I won't talk about specific stocks here. Let's talk about sectors. In the coming December, I predict that there will be 3 sectors that will be popular: gold medal, national defense, and infrastructure stocks. The fans asked him, are there any powerful stocks like Black Donkey Technology? Yeah, if there's another Black Donkey Technology, I'll buy it with all my money. Don't go bankrupt. Let's team up. Your thinking is dangerous. I calmly chose 20x leverage. Zhe smiled. Let's send a wave of gifts first. The obedient fans sent hundreds of rockets. Qin Baobao leaned against her brother and smiled. Unfortunately, there isn't. Zhe smiled and said, Black Donkey Technology is a stock that can only be found by chance. It's very difficult to catch a second one. There is a reason why I said that these sectors will rise. Everyone, listen to me. Although the fans felt that they were being played, no one stirred up trouble. They were focused on learning from the big boss. Was there really no stock similar to Black Donkey Technology? No, there was. Zhe knew of one, but he wouldn't say it. He wouldn't recommend any stocks in this live broadcast, because that would be playing with fire. With millions of people in the live broadcast room, if he casually mentioned a stock, that stock would probably hit its limit the next day. Then, it would hit its limit again and again until it was reaped by the banker. This is a disruption of the market. The party and the government will get rid of him. But when it comes to the general trend of the stock market, it doesn't matter. He could say whatever he wanted. Swordfish Streaming Company. The director of operations was sitting in front of the computer. His eyes were bright as he watched the live broadcast attentively. Qin Zhe's voice was playing from the sound system. He was a veteran shareholder who had entered the stock market in 2001. He had been in the stock market for 16 years and had been cheated badly. This year's bull market had given him a taste of sweetness. Finally, the bitterness was over and the sweetness was coming. Before November, he had earned hundreds of thousands in the stock market. But after the crash in early November, he lost half of his profits. Then, he realized that the stock market was still hot, but it wasn't as profitable as before. Choosing stocks became very important. At this time, listening to Qin Zhe's deep and simple analysis of each major section and each major industry, he felt as if he had been enlightened. He used a very pretentious poem to describe it. The immortal patted my head, tied my hair and received immortality. He took the time to glance at the number of viewers in the live broadcast room. He was so shocked that he almost slid off his chair and under the table. Population 282625830. Oh my God. The director of operations looked at Qin Zhe's face reluctantly. He gritted his teeth and said goodbye with great determination. He hurried to the IT department. Turn off the multiplier. Don't increase the number of viewers. The director of operations yelled. More than 28 million people. If he bragged too much, he would become a laughingstock. Although increasing the number of viewers was an unspoken rule in the live broadcast industry, he couldn't be too exaggerated. Reaching 4 to 5 million was already the limit. Just like that A-list celebrity at the beginning of the year, the statistics said that there were 5 million viewers online, but the actual number was only 5 to 600,000. It was already very shocking. Now, the popular streamers who claimed to have 1 million fans only had about 100,000. If you increased the number of viewers by 28 million, you would be laughed at by people who knew the industry. The programmers were so busy that they were in a terrible fix, minding their own business as they typed on the keyboard and maintained the room. Sir, the room is about to collapse. We are expanding the database and increasing the number of viewers in the room. The director of operations waved his hand. Don't worry about that. Return the number of viewers to normal and turn off the multiplier. 10 minutes later, the maintenance ended and the multiplier was turned off. Actual data. Number of viewers online 1.8 million. Sir, a new record has been set. The highest record on the live broadcast platform has been set. Sir, you must give us a day off tomorrow. My wife hasn't eaten sausages in a long time. Please give us a day off. The programmers were overjoyed. The director of operations was also overjoyed. They had broken the record. No, they had created the highest record. The real highest record, the kind that didn't depend on the data. It was real data. This time, inviting Qin Baobao for her first show was the right thing to do. Inviting a celebrity to the live broadcast platform was to attract popularity and advertise. What could be more practical than this? There would definitely be news tomorrow. Master Qin publicly teaches stock trading secrets on Swordfish Live broadcast. Shocking. Millions of people watching a man. The truth is this. In comparison, it didn't matter whether the record was broken or not. There were too many people in this society. Spending a little money to get on the list. How shameless. Sigh. Did I forget something? He slapped his forehead and hurriedly ran back to the office to get the book. In the live broadcast room, after saying so much, those who are interested can try to invest. I'll give you some advice. These sectors are not popular for now. Don't worry about them rising, but hold the shares for at least half a month. Otherwise, you will regret it. In the comments section, I've learned a lot. I'll buy the shares of these 3 sectors tomorrow. I'm prepared to hold them for a month. Qin Zhe, if I make money, I'll erect a longevity monument at home and pray to you every day. Is it true? I feel like I'm being tricked. I don't dare to invest. Boss, if these sectors don't rise well, you will be embarrassed. At this moment, a tycoon sent 50 rockets. Qin Zhe, let me ask you a question. How long do you think the stock market will be popular for? This question was a little difficult. Or rather, there was no definite answer. Qinze said, since the birth of our country's stock market, there have been many bull markets. The duration was different. The long ones were over a year, the short ones were a few months. It's hard to say how far the bull market will go this time. That person did not give up and asked again, what do you think? Qinze said, it depends on the situation in January. If there is a collapse, the bull market will collapse. If it passes the year peacefully, then there will be at least half a year of bull market next year. In the comments, I've recorded it. When the time comes, I'll witness the prophecy. I've recorded it too. Let's see the results in January. My notebook is full. I feel like 100 million is not far from me. Hey, I can't wait for the market to open tomorrow. I'm not gonna sleep tonight. I'll buy a few high-quality shares tomorrow. Heavy warehouse. I'll invest all my pocket money this year and earn next year's pocket money. Waha. It's obvious that you don't have a girlfriend. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'm going to buy shares. I'll try to earn enough for next year's rent this month. The comments were very lively. Qinze had finished speaking, but their enthusiasm had not subsided. They were discussing excitedly and asking Qinze to continue for a while. Qinze looked at the time. 22. 50-inch, there's still 10 minutes until the end of the live broadcast. I'll first say thank you to everyone and leave the last bit of time to Qin Baobao. Qinze turned to look at his sister beside him. His sister grumbled, you still remember me, you heartless little pervert. You've left me hanging for so long. His sister inadvertently revealed her feminine side. This scene was seen by the audience in the live broadcast. Ah, so cute. The image of a goddess has suddenly come alive. Tisk tsk. Is Qin Baobao acting coquettishly? She must be acting coquettishly. Lick the screen, lick the screen. Oh my heart is melting. I really want to hug and protect her. What use do I have for this iron rod? I feel that the comments just now are true. I seem to understand the meaning of this song. Qinze panicked and turned to leave. Not long after, Qin Baobao also came out. She was babbling and stretching, looking very tired. Her computer was not turned off, but she logged out of the live broadcast platform. Li Yanhong excitedly rushed over. Baobao, this first broadcast was very successful. Swordfish just called and said that they broke the record. They are very satisfied with this live broadcast. There will definitely be news tomorrow. I plan to let the company use this opportunity to hype up. Believe me, your popularity will increase by a lot. I'm not the one who will increase my popularity. I'm afraid it will be someone else. Qin Baobao yawned and sent her away. By the way, the sections you recommended in the live broadcast, you weren't just talking nonsense, right? Qin Baobao was a little worried about her brother. It would be very embarrassing if her bragging was exposed. Qinze said, I'm really optimistic about these sections, and I've already bought a lot of them. After this live broadcast, those sections should have a few stocks that reach the upper limit. For me, it's a great thing. Taking a step back, with the current trend of the stock market, it can't be that bad. As long as it's red, it means that my words are not wrong. It's really going up. Qin Baobao was stunned and suddenly laughed happily. His sister hugged his waist and pressed her face against his chest. She said softly, Aze, do you know what I like most about you? Because I'm handsome? No, his sister said. I like how you're so serious and shameless. Qinze thought, maybe I should beat this demoness to death with an iron rod. Qinze sent a message to Wang Zijin while his sister was bathing. The live broadcast is over. Come back quickly. At around 11:30, Wang Zijin finally came back. At this time, his sister was bathing in the bathroom and the sound of water splashing could be heard. Thank you for your hard work. Qinze went up to her like a little puppy and took her bag to confirm that she didn't bring back a knife. Wang Zijin smiled and said, It's not hard. It's just sitting in the movie theater for 4 hours. It's not hard at all. Alright, don't care if you hear anything later. Qinze was speechless. What can I do to save you, my Bao Bao sister? Chapter 241. Dong dong dong. The knocking on the door woke Qin Zhe up. When he opened his eyes, his mind was in a mess. He didn't know what year it was. He took out his phone and saw that it was 9 o'clock in the morning. The alarm clock for morning exercise didn't wake him up. Wang Zijin was still angry with him for what happened last night, so she didn't knock on the door to wake him up for a morning run. The second set of elementary school radio calisthenics gifted by the system arrived in the wee hours of the morning. Qin Zhe couldn't wait to try it out, so he practiced several times in his room. When he woke up this morning, he felt the weakness of his body being hollowed out. Was I tricked by the black-hearted system? Shouldn't I wake up the next day looking radiant and full of energy? With this effect, how can I be a teddy bear in the future? Bah, I don't want to be a teddy bear. Host, it's the same reason that the legs and feet of the human body will be sore the next day after strenuous exercise. You'll get used to it slowly. The system jumped out to explain. Although what you said makes sense, I still feel that something is wrong. Qin Zhe sat up and shouted, "Stop knocking. Who is it?" "It's a cute sister, a cute sister." Qin Bao Bao's soft voice sounded from outside the door. Qin Zhe got dressed and opened the door. His sister was wearing a sweater, jeans, and jogging shoes. She was charming and beautiful. "Are you going out?" Qin Zhe looked at her and glanced at her long and straight legs. "I want to go out and play." His sister gave him a cat-like look. Qin Zhe knew what she was thinking. He brushed past her and said, "I have to go to the company later, so I can't accompany you. Also, is your leg better?" "It still hurts when I walk, but it won't affect me when I go shopping." His sister followed him to the bathroom. "Behave. If you go out and play now, you won't be able to run fast if someone recognizes you." Qin Zhe washed his face and brushed his teeth. "Can't you see that I don't look well?" Speaking of what happened last night, it was another malicious trick. Of course, his elder sister had dug her own grave by trapping Wang Zijin. However, she was the eldest daughter of the Qin family after all. He couldn't bear to see her being bullied. Therefore, Qin Zhe secretly eavesdropped on them last night. In the room, there was the sound of Wang Zijin and her sister piking. Qin Zhe imagined that they were rolling in the sheets on the bed. The elder sister, who couldn't use the deadly scissor kick, could only hold on for a few minutes before she was subdued by Wang Zijin. Then, he heard his sister's soft gasps and pleas for mercy. Qin Zhe imagined Wang Zijin scratching her sister's armpit, as something felt wrong. Where was her laughter? The elder sister panted for a long time, but the vicious and merciless Wang Zijin still did not let her go. She began to cry for help. Wang Zijin wants to kill me. Come and save me. Wang Zijin, go ahead and scream. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. I've already bribed your henchmen. Don't pinch my chest. It hurts. The elder sister screamed. Don't do this. I can't take it. Spare me. The elder sister panted. At this critical moment, as the only male of the Qin family, he should stand up and uphold justice. He should rush in and shout, "Let go of that sister and let me do it." Or, "Let go of that sister and come at me." Qin Zhe stood outside the door. He wanted to break in a few times, but he was hesitant. Should I go in, or go in, or go in? Waiting online. It's urgent. At this time, he needed the system to show him the way. Forget it, he couldn't expect a low-level system to be reliable. After all, it was kicked out of the group. The system appeared and played in his mind on a loop. Sob, sob, sob. Qin Zhe said, "System, give me a mission. The fight inside seems to be very exciting. I want to go in." The system, "Go in? Which one are you referring to?" Qin Zhe. The system, "Goodbye, host." In the room, the elder sister let out a high-pitched scream. Then the whole world became dull. No, then the elder sister shouted again in the room. Hey, if you don't take off my pants, we're still good friends. I'm not wearing anything underneath." Qin Zhe. As the only male of the Qin family, how could he ignore his elder sister being bullied? Qin Zhe broke in and shouted, "Sister, Don't be afraid. I'm here. The scene in front of him shocked Qinze. Before he came in, the scene in his mind was like this. The two sisters were fighting fiercely on the bed. The elder sister's hair was messy as she lay on the bed, with Sister Ziwei on top of her. The bedding was messy and slipped to the ground. The elder sister was crying and resisting, but it was useless. Then, everyone's clothes were disheveled, and in the struggle, they were exposed. However, reality and imagination were two completely different things. The elder sister was sitting on the east side of the bed, while Wang Zijin was sitting on the west side of the bed. The elder sister was pretending to scream and saying embarrassing lines while slapping the bed with her small hands, making pa-pa-pa sounds. Sister Ziwei was watching her TV series without any distractions. The scene collapsed. Qin Zhe's mentality collapsed. I told you he'd definitely come in to help me. Qin Baobao looked at her best friend proudly. He's my brother after all, so his heart is still on my sister's side. Ace was just dealing with you. Qin Zhe thought, I feel like I've been tricked. I just came in to take a look. Qin Zhe forced a smile. Sister Ziwei, what's going on? Oh, nothing. Wang Zijin said lightly, I made a bet with your sister. Your sister tricked me and was in the wrong first. Ace would be considerate and stand on my side. However, your sister said that you'd definitely stand on her side and come to help. Looks like I lost. Ace is indeed a good kid who dotes on his sister. After saying that, she threw a pillow over. Qin Zhe thought, I'm the last one to know the truth. I'm going to cry. I just wanted to come in to take off her clothes. Stop doing bad things. Qin Baobao blushed and said angrily. Qin Zhe was stunned. What do you mean? I didn't do anything bad. Sister Ziwei didn't wake me up this morning. She must be angry. Qin Zhe complained. You only know how to trick me. I'll even reward you. Qin Baobao was not convinced. Forget it. Kissing every day, it's not new anymore. Then it's your turn this time. Qin Zhe was shocked. He looked at his sister and thought, you're asking for trouble again. If it's me, I'll kiss you until you're panting. He imagined the scene of a thief getting chicken dinner. Stop fooling around. We'll talk about it after the meeting, Qin Zhe said. His sister nodded obediently. After Qin Baobao became an A-list celebrity, she had less and less free time. This time she was injured and at home. Qin Zhe did not go to the company and took time to accompany his sister. In the underground parking lot of the community, Qin Zhe got into the driver's seat and started the car skillfully. He turned his head and asked his sister in the passenger's seat, Shall we go shopping on Nanjing Road? No shopping. Qin Baobao held her phone and said while typing, We're going to look at houses. Look at houses? Yes, there's an overpass outside the community. It's impossible to finish it in 1 or 2 years. It's causing traffic jams and mixed in with good and bad people. Zijin and I don't dare to walk at night. So you're planning to buy a house and move away from here? Yes. Qin Zhe could not get used to such a rich sister for a while. On second thought, it was true. His sister was an A-list celebrity. A-list celebrities had a very high income. Their annual income was hundreds of millions. A model worker's income was even more than $1 billion. Qin Baobao debuted 4 months ago. She had been an A-list celebrity for 2 months. According to her own disclosure, she had earned 7 to 8 million. This was still considered a small amount. Qin Zhe's phone vibrated. There was a message on the chat app. He opened it and saw that Nan Man Pei had invited him to join a group chat. There were 5 people in this group: the black-bellied sister, the cheating sister, Teddy Sue, and the domineering big sister Pei. Why did you join the group again? Qin Zhe looked at the sister beside him. He had joined a similar group last time, but for some reason the sisters had tacitly left at the same time. Later, he found out that the purpose of the group was to argue. Qin Baobao was stunned at first, but she immediately reacted. She questioned Nan Man Pei in the group. No party. No new China. Why did you invite him again? Red Bean thinks of the South, Nan Man Pei. Build a harmonious society. Support the authority of the Central Committee. There's something. A few days ago, so you asked me to invest. After thinking about it for a few days, I think it's good. I want to invest. You and Qin Zhe are both shareholders. It just so happens that everyone is in the same group. It saves me from calling one by one. Qin Bao Bao, no party. No new China. You can discuss it with Qin Zhe. I don't care about the investment company, and I won't. Suyu, you can't go wrong if you follow the pace of the party. Oh, you don't even argue. It's rare. Qin Bao Bao, no party. No new China. Why should I argue? Anyway, you make money and I'll share it. I'm a bastard. Wang Zijin, socialist core values. I also want to invest, but I don't have money. Qin Bao Bao, no party. No new China. You don't have money. Qin Zhe said weakly, everyone, what are you doing? Suyu, you can't go wrong if you follow the pace of the party? What do you mean? Qin Zhe. What's the prefix? The four women replied together, we love our country. Chapter 242. Patriotism? You guys? Sorry, I don't get it at all. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched and he looked at his sister. Is this your doing? His sister rolled her eyes. It's not me, it's Teddy. Oh, it's her. What's this? I don't know. It said that all the major chat groups have been adding such prefixes recently, so it's safe. Qin Bao Bao said. So it's safe. You're the most dangerous hidden danger. Sister. Since the stock market, Qin Zhe, who was concerned about national affairs, suddenly understood. Oh, it must be because of the meeting. Sister Pei, how much are you going to invest? Qin Zhe silently added the prefix to himself. We are the successors of communism. Invest less, just 100 million. Nan Man Pei replied, still with the same prefix. Qin Zhe's head was full of curses, and he didn't know what to say. She calmly spat out 100 million, still with the same prefix. No, definitely the former, but the latter he would never dare to complain. To be honest, I can't eat it. Qin Zhe sent a cute, tearful emoji. Now the company has 100 million, and there are only 2 people in the stock market. If we add another 100 million, we will have indigestion. There was no reply for a long time. Nan Man Pei said, well, I have a professional stock market team under me, and they only know how to trade stocks. They can't help with the other businesses of the investment company. How about we merge them with you? Qin Zhe's eyes lit up. How's the standard? 50% profit in 3 months. It's not bad. Nan Man Pei said, can't compare with you. Qin Zhe had 48 million in capital and a net profit of 100 million a month, more than 200% of the profit. If such a strong record was spread out, it was estimated that it would be shocked again and again. Now, the outside world knew about his little goal, but there weren't many people who knew that he had really achieved it. They could be counted on both hands. Sister Pei is so good. Sister Pei is so sweet. Qin Zhe sent a touched emoji. Suyu, virtue, supercilious. Qin Bao Bao, rolling eyes. Wang Zijin, rolling eyes. Nan Man Pei said, my treatment is quite good. If I go to your place, there's no reason for me to lower it, right? Qin Zhe ignored the complaints of the 3 women and typed excitedly. You talked to Suyu about this? I don't care about the company. Suyu, you're in charge. Suyu sent an aggrieved expression. You see, I shouldn't have agreed to work with him at the beginning. He didn't care about anything in the company and left it all to me. Qin Bao Bao. Then leave the group and sell your shares. Suyu, shut up. It's none of your business. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to tear into each other again, Qin Zhe had no choice but to step in to ease the situation. He hurriedly said, stop messing around, or else I'll leave the group. Then you can leave. Please leave. Am I thinking too highly of myself? The air conditioner in the car was blowing hot air. They were dawdling for a long time, and the sister was a little hot. She grabbed the hem of the white loose sweater, straightened her waist, and took it off. She was wearing a V-neck pure cotton shirt inside, the kind that was tight, so the sister's great chest was exposed in front of her brother. Qin Zhe quietly glanced at it. In other words, the facial cleanser in the winter was very unreal. When will summer come? He was looking forward to it. Old driver, let's go, the sister urged. I'll take you to kindergarten. Qin started the car. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside the Royal View Mansion community. It was backed by the Huangpu River, right by the World Financial Center, and a few kilometers away was the famous Thompson First Class. Houses were luxuries, and the houses in Shanghai were the luxuries of luxuries. Nowadays, houses had long been separated from the essence of living. I thought you would choose a villa. Qin looked up at the towering residential buildings. Apart from the villa, Royal View Mansion and Thompson First Class belonged to the top community. As a local, Qin reputation was like thunder to his ears. He had heard a lot about him. After the car was parked, Qin opened the door and got out. Qin Baobao put on her outerwear, tidied her messy hair, put on her sunglasses and mask, and jogged over to her brother, holding his arm. The two walked side by side through the first gate of the community, then turned into the reception hall. Without a guide, they could not enter the second gate, which led to the real community. Hello, I'm looking for Manager Su, Qin Baobao said to the receptionist. The young girl in the business suit sized up Qin Baobao suspiciously. She was a little curious about her mask and glasses, but she quickly understood that she was probably a small-time celebrity. She had worked in Royal View Mansion for many years and had seen many rich people and celebrities. Then her gaze fell on the man beside her. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly screamed. Tall and slender figure, handsome face, eyes as bright as the stars, and a temperament without any distinguishing features. She couldn't be wrong. This was Qin. She was Qin Zhe's fangirl. Every few days, she would run to Qin Zhe's Weibo and shout, "I want to have your babies." Qin Zhe, who had no temperament to speak of, made a shushing gesture to her. The girl immediately covered her mouth, her face flushed with excitement. Wait a moment. I'll go get Manager Su." Before she left, she looked at Qin Zhe reluctantly. After her figure disappeared, Qin Baobao looked at her brother, aggrieved. "I'm not a celebrity, you are. Little fool, I'm the man behind you," Qin Zhe said. The sister felt that his words were weird, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. "Don't say weird things to sister." She pinched her brother's waist. Soon, an NPC named Manager Su appeared. He was a lean, middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, and his hair was waxed. "Miss Qin, Mr. Qin." He shook hands with the siblings and made an inviting gesture. "Come with me. I've been waiting for you." Qin Zhe immediately understood that the sister didn't buy the house on a whim. She must have planned it for a long time. The NPC manager Su led them into the real estate and talked to Qin Baobao. "There are 3 houses that meet your requirements. The cheapest is on the 10th floor, and the most expensive is on the top floor. They've never been moved in before. Which one do you want to see first?" Qin Baobao said directly, "The one on the top floor." Qin Zhe was stunned. "No one is moving in? Then wouldn't we have to?" He swallowed the word, renovate. This kind of high-end luxury house wouldn't be sold as an empty shell like an ordinary building. The renovations were ready-made and were of the highest quality. Manager Su led them to the top floor of a building, entered the password, and pushed open the door of Shanghai's top luxury house. Even though Qin Zhe and his sister had stayed in a 5-star hotel before, they were still stunned by the luxurious suite in front of them. A 5-star hotel couldn't compare to this, unless it was a presidential suite. However, he had never stayed in a presidential suite before, so there was no way to compare. Nevertheless, the reputation of the presidential suite was like thunder in the underworld. It was the first choice for the opening of a female novel. The naive and sweet female protagonist accidentally entered the presidential suite and was taken by the domineering CEO inside. Everything started from the presidential suite. The European-style renovation style made every corner of the house exquisite. The crystal chandelier in the living room made up of 18 light bulbs gave Qin Zhe the impression that it was awesome, even though he didn't understand it. The NPC manager Su showed them around the suite. The living room was bigger than Qin Zhe and his sister's nest, and the bathroom was bigger than their living room. The most impressive thing was the 10-square-meter bronze bathtub. Damn, it was big enough for Qinzhe to paddle and swim in. The balcony was also amazing, but it wasn't the kind that could only be used to dry clothes. It was more than enough to set up 10 tables of mahjong. It had a sea view. This house was sold when it was opened. The buyer used it as an investment, so it hasn't been moved in yet. However, we regularly arrange for cleaning and maintenance, Manager Su said. The total area is 580 square meters, and the price per square meter is 170,000. The mathematician Qinzhe calculated the total price. 98,600,000. Oh my God. His sister smiled. Ace, do you like it? Qinzhe nodded. It's not bad. Qin Baobao smiled. It's good that you like it. I'll bring you here to sign some other day. Okay. Everything is in a sack. Qinzhe stared. Why do I have to sign? Aren't you the one buying the house? I already have a house. I want to buy a second one, and the down payment is 70%. The house will be under your name, and the down payment is only 50%. The house they lived in was given to Qin Baobao by her parents the year she graduated. A house worth more than 90 million, with a down payment of 70%. With their current financial situation, they couldn't afford it even if they sold everything they had. Wait a minute. Even if it's 50% down payment, it'll still cost more than 40 million. Do you have the money? Qinzhe reacted. The first house only required 30% down payment, but the government made some adjustments this year, and the down payment was increased to 50%. I only have 7 million. Qin Baobao threw him a starry look. Ace will pay for the rest. Damn. I was wondering why you suddenly dragged me here to look at the house. We'll live in this house from now on. His sister threw him another starry look. If it weren't for the annoying NPC, Qinzhe might have enjoyed his sister's kiss as encouragement. Anyway, you have money now. His sister continued. You can't lose money by buying a house, right? Qinzhe nodded. But we still want to look at the other two houses, Qin Baobao said. No problem. Manager Su hesitated. I want an autograph if it's convenient. Qin Baobao didn't expect him to be a fan. She smiled like a goddess and said, Sure. No, you misunderstood. Manager Su waved his hand and looked at Qinzhe. I want Mr. Qin's autograph. My daughter likes you very much. I want your autograph to please her when I get home. Qinzhe smiled. Of course, no problem. Qin Baobao. Chapter 243. Buying a house is not buying clothes. If you like it, you can pack it up and take it away. Today, they just came to look at the house. After seeing the other two houses, his sister's phobia came back. She didn't know which one to buy. Manager Su said, Miss Qin, go back and think about it. In fact, 2 of the 3 houses are owned by the same owner. Don't worry. Qinzhe asked in surprise, Are they all speculating in real estate? Manager Su nodded. I heard that the owner is a big businessman in Wen City. When Royal View opened, people in Wen City bought more than 10 houses. So rich. The siblings planned to come back later because Qinzhe told his sister that the company didn't have much money now. Even if Nanman Pei wanted to invest 100 million, the total assets were only 200 million. It was impossible to buy a house with 40 million. When his sister went downstairs, she touched his head. Brother, you have to work hard to make money. Anyway, the stock market is like picking up money. Last time I saw the news, a guy bought the stock 4 or 5 years ago. Now it's skyrocketing and he has 1 more house. When it's rising, people are happy. But when it's falling, how many people jump off the building? Qinzhe sighed. The bull market is really like picking up money. If you can withdraw as soon as possible, you can definitely make money. But how many people can do that? If you withdraw, you will find that the next day it's reaching the upper limit, and the third day it's reaching the upper limit, it will feel like your money has been robbed. Amateur individual investors may withdraw, but veteran investors and professional stock speculation teams will certainly not stop, because they rely on stock speculation to make a living. When this bull market is over, many people will lose blood. After saying goodbye to Manager Su, they were about to go home when they suddenly heard a surprised voice. Qin Baobao. Meet an acquaintance. The siblings looked back blankly and saw a handsome young man in a casual suit. Beside him was a female companion holding his arm. When Qin Baobao turned back, the young man pushed his female companion away and ran over excitedly. Let's go. Qin Baobao cursed. F*ck. She pulled her brother and turned to leave. What's wrong? Qin Zhe was surprised by his sister's reaction. He guessed that the guy was one of his sister's admirers. There was nothing strange about it. Ever since he was young, his sister's admirers were as numerous as the carps crossing the river. Even the 300 Spartans did not have as many admirers as her. In kindergarten, there was a guy who wanted to kiss her, but she pushed him off the slide and he fell to the ground with his head bleeding. His sister had always been cold and arrogant in front of her pursuers. Why are you panicking now? This is a piece of King Dogskin plaster. Let's go, let's go. Qin Baobao cursed. Baobao, don't go, don't go. That guy left his female companion behind and strode over, blocking their path. Why did you leave as soon as you saw me? Am I that annoying? He looked hurt. Young Master Feng, we are not close. You are not allowed to call me Baobao. Qin Baobao said. I gave you 999 roses. We are old acquaintances. Young Master Feng only had eyes for Qin Baobao. His gaze was deep and affectionate. Are you free tonight? I will treat you to dinner. Sorry, I am not free tonight. I have to accompany my brother. Qin Baobao said angrily. She wanted to say, I have to accompany my boyfriend. But considering her and Qin Zhe's popularity, it was not good to continue pretending to be a couple. Everyone knew that they were brother and sister. Brother-in-law is here too. Young Master Feng seemed to have just noticed Qin Zhe, so his smile had a hint of flattery. I also want to treat brother-in-law to dinner. Qin Zhe was speechless for a long time. F*ck. Who are you, bro? You keep calling me brother-in-law. Do you believe that I will beat you up on the spot? Young Master Feng, right? Hello. Qin Zhe looked at the lonely and beautiful woman. Is that your girlfriend or sister-in-law? No. Young Master Feng denied immediately. He looked at Qin Baobao and said seriously, just a normal friend. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. I don't care what your relationship is. Even if it is not a proper relationship, it has nothing to do with me. Qin Baobao was really annoyed by him. This guy in front of her was called Feng Tianming. He was the bad friend of Star Arts CEO Huang Yizong. They met at a cocktail party. Since then, young Master Feng started to pursue her crazily. Everyone would send a bouquet of roses to Qin Baobao's office, regardless of whether she was there or not. It was said that in order to pursue her, he even bribed the front desk of Star Art. As long as Qin Baobao did not have any work and happened to be in the company, young Master Feng would be like a shark that smelled blood. He would aggressively rush over and shamelessly treat her to dinner. Because he was CEO Huang's friend, Star Art's door was always open to him. He was more annoying than a dog skin plaster. The goddess was so cold. But young Master Feng was not discouraged or discouraged. He was already prepared to fight a protracted battle. In fact, the more Qin Baobao rejected him, the more it stimulated his fighting spirit and the dignity of an experienced driver. Young Master Feng enjoyed it. As a rich second generation with good looks, young Master Feng did not lack women around him. However, he and the experienced driver Huang Yizong had gone to countless clubs and shaken countless beds. Until now, he had never met a woman that he was willing to grind an iron rod into a needle. Even if she started to act like an ice beauty, with young Master Feng opening the way, after a few rounds, she quickly revealed her true colors. She kept saying, "Hubby, I love you, hubby, I miss you." Only Qin Baobao was different. She was not an ice beauty, but she was even harder to pursue than an ice beauty. The first time they met at the cocktail party, young Master Feng only felt that this woman was very stunning. He had seen countless women in the flower field. He had met someone with a figure like Qin Baobao. Someone with this appearance was rare, but he had met someone before. Anyway, young Master Feng had never met someone with this appearance and figure. Young Master Feng asked his pap friend Huang Yizong in private, Qin Bao Bao is too hot. Did you get her? Huang Yizong's reply was, this woman is different from those female celebrities. She is not willing to sell her body for a promotion. When young Master Feng heard this, he immediately had a good impression of Qin Bao Bao. He sent someone to investigate Qin Bao Bao's past. Other than the company's private rumors about her and President Huang having an affair, there were no other rumors. In other words, this was a very clean and high-quality woman. Young Master Feng had been pursuing Qin Bao Bao for about a month. Whether it was money or flowers, it seemed that this woman could not be moved. She was harder to conquer than he imagined. One day, I will be your son. Young Master Feng secretly swore countless times in his heart. Bao Bao, please give me a chance. I am sincere. Don't ask me how deep I love you. How much I love you. The sun represents my heart. Young Master Feng did not care about the expression of his female companion and Qin Zhe beside him. He said these mushy lines. Goodbye. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. Don't. I know you find me annoying, but I only want to have a meal. After the meal, I will not pester you. Young Master Feng said. Things like principles had to be nibbled away bit by bit. If he made this mistake, the success rate of the next meal would be greatly increased. Such a humble style of speech was really not suitable for him, young Master Feng. At first, he wanted to be a domineering president. Didn't all women like this? He drove a luxury car worth millions, wore a well-ironed suit, walked in front of the female lead indifferently and said coldly, Woman, come with me. Woman, you are playing with fire. The female lead said no, but in their hearts, they were overjoyed. However, Qin Bao Bao was not like this. He still remembered the first time he leaned on his Maybach and said domineeringly to Qin Bao Bao, who was coming home from work, Qin Bao Bao, have a meal with me. Don't reject me. Young Master Feng gave his own lines full marks in his heart. Qin Bao Bao was not like most of the female leads who would blush out of humiliation into anger and then put on a very angry and dismissive attitude. She said coquettishly, No way, who are you? Qin Bao Bao looked at him at that time and said 2 words, Idiot. From then on, young Master Feng knew that the domineering president style did not work on her. Wow, host. Your psychological desire has been detected. Qin Zhe, who was watching from the side, suddenly heard the system's voice. It is quite unpleasant. Qin Zhe frowned. What mission are you going to give me? He was very unhappy with this guy who kept pestering his sister. But if he wanted to talk about his psychological desire, could it be the impulse to beat him up? If the system gave him such a mission, he would be in a difficult position. It's not to beat him up. The host's psychological desire is to help his sister get rid of this annoying guy. The system said, Wait a moment. Calculating the most reasonable and effective mission. Why do I feel that after the upgrade, the system has become even worse? A few seconds later, the system's mission appeared. Ding, please act like a qualified sister complex in front of Feng Tianming. Make him see you as a thorn in his side and change his target to help his sister get rid of this sticky candy. If you succeed, you will be rewarded 200 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount. Act like a sister complex? Me? System. Come out. I promise I will beat you to death. Chapter 244. I think it's better if you let me beat him up. Qin Zhe cursed in his heart. How do I act? I don't know how to. System. Funny face. You don't need to act. Just act as yourself. Qin Zhe. System. I'm in your head, so I can capture your brain waves, so I know what you're thinking. Qin Zhe. Then why did you say act? You're so low. System. So I can save you some face. Qin Zhe. Anyway, I won't admit that I'm a syscon. If the system was a real thing, Qin Zhe would consider destroying it. Luckily, the system wasn't a real thing. No one knew except for the system. This mission seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. How does one qualify as a syscon? A mild one? A perverted one? How could he quietly expose his sister complex in a limited time? He had to let this young Master Feng know about it. He turned to his sister and said, Woman, you're playing with fire. Then he would force a kiss on her lips. No, that would be too evil. Although the effect was good, he would probably be slapped by his sister, which would be difficult to clean up. The best way was to let Feng Tianming know that he was a siscon, but at the same time a normal siscon. Well, there were many people with all kinds of siscon nowadays. He could manipulate his siscon. Sister, why is this person like this? He's so shameless. Qin Zhe showed a face of disgust, but he didn't forget to glare at young Master Feng. Young Master Feng, I don't have any feelings for you. Please don't look for me in the future. Qin Baobao couldn't remember how many times she had repeated this sentence. She held her brother's hand and said, "A's, let's go." Qin Zhe obviously couldn't let his sister go. I haven't even started my performance, why should I leave? So he said loudly, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you're good enough for my sister? I'm warning you, don't bother my sister anymore. Do you believe that I'll beat you up?" The first step of a sister complex was to show extreme aggression and contempt to any man who wanted to be her brother-in-law. Luckily, there was no trash can nearby. Otherwise, Qin Zhe would have let this young Master Feng know what it meant to tear a trash can apart with his bare hands. Qin Baobao was stunned. Wow, A's is so domineering. I like it. Young Master Feng was also stunned. This person was fine just a moment ago with a gentle expression. Suddenly, he turned from a little white rabbit into a furious lion. Young Sir Feng wasn't a pushover either. Grand Emperor Shroudheaven had never been weaker than anyone. So how could he possibly be afraid of a mere threat? Smiling coldly, he said, "Who do I think I am? I'm your brother-in-law." After saying that, young Master Feng saw extreme anger and jealousy in that guy's eyes. That ferocious look was as if he wanted to eat him alive. Jealousy? Was it an illusion? I dare you to say that again. Qin Zhe approached young Master Feng using his height of 183 meters to exert pressure on him. Hey, A's, calm down. Qin Baobao was dumbfounded. What was wrong with her brother today? She felt that something was wrong. Qin Zhe turned his head and showed a gentle and harmless smile in front of his sister. Okay, I'll listen to my sister. I like my sister the most. The second step of a sister complex was to act like an obedient and sensible child in front of his sister, but be fierce in front of others. Qin Baobao shivered. She looked at Qin Zhe with a different gaze. Young Master Feng narrowed his eyes. He felt that he had guessed something. The smile on his face became colder. Your sister will have a boyfriend sooner or later. Are you going to hide it? Even if I don't pursue her, someone else will. I won't allow it. Qin Zhe's face flashed with panic as if he had said something wrong. He paused in panic and his face turned red. The third step of a sister complex was to show extreme possessiveness towards his sister. Young Master Feng cursed in his heart. So this guy was a sister complex. A damned sister complex. The host has good acting skills. The system gave Qin Zhe a thumbs up. While young Master Feng and Qin Zhe were staring at each other, Qin Baobao suddenly asked agitatedly, "What won't I allow?" Qin Zhe was speechless. Young Master Feng was speechless. Damn, I forgot that a certain guy was also psychologically shady. Qin Zhe managed to keep himself together. He said seriously, I won't allow this kind of oily and powdery-faced rich second generation to get close to my sister. Qin Baobao smiled dotingly. Don't worry. Qin Zhe heaved a sigh of relief. He was glad that he was quick-witted. If he had said, I won't allow this kind of brother-in-law to exist, someone's brother complex would have been exposed. Young Master Feng saw this scene and thought, because his sister dotes on him and his sister is so beautiful, her brother has become a sister complex? He felt that he had found the truth. I have to think of a way to deal with him. Otherwise, this guy will make things difficult for me to pursue Qin Baobao. But in the female novels, there was no mention of the female lead having a brother complex. Even if there was a brother, he was just an innocent and naive person. He was just waiting to cause trouble and the male lead would jump out to save him. How troublesome. How should I deal with this kind of person who has a sister complex? Young Master Feng instantly changed his goal from pursuing Qin Baobao to correcting Qin Zhe's wrong view of love. He said, Qin Baobao, I'll ask you out another day. I have something to do today, so I'll take my leave first. Qin Baobao was confused. This guy isn't going to be a dogskin plaster anymore? Why is he so straightforward today? Young Master Feng said goodbye and walked towards his female companion. His female companion immediately smiled sweetly and wanted to hold his arm. But young Master Feng rejected her. Although he was experienced, he couldn't let Qin Baobao see him. This woman's character was just an ordinary friend. As for his female companion's feelings, he didn't care. Anyway, she was a woman who was after money. He believed that she wouldn't feel jealous. Wait a minute. Qin Baobao suddenly called him. Young Master Feng was stunned. Since she was so happy, did the plot turn around? Like in TV dramas and novels, when the male lead is disappointed, the female lead suddenly changes her mind and agrees with him? Qin Baobao smiled and said, Young Master Feng, do you live here? Young Master Feng said, No, my friend lives here. I came here to play. Young Master Feng, take your time. We'll leave first. Qin Baobao smiled. Then I'm relieved. Both parties parted ways at the entrance of the district and got into their respective cars. In the car, young Master Feng lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. He asked his exquisitely dressed female companion beside him, By the way, in those novels you read, how do the male leads deal with the older sister-obsessed man? Female companion? Let's change the question. Young Master Feng pondered and said, How do you think a young man with dangerous thoughts should be saved? Or rather, corrected his wrong complex. Female companion? She didn't understand what he was saying at all. Useless thing, other than shaking your butt, what else can you do? Young Master Feng said angrily, Go home and eat chicken. His female companion looked wronged and confused. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward is 200 points. The system's voice sounded. What happened to you just now? Qin Baobao stared at her brother with amorous eyes. You felt weird. I was just cooperating with a certain guy with no integrity to put on a show. Qin Zhe sighed. After saying that, his sister gave him a karate chop on his head. It hurt like hell. Who are you saying has no integrity? His sister was angry. No, I'm not talking about you. Qin Zhe hurriedly explained. Feng Tianming? No, he's just a nobody. Who cares about him? Another karate chop. Then it's me. I'm so tired, I don't feel like talking. Qin Zhe started the car. His sister glared at him angrily for a while. Then, she sat up straight and looked straight ahead. Suddenly, she glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. She wanted to say something but hesitated a few times. Finally, she said softly, Aze, do you hate that Feng Tianming? He's just a nobody. Not really. I just don't like him. Then why don't you like him? Is it because he's chasing after you? Yes. Qin Baobao felt sweet in her heart. She smiled charmingly and quickly hid it. Then, she asked, Why are you unhappy that he's chasing after you? Because you're unhappy? So I'm unhappy too. Qin Zhe coaxed his sister. Anything or anyone that makes you unhappy should be destroyed by me. Although she enjoyed her brother's flattery, Qin Baobao was still a little disappointed. She was waiting for another answer. This guy wasn't like this just now. Aze, are you angry with your sister? She dragged you here without your consent for such a big thing. She even made you pay for the down payment. Isn't it bad to be such a willful sister? Qin Baobao said as she carefully observed his expression. Don't you know whether you're bad or not? No, the house is under my name. It's mine. I still have to thank you for helping me pay for it. Qin Zhe was beaming with joy. Qin Baobao felt like vomiting blood. In the future, if any girl catches your eye, I'll bring her here. It's much more effective than confessing with flowers and fireworks. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Excited my ass. Don't even think about it. Her hand chopped Qin Zhe's head like raindrops. The elder sister's movements of brandishing her hand blade were big and wide, surging with waves. Qin Zhe quickly parried and smiled devilishly. Little fool, I'm just joking with you. If his sister wanted to buy a house, not to mention 40 million, Qin Zhe would be willing to pay 400 million if he had the money. After college, for 3 years he ate, used, spent, and sometimes played with his sister. If his sister wanted the moon in the sky, Qin Zhe would find a way to get it. She put aside the idea of buying a house until Qin Zhe had enough money. Qin Baobao didn't want to partner with her brother. She wanted to work hard to earn money and put the house under her name. She didn't want the little red guy to bring a coquettish bitch back to make her feel uncomfortable. At noon the next day, Baoza Investment Company welcomed its first batch of employees. Nan Man Pei's stock trading team moved into Baoza. Compared with Su Tong, who started from scratch, Nan Man Pei was a real capitalist. For a successful capitalist, professional knowledge and technical level were all illusory. The only thing that mattered was the overall situation and a keen sense of the market. As for the super capitalists, they could even eliminate the market sense of smell. They could spend money to hire think tanks and let those guys give them advice. What was indispensable was the overall situation. This was what Nan Man Pei appreciated most about Qin Zhe. He used to be, but now it was a little different. This guy had changed his career to a technocrat. There were not many people in this team, 7 people. The 2 guys in the lead were the middle-aged man with a big belly called Jiang Jingua and the tall man with a mole on the corner of his mouth called Wang Guoqing. At noon, they were invited to have lunch in a restaurant. Nan Man Pei's 100 million investment was all in 9 securities accounts. After Qin Zhe saw the delivery list and the shares, he grabbed his mobile phone and called Suyu. Inform everyone that there will be a meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 245. There were only 2 meeting rooms in Baoza's office. The largest one could accommodate 20 people, but now half of it was occupied. The company has just started. If you have any questions, you can directly look for President Su. If it's not business-related, I generally don't care. Qin Zhe glanced at the crowd. If you don't have any opinions on my decision just now, then everyone is dismissed. The content of this meeting was very simple. Arrange everyone's positions. Li Linfeng would be the manager of the investment department, Wang Guoqing would be the manager of the second department, and Jiang Jingua would be the manager of the third department. Then, each department would be given 50 million yuan, and each manager would be assigned 2 subordinates. This was Su Yu's idea. The previous team would be destroyed, which would be beneficial to the unity and harmony of the company. This decision was meaningless for the new investment group. They would maintain the consensus of boss's words are right. We will listen to the boss. The second thing was that Qin Zhe would overturn all the investments of the investment group and ask them to withdraw all the funds. Then, he threw out his own plan and said a boss will take you to play tone. In the future, I will send you the investment plan on a regular basis, and you will improve it. The investment group was meaningless, and they would maintain the consensus of boss's decision is right. Sister Pei is really good at teaching. I really want to ask her about her teaching methods. That, President Qin, President Su, and everyone. Chen Guang raised his hand and said weakly, "Thank you for your trust, President Qin, for being willing to give me 10 million yuan to operate." Seeing everyone looking at him, Chen Guang's face was filled with grief and indignation. "But you can't forget that I'm the only one in the futures department. I hope the organization will not give up on me and quickly recruit people." Qin Zhe looked at Suyu, and Suyu shrugged his shoulders. Qin Zhe said, "Yes, old Chun. You have been in this industry for so many years. You should know some friends, right? You can poach people yourself, and the company will open the door to welcome talented people." Chen Guang thought sadly, "I will probably be in the HR department for a while." The meeting ended. Qin Zhe stepped into his office and Suyu threw him a document. "This is the company's income these days. It's not bad. How much do you plan to leave in the company's account?" Suyu pulled out a chair and sat down. "You've spent all your 6 million? Qin Zhe was stunned. "No, there's no rush. Let's invest in the stock market first. By the way, get me a glass of water." "Can't you pour it yourself?" Suyu glared at him. "Just do it when I tell you to. Don't talk so much nonsense. Have some awareness as a secretary." Qin Zhe knocked on the table discontentedly. Suyu came back with 2 glasses of water. I also want to tell you about employee benefits. Don't look at these details as they are not important. They are very useful to unite people's hearts. It's up to you. Qin Zhe held his phone and chatted with Sister Ziwei. Hey! So you glanced at him with dissatisfaction. Wang Zijin is your girlfriend? It's none of your business. Suyu looked resentful and hummed. She's your sister's best friend. Gee, it's good to have a beautiful sister. It saves a lot of effort to find a girlfriend. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin talking about random things. Wang Zijin had a habit of chatting. After 3 sentences, there would be a comical scene. Don't chat first, let's talk about business. Suyu knocked on the table. Now there are 9 people in the investment department, including you. 1 person is in charge of 3 accounts. The funds that can be manipulated should be more than 200 million. We can issue projects to attract investment. I think so too. Do you have any experience in this area? Qin Zhe asked. No, when it comes to collecting profits, the funds are given by my father. It saves trouble. Let me think about it. Qin Zhe chatted while dealing with Suyu. Boss Qin, you talk first. I'll leave. Suyu curled her lips. After she left, Qin Zhe pulled out the document and looked at it. Employee benefits. 500 red envelopes for birthdays. Gifts for holidays. Marriage is very detailed. By the way, Teddy's birthday seems to be in the middle of the month. As the boss, I have to prepare a gift. On the other side, Li Linfeng, Chen Guang, Wang Guqing, and Jiang Jinghua were sitting in the small conference room, chatting and smoking. Old Wang used to work in a securities company. Li Linfeng exhaled smoke. The company was small, but it had its advantages. There was no messy faction fighting. Boss Su had the final say in the whole company, and Boss Qin was just a bystander. The funds were evenly distributed, and there was nothing to fight for. Several of his own middle-level managers could also avoid a lot of intrigue. Not as lucky as you. I entered the stock market in 1992 and went through ups and downs. When I made money, I bought a car and a house. When I lost money, I sold the car and the house. Later, I thought that I couldn't be an individual investor anymore, so I began to mix in a private equity company. Personal risk was reduced, and so was the income. Wang Guqing sighed as he talked about the past. He touched his matchmaker's mole. Later, I figured out that working for the big boss was the right way. The stock market was too deep, and I made a lot of money from watching the bull market. But as long as you don't withdraw, sooner or later you will be stabbed. Old Wang is a professional, and I'm a newbie. Jiang Jinghua had a cigarette in his mouth. Before I entered the industry, I was working for the poor. My monthly salary was just enough to feed my family. A few years ago, I was brought into the stock market by a friend, and I've been there ever since. He said sadly, my salary didn't reach 8,000. I'm useless. I'm a burden to the country. Oh, this was a sad story. Li Linfeng and the others didn't know how to comfort him. Jiang Jinghua sighed. Now that I'm working for Boss Qin, are we going to take off? Of course, absolutely. The #1 stock god in the industry. The founder of the small goal of making 100 million. Everyone gave an affirmative answer. Qin Zhe returned home at 4 in the afternoon. Qin Baobao was at home, enjoying her last day of vacation. There was a plastic plate in front of her chest, and on the plate was a bunch of purple grapes. She was as steady as Mount Tai. Sister was eating grapes while watching a movie. She spat out grape seeds from her rosy little mouth. Qin Zhe took off his leather shoes and suit, and picked a grape from his sister's chest. Sweet. Sister's grapes are sweet. I want to watch a movie with Sister Ziwei tonight. Not allowed. Qin Zhe picked grapes from his sister's chest again. Then I'll buy some meat Ganoderma. Meat Ganoderma? Good stuff. Can cool down. Qin Zhe reached out to his sister's chest, but was slapped away by his sister. I'm not giving you grapes. Qin Zhe forced himself to eat his sister's grapes. She kicked him a few times angrily. Go buy me a bunch. You've eaten so much. Aren't grapes meant to be eaten? Qin Zhe held his sister's white and tender foot. You're behaving atrociously now that your leg has recovered. Are you going to have a concert at the end of the month? Yes, the company is helping to prepare. It's the project Huang Yizong set up before his honeymoon. I still have a lot of work to do. I have to finish it before the concert, Qin Baobao said. After they bought the house, they would let Wang Zijin live here alone. As for her black-hearted brother, well, they could barely accommodate him. After all, he still had to do the housework. Sister, I have a favor to ask of you. Qin Zhe suddenly showed a flattering smile and warmly massaged his sister's shoulders. Well, I'll let you live with me. Qin Baobao narrowed her eyes, enjoying her brother's service. Qin Baobao was planning to leave Wang Zijin, who was both a wolf in the house and a third wheel, here after they bought the house. But she was afraid that after they bought the house, her black-hearted brother would say, Sister, you can live there. I'll stay here. With her brother's personality, he would definitely do this. She would let him pay for it and transfer the house to his name. Then he would definitely come over. No, my company wants to get investors. You have a lot of celebrity friends and they're all rich. Help me ask if anyone is willing to invest. Oh, then I'll help you ask. You're eating my grapes again. Qin Baobao slapped her brother's hand. The grapes immediately fell from her neck and rolled all the way to her deep cleavage. Because the living room was air-conditioned, she was wearing a loose, unlined shirt. It was not tight. Qin Baobao subconsciously reached out to grab it, but the grapes rolled even deeper. It was cold and gave her a layer of goosebumps on her neck. It's so cold, sister shouted and dug. Qin Zhe glanced at her chest. It was empty. He had a mental breakdown. Qin Baobao did not take out the grapes that had sneaked into her body from her collar. They slid out from the hem of her shirt. Sister threw the grapes into the trash can and said, I hate you. You can't blame me. Qin Zhe stared at the happy grapes in envy. It's your fault. Qin Baobao punched him with her small fist and protected the grapes in front of her chest. I'll help you ask. Su Yunhan should have a chance. If she was a sister with backbone and a temper, she would not have bothered with him at this time. She would have given him a cold shoulder and forced him to admit his mistake. But Qin Baobao never had a backbone in front of her brother. She was a paper tiger. She immediately contacted her celebrity friends for him. Sister Su, my brother opened a private equity company. Are you interested in investing? Chapter 246. Compared to open and transparent public offerings, private equity was less regulated and had more freedom and flexibility. However, there were also bottom lines and disadvantages. For example, they could not sell in public and could only solicit investments themselves, just like Qin Zhe was doing now, looking for celebrities and tycoons to buy the company's funds. Of course, they could also solicit investments from their circle of friends and social media. They believed that the majority of netizens would be very willing to invest in the stock god. But netizens were not qualified investors. There were rules that stated that only rich people who could take a bigger risk could buy a private equity fund. There was also a bottom line. The number of investors could not exceed 200, and the funds could not be transferred to personal accounts. Otherwise, it would be illegal fundraising. If it reached a certain scale, they would be shot. Su Yunhan quickly replied, how do you want to invest? After receiving the reply, Qin Baobao turned to look at her brother. She did not understand either. Qin Zhe thought for a while and did not want to explain too professionally and academically. He said, just say that you are helping her to invest in stocks and collect management fees. If she agrees, we can discuss the details at the company. Also, at least 3 million yuan. Qin Baobao passed on her brother's words. If you know any friends who want to invest in stocks, you can help me advertise. My brother said that private equity cannot be publicized or advertised. Su Yunhan replied with an okay hand gesture, then took a screenshot and sent it to a celebrity group. Celebrities had their own circles. Su Yunhan had been in the entertainment industry for so many years, so she did not need too many celebrity friends. Su Yunhan, Qin Baobao's brother, has opened a private equity company and is looking for investments. Interested friends can contact him. Yes, I want to invest some money. Do you have friends who know the industry? Are they reliable? Li Rongxing replied, Wow! Qin has opened a company. Huang Yuding. Amazing, his stock trading skills are really high. Last time, he said on the live broadcast that infrastructure stocks would be popular. In the past few days, several infrastructure stocks have reached the upper limit. Qian Shishir. Qin, my favorite little fresh meat. Zhang Jinyun. You like his songs, right? Do you want to ask him for a song? Qian Shishir. Yes, but it's very difficult to get his songs. My management company has been trying to contact him for a long time. I'm not asking for much, just songs like Invisible Wings. Qian Jiaji was a second-tier singer in the mainland. She was beautiful and her voice was clear and melodious. People on the internet often said that if she sang Invisible Wings, it would definitely be better than Qin Baobao. Huang Yuding complained, "You're not asking for much. I've met Qin a few times, but my agency hasn't managed to get me a song." Then, many singers spoke up one after another, complaining that Qin was so heartless that it was difficult for him to book songs. Yunhan, you have a good relationship with Qin Baobao. Help me book a song. Qian Tri frantically Su Yunhan. If I can get a song, I'll return it to you. I'll keep it for myself. Hey, don't go off topic. Where's the investment we agreed on? Su Yunhan felt stifled. Huang Yuting. Old Yao is an old stock investor. Let's ask for his opinion first. A few minutes later, Old Yao appeared. Huang Yuting, I hired a professional team to help me invest in the stock market. It was quite profitable in the past, but this month's profits have been poor. This is the rational period of the bull market, and there won't be a situation where whatever you buy will rise. So please be careful with your investments. Qin's ability in the stock market has always been rumored, but we've never seen it for ourselves, right? The most famous one is Black Donkey Technology. There's nothing else. Of course, my opinion is only for reference. Only then did everyone remember that Qin's title as the God of Stocks was exaggerated by the netizens. They only knew that Qin was good in the stock market and was very famous. But as for how good he was, no one had any idea. Li Rongxing. Old Yao is right. My mom lost more than 100,000 renminbi this month. Her heart hurts a lot. Qian Shishir. You can lose so much money in the bull market? Old Yao. You can also lose money in the bull market. There are so many stocks, and not all of them rise. There are also changes in the price within the same day. That's why it's taboo to buy high and sell low. Zhang Jinyun. Old Yao, please guide me. I made some money last month, but I lost all of it this month. Huang Yuding. I also bought some stocks. I didn't make any losses, but I didn't make much money. Let's just leave it there. Now that the trend is rising, choose a good stock, and you will definitely make money in a few months. Su Yunhan. The celebrities in the group started to discuss their stock market achievements. Some of them made money, some of them lost money, and some of them did not invest in the stock market. Alright, they went off topic again. Suddenly, a netizen popped up. No, Qin is very good in the stock market. I remember that Yunhan made a lot of money playing with him, right? Zhang Jinyun. How much? Netizen. At least a few 100,000, right? Su Yunhan. Old Yao. A few 100,000 is not bad. She earned some pocket money. Huang Yuding. Not bad, not bad. She's better than me and better than me. Qian Shishir. Io, not bad. Su Yunhan sent a string of ellipses. Li Rongxing. Ah? Not even a few 100,000? Su Yunhan sent another string of ellipses. The active celebrities in the group were all talking at once. Not a few 100,000, but at least a few 100,000. After all, it's Qin. That's not necessarily true. It depends on how much Yunhan invested. How can it be a few 100,000? You guys are so funny. You're just following Qin to invest in the stock market. It's not like you're asking Qin to invest in the stock market. I have a friend who is in private equity and occasionally recommends me to invest in a few stocks. After half a month, he only made a few tens of thousands. But I didn't invest much. Su Yunhan looked at the discussion and wondered if she should tell them the truth. Would it hurt them? Would it seem that she was too pretentious? But since she had promised to help Qin Baobao get investors, she should tell them the truth. This group of idlers was happy to earn a few $100,000. Su Yunhan replied, 5 million. Someone immediately replied, 5 million. You're really willing to invest. So, you only earned a few $100,000 with so much money. Su Yunhan, no, I invested in the stock market with Qin Zhe at the beginning of October and earned 5 million in 2 months. 5 million. 2 months. The celebrities were silent. 5 million in 2 months. In the eyes of the A-list and B-list celebrities, this was not a lot. They could earn a few $100,000 or even a few million just by shooting an advertisement or doing a commercial performance. But Su Yunhan's 5 million was earned by following a big shot. She earned 5 million without using her brain or effort. Su Yunhan sent a tired emoji. It's quite tiring to invest in the stock market by myself. I have to go online every day to see how much the stock market rose today and how much it will rise tomorrow. It's so tiring. Old Yao, Zhang Jinyun, Huang Yuting, Chen Shishir. Don't say anything else. Qin Baobao's phone number. Give it to me. Li Rongxing, Qin Baobao's phone number. Give it to me. Huang Yuting, Qin Baobao's phone number. Give it to me. Old Yao, Qin Baobao's phone number. I want it too. Melon Eater 1. Give it to me. Melon Eater 2. Give it to me. Melon Eater 3. Give it to me. Old Yao, don't you have a friend who specializes in the stock market to help you? Old Yao, I was wrong to be pretentious just now. I apologize. While eating, Qin Baobao's phone was bombarded with calls. Whether he knew them or not, the celebrities called him personally. He had only eaten a few mouthfuls when he received more than 10 calls. I, Li Rongxing, will give you money. I, Huang Yuting, will give you money. I, Zhang Jinyun, will give you money. I, Melon Eater, will give you money. Qin Baobao patiently explained to everyone, don't look for me. I'm just helping with the publicity. If you are interested, you can contact this number. She's my follower. If you have any requests or problems, just look for her directly. Don't be too polite. Then Su Yu's number was given out. Soon after, Su Yu exploded in the group. Qin, come out. I promise to beat you to death. A series of boiling with anger emojis. I'm helping you to get investment. You're welcome. Qin Baobao replied. You bastard. Can't you let Qin Zhe handle it? It's funny. Qin Zhe is my brother. As a sister, I love my brother. Why bite me? It's after work now. Why are you throwing it to me? I'm answering the phone when I go to the bathroom. You black-hearted maggot. The two people scolded in the group, and all kinds of dirty and not dirty words flew all over the screen. Wang Zijin bit her chopsticks and watched her best friend and Su Yu scold each other with relish. Then she glanced at Qin Zhe, who was eating at the same table. He was looking at the screen with a strange face and was shocked by the rich practical experience of his sister and the secretary. There seemed to be a sound of image collapse. Wang Zijin thought that the two idiots forgot that Qin Zhe was also in the group. Hey, I won't remind them. I might as well scold them more fiercely and shrewdly. At this time, I should jump out to be a peacemaker and brush up a wave of good feelings. But when Wang Zijin saw the lurking Nan Man Pei, she suddenly realized that she couldn't jump out and had to be silent. Otherwise, when the two women reacted, they would criticize her. Chapter 247. The next day, 6:30 in the morning. Qin Zhe got up on time. After achieving his small goal of making 100 million, he didn't have to stay up all night. Only with a normal biological clock can he have a healthy body. People who stay up all night to cultivate will reach the sky earlier than ordinary people. Recalling that time, he was mentally and physically exhausted. The last time he was bitten by Liang Jue was during the college entrance examination. At that time, the old man roared in his ear every day. The college entrance examination is coming soon, but you are sloppy all day. There is no hope for Fudan University, but you have to go to the University of Finance. The local cutoff was so low. Then he sent his daughter to stay up all night to tutor his son, but his daughter pretended to be serious in front of her father, but in front of her brother she was not serious at all. In addition to tutoring, she used her feet to tease her brother. Think about other people's systems, all kinds of awesome. The protagonist makes money lying down. Look at him, for a mere 100 million, he was tired half to death, forced to play with leverage and almost overturned the car. The system is low, the host suffers. The handsome man suffers. Qin Zhe lifted the quilt and stretched his limbs on the bed, wearing only a pair of boxers. He looked down at his tent and sighed again. Every day at 6:30, his cock was hard. What do I need this iron rod for? Qin Zhe's voice came from the room, and Wang Zijin, who was brushing her teeth in the bathroom, rolled her eyes fiercely. After finishing the morning exercise at 8 o'clock, she took a shower, had breakfast, and then Qin Baobao drove her best friend and brother to work. He arrived at the company at 9:30, half an hour late. Anyway, he was the boss and he was capricious. Only Su Yu would occasionally complain about him. Of course, the others dared not complain about the CEO. Having said that, the company should recruit a receptionist. The receptionist didn't need to be too professional, but she must be beautiful. The word vase was tailor-made for the receptionist. Passing by the conference room, he found Su Yu receiving clients, a man and a woman, dressed very professionally. The woman heard the footsteps and looked sideways. When she saw Qin Zhe, she was overjoyed. Miss Qin. Qin Zhe recognized her face. She was Su Yunhan's manager. He used to know that her surname was Bai, but after hearing Su Yunhan call her sister Bai, he found out that her name was Bai Jie. Bai Jie worked in the entertainment industry, so he called Qin Zhe Miss Qin instead of President Qin. Many celebrities subconsciously treated Qin Zhe as someone from the entertainment industry. Hello, hello. Qin Zhe shook her hand. Sister Su didn't come? Run the announcement. The two big shots had a thunderous reputation. Yes, I'm here today to deal with some matters on your side. I'll be flying back in the afternoon. Bai Jie smiled and said, Yunhan plans to invest 7 million. For a B-list singer, 7 million was not a small sum. I'm Huang Yuting's agent. Miss Qin, you can call me Abin. The middle-aged man stood up and shook her hand. Qin Zhe hurriedly shook hands and invited the two big shots to take a seat. Abin said, Miss Qin, Teng Zi is going to invest 10 million. Bai Jie said, Wow, how generous. Abin said, We still believe in Miss Qin's level, but we have a presumptuous request. Qin Zhe said, Let's hear it. Abin said, We want to ask Miss Qin for a song. Can we ask for the highest price? Qin Zhe thought for a moment and said, No problem. Tell me your request later, and I'll write it down for you. Abin was overjoyed. Thank you, Miss Qin. Qin Zhe planned to find a song that was not suitable for his sister to sing. Next, Su Yu and the two managers discussed the details of the investment. They left at 10:30, and Qin Zhe personally sent the two big shots out of the company. Abin and Bai Jie left Baoza Investment. Bai Jie said sourly, We got a song for you. If we had known earlier, we would have invested 10 million. Abin smiled proudly and took out his mobile phone to send a message to Huang Yuting. Teng Zi, the agreement has been signed, and I saw Qin Zhe. Huang Yuting quickly replied, Did you make an appointment? Yes. Huang Yuting sent a series of applauding emojis. In fact, our current manpower is still not enough. It's difficult to control more than 1 billion yuan per person. Qin Zhe returned to the conference room and lit a cigarette. I'm already recruiting people. There will be a group of interviewers coming today. I'll let several managers take charge. Su Yu waved to disperse the smoke and frowned. Take advantage of the bull market to make a profit. Otherwise, with our little property, we will make the company bigger. I don't know how long it will take, but the bull market will not last too long. Qin Zhe squinted. At present, the market is still in a benign state and will not collapse. I will keep an eye on it. Su Yu said. She was a professional in this regard. Qin Zhe was more pessimistic. Not necessarily. The domestic stock market is not like foreign countries. It may collapse one day. My father said that when you invest in stocks, you must be ready to run away with money at any time. 3 batches of investors were welcomed in the morning, all of whom were agents of stars. Su Yu was in charge of the negotiations. Qin Zhe sat aside as a spectator. In fact, he just needed to sit there. The stars invested for him. He was a symbol. When they saw him, the agents would feel at ease. Unfortunately, the names of several agents were very mediocre. They were not as amazing as Bin and Baijie. Qin Zhe was looking forward to whether he would meet Ho Longdao or Zi Yun. At noon, he asked Su Yu, the vice president and secretary, to help him order takeout. The two ate in Qin Zhe's office. Su Yu ate very elegantly, lowering her head and taking small bites. From Qin Zhe's point of view, her eyelashes were particularly thick and strange. Can you not order Hunan cuisine? Qin Zhe lifted her long bangs and tucked them behind her ears, lest they fall into the food. Then I'll order Hunan cuisine tomorrow. Su Yu's face was slightly red. There's one more thing. Qin Zhe pulled out a piece of tissue and wiped his mouth. He was about to smoke a cigarette. No, a cigarette after the meal. Can you not quarrel with my sister? You don't play games anymore. How can there be so much hatred? Su Yu curled her lips. I don't like her. She doesn't like me. That's it. Don't quarrel, unless you let her apologize to me. Are you kidding? If I say this, you will be fine, but my sister will probably explode. Don't think about kissing in this life. He thought, in fact, Su Yu still wanted to quarrel with Qin Baobao. Su Yu was the best at this kind of operation to make her presence known. She grabbed Qin Baobao and refused to let go. One of the reasons was the shame of being beaten up, and the other was the outbreak of the masochist attribute. The masochist who lacked love wanted to make her presence known all the time. Just like the lyrics of the song, the quieter you are in the crowd, the more you will be ignored. I'm going to stir up an accident. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. Qin Zhe's cell phone on the table rang. Su Yu poked her head over and saw the caller ID. Sister. Sister. Qin Zhe picked up the phone. Su Yu was bullied at school. Bao Bao's tone was a little anxious. What happened? Qin Zhe was stunned. She was bullied by a few female classmates. Mom just called me to tell me. It's not the first or second time. There are a few girls at school who always bully her. This time, the situation is more serious. Her head was broken, and she was just bandaged at the hospital. Aunt went to their school to reason with the teacher, but it seems that the girl who hit her has something to do with it. I can't tell you the details over the phone. I'll come and pick you up. Let's go to the school to take a look. After a pause, her sister sighed. Aunt has it hard too. There's no man at home to support her. Qin Zhe hung up the phone and frowned. Su Yu was his cousin, his uncle's daughter. In this kind of situation, a man should come forward, but his uncle was a little unreliable. His aunt must have called the sibling's mother, and his mother called Qin Baobao, and then Qin Baobao called him to solve it together. What's wrong? Su Yu asked. Some family matters, Tai. Su Yu, I have something to do later. I won't go back to the company today. School violence. These words appeared in his mind. Chapter 248. Qin Baobao drove to Zhongjin building. She glanced around and saw her brother standing at the entrance of the building. He seemed to have been waiting for her for a long time. She put on her sunglasses, lowered the window, and waved at her brother. Qin Zhe noticed it. He had seen the little red horse the moment it appeared. You're driving so fast? You haven't even arrived in half an hour. Get in the car. Don't just stand there. Qin Baobao urged. I'm waiting for someone. Qin Zhe said, I've informed Sister Ziwei. What are you talking to her about? Qin Baobao said angrily. Her cousin was bullied. It was a family matter. Even though Wang Zijin was her best friend, she still felt awkward. Of course, she had to call her. Sister Ziwei was much better than her when it came to pranking people. My sister is scheming and doesn't talk much. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Wang Zijin arrived. She was riding a little yellow car. Her waist was straight. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her oval face was dignified and beautiful. Qin Zhe waved at her, just like how his sister waved at him just now. Wang Zijin's little yellow car stopped beside the car. She leaned on her left leg and smoothed her hair with her right hand. What's the matter? What happened? Her workplace was not far from Zhongjin Building. It was a 20-minute ride. Wang Zijin liked little yellow cars. As long as it was not too far away, she would ride it. It was a pity that the little yellow car did not have a back seat. Otherwise, Qin Zhe would ride it and take Sister Ziwei for a ride. Get in the car first. I'll take you there. After her brother and her best friend got into the car, Qin Baobao started the car and sped into the traffic. Hey, slow down. Don't speed. You'll flip the car. Qin Zhe was shocked. Don't you know that the investigation is very strict now? Who cares? Qin Baobao ignored him. Their destination was Jian and high school. On the way, Qin Baobao told her what she had heard from her mother. Su Yu was their cousin, the daughter of their uncle. She was 16 years old and had just started her first year in high school. A few months ago, Qin Ma had happily called the siblings and said, Yaya has been admitted to Jian high school. School violence happened in such a key high school, and it was among the girls. Actually, it wasn't strange. School violence mostly occurred in middle school, especially in middle school, followed by high school. Once they reached university, they matured mentally and their awareness of the law increased. Violent incidents were rare. The cause of the incident was jealousy between two girls. Su Yu was very beautiful. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a devilish cousin, she would probably be the most outstanding girl in Qin Zhe's generation. The girl who took the lead is called Wenwen. Because her boyfriend secretly wrote a love letter to Yaya, she couldn't take it anymore. Today, she brought people to block Yaya in the dormitory and beat her up. Her head was injured. Auntie received a call from the hospital asking her to pay the medical fees. Only then did she know that her daughter was bullied in school. Qin Baobao said angrily, In fact, this isn't the first time this has happened. Once, Auntie saw bruises on Yaya's body and asked her what happened. She refused to say anything. After beating someone up, she still has to pay the medical fees herself. How can she do this? The school didn't do anything? Qin Zhe frowned. The dean is a relative of the female high school student, Wenwen. He took sides and said that since it was a fight, both of them were responsible for it. They had to pay part of the medical fees themselves. If they were to be punished, both of them would be punished. Auntie went to the school to make a scene. It was useless to call the police. The police would let the school deal with it. The police wouldn't intervene unless it caused great physical or psychological trauma to the students. For example, in recent years, there were frequent incidents of tearing clothes and taking nude photos. Only then would the police intervene. Netizens criticized that children nowadays were becoming more and more violent. In fact, they were like this in the past. It was just that the internet wasn't developed at that time and everyone didn't know about it. Moreover, children nowadays had more ideas, such as tearing clothes and taking nude photos. In the past, children didn't have so many tricks up their sleeves. They only knew how to fight. Uncle doesn't come home all year round. Cousin is still young. Yaya couldn't find anyone to stand up for her when she was bullied in school. Qin Baobao sighed. Fortunately, I have A's. A's is the best. Wang Zijin was at a loss. What does this have to do with Qin Zhe? Qin Zhe sighed. Don't talk about it. It's an unbearable past. However, Qin Baobao started the conversation. She was quite excited and said, When I was in junior high school, there were quite a lot of hooligans. Probably because they were influenced by the movie Young and Dangerous, they didn't want to study and just fooled around all day. They weren't ashamed of it. Instead, they were proud of it. There were always hooligans who pestered me. They didn't dare to touch me, but they liked to let their underlings call me sister-in-law. They learned from the Young and Dangerous and spread the words Qin Baobao is my woman, and Qin Baobao is under my protection in school. And then, Wang Zijin looked at Qin Zhe. And then A's was promoted. We went to school together, ate together, and went home together. Little hands holding little hands. Qin Baobao's smile widened. And then I was beaten up. Qin Zhe covered his face. They thought that I, a freshman, had snatched their sister-in-law. In the underworld, if the big brother's woman was snatched, the underlings would risk their lives to get back at him. Then why don't you explain? Wang Zijin said, amused. Why should I explain? Qin Zhe sneered. Let them pester my sister again? What's there to be afraid of a bunch of traitors? The more cowardly you are, the more ruthless they will bully you. I wasn't afraid of them at all. I stood in front of the mirror and said to myself, Qin Zhe, no one can bully you in the future. Then I took a utility knife and made a cut in my palm. From then on, I was possessed by a big boss and could easily beat up 10 people. No matter how many people came, I would fight them to the death. What a fantasy! Wang Zijin was dumbfounded. Qin Baobao laughed so hard that she almost couldn't hold the steering wheel properly. Don't listen to his nonsense. I stole 200 yuan from my family and gathered a group of people from the first grade. There were about 50 of them, and each of them was given 3 to 4 yuan. Then A's made an appointment with a third-grade hooligan and had a fight on the school lawn after school. He and that third-grade hooligan fought one-on-one. Hundreds of people surrounded them. What happened after that? Wang Zijin asked. After that, the teacher came and chased all of us away. A's was even punished with detention. That guy had committed a lot of evil deeds and had a lot of punishments. He was expelled from school. Qin Baobao smiled and said, after that, everyone knew that I was the woman of the first-grade big boss. No one dared to harass me anymore. As she spoke, Qin Baobao said softly, but he transferred schools in high school because his grades were too bad. If he didn't have so many things to do and studied hard, A's would definitely be able to stay in Fudan University-affiliated high school. Qin Zhe remembered that after the middle school exams, his grades were not good enough and he did not get into high school. After the results were out, his sister cried a little. They arrived at Jian and high school. The little red horse stopped at the school gate. Don't go in, it's not convenient. I'll deal with it. Qin Zhe reminded his sister and opened the door to get off. There might be a conflict later. At the very least, there would be a quarrel. Qin Baobao was now a public figure, and it was not suitable for her to be involved in these things. Later on, the media would make headlines like, shocking. Qin Baobao is so arrogant that she stands up for her relative, or, Dear Baobao speaks nonsense in high school, demands for students to be punished severely. If the yellow mud fell on the crotch, it would be impossible to wash it clean. Then I'll go and join in the fun. Wang Zijin got off the car. At the school gate, the guard stopped them from entering. The old man on duty questioned, who are you looking for? The school does not accept outsiders. Qin Zhe glanced at the tag on the old man's chest. Oh, surname Qin. Same family. We're Su Yu's family. She was bullied in school and we came to take a look. Qin Zhe said. The guard, Uncle Qin, was not surprised. He took out the foreign student registration form and said, register. After Qin Zhe and Su Yu boarded the plane, he gave them a small tag hanging on their chests. Qin Zhe followed Uncle Qin's instructions. After a few turns, he found the school administration building. In the dean's office on the 6th floor, he saw his aunt, Li Ru. She was not from Shanghai. She was from Suzhou and had the delicate features of a Jiangnan woman. His cousin, Su Yu, was also there. She sat beside her mother. Her head was wrapped in a white veil. The young girl's delicate and pretty oval face was somewhat pale. She looked downcast and depressed. The mother and daughter did not look alike. His cousin inherited her looks from her father, Qin Zhe's uncle. Speaking of his unreliable uncle, he was a famous handsome man when he was young. Qin Zhe had seen his uncle's photo when he was young. In the photo, his uncle had a sculpture-like handsome face. He wore jeans and a flowery shirt that were very popular in the 70s. He had long, thin, curly hair like a rock and roll youth. He also had a pair of flirtatious eyes that could kill grandmothers and grandmothers. It was obvious that the saying that nephews looked like their uncles was false. When his aunt saw Qin Zhe come in, her eyes lit up. She looked around and asked, A's, where's Bao Bao? I asked her to stay outside. Qin Zhe looked at his cousin. Su Yu, are you okay? His cousin looked at him with her clear eyes. After a while, she looked away and shook her head. For some reason, Qin Zhe disliked his uncle. As a girl, She was sensitive and delicate. Therefore, Suyu was not close to her cousins. Where's the dean? His aunt gritted her teeth. He left half an hour ago and left us here. He can make trouble if he wants, even if it's dark. Chapter 249. Children were the flesh and blood of their parents. When the husband was not at home, the mother had to stand up for her daughter. After the aunt knew that her daughter was often bullied in school, her heart was almost broken. She put down her work and rushed to the hospital. Fortunately, it was not a serious injury and did not require stitches. However, because it was not a serious injury, she was often left alone. After her daughter treated the wound on her head, the aunt rushed to school with her daughter angrily. She was prepared to be furious with the other party's parents, who knew that they did not come at all, or rather, they were too lazy to come and deal with it. Because the dean was a relative. With connections, who would care about you? Auntie went to look for the school's leaders, but they gave her a perfunctory answer, especially the dean of academic affairs. He said bluntly that this was a fight, and both parties were responsible. Of course, Sun 11 was more responsible, and the school would warn her. Then, of course, there was no then. They did not even mention compensation. Punishment, you say? The school had its own rules. She had to go through the process. There would be punishment in a few days. In short, drag it out first. As time went by, the matter would fade away. You want to make a scene? Sure, you can try. After all, Jinan is a key high school. If you dare to make a scene, we will find a reason to expel your daughter. You don't know how many people want to enter our school. This concerns your daughter's future. Think about it carefully. You want compensation? You have to negotiate with the parents. The school will at most be responsible for mediating. Call the police? The police would not care. You did not lose an arm or a leg. They did not tear your clothes to take nude photos. Besides, there was a law protecting minors. The police could not do anything. The aunt was not satisfied. She stayed in the office. The dean was also angry. He said, "You can stay as long as you want. The school does not need you to tell us how to deal with it." The dean of academic affairs left without another word. After hearing the aunt's words, Qin understood. Official skill. Great delaying skill. It was one of the two great skills on par with the great teleportation skill. The latter was commonly known as kicking the ball. When he was stabbed by someone with a small knife, that black-hearted guy wanted to use the great delaying technique in a futile attempt to drag the Qin family to death. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin looked at each other and said, "Let's go to the principal." Wang Zijin nodded. The four of them arrived at the principal's office. Qin Zhe knocked on the door, and a voice came from inside. "Come in." It was an office that was not luxurious, but the furnishings were very exquisite. The pot-bellied principal, who had a strong bureaucratic temperament, was sitting behind his desk. Behind him hung a book, "Teach and Educate. You are." The principal looked at them in surprise. Were Su Yu's family members. She was bullied by her classmates in school. Qin Zhe pointed at Su Yu's head and said in a deep voice, "The academic affairs master has gone too far by abandoning her parents. We need an explanation from the school." The principal pushed up his glasses, crossed his fingers, and placed them on the desk. He said in an official tone, "That's true. The academic affairs master is also busy and has gone to deal with some matters. The school will definitely deal with this matter. Don't worry." His aunt said angrily, "Then why don't you deal with it? Where are Sun Wenwen's parents and Sun Wenwen? I've been in school for so long, but I haven't seen them. I want to ask her why she keeps bullying my daughter." The principal said, "We've already called Sun Wenwen's parents, but they're busy and don't have time to come over for the time being. All right, it was greater teleportation and great delaying again. We're all busy. Who isn't? This doesn't seem to be a reason." Qin Zhe said in a deep voice, "Anyway, we'll deal with this matter. You can go home and wait for the news. The punishment won't be out immediately. Parents should understand the school." The principal also said in a deep voice, "If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't leave." His aunt sat on the sofa, her eyes red. "Last week, my daughter was bruised all over. I knew it wasn't a good thing. Now it's worse. She beat her up like this. If you really did something, my daughter wouldn't have been bullied again and again. Call that Sun Wonwon over. I want to ask her what you did to offend her. Why did she bully her like this? Look at you. You're so agitated. How do you want the school to deal with this? Oh, call Sun Wonwon over. You might have a conflict again. Go back. The school will deal with it. The principal's delaying technique had already reached the level of perfection. Qinze knew that even if he made a scene, it wouldn't end well. You, come out with me. Qinze waved at the door. The little girl hesitated for a moment. She bit her lips and followed Qinze out. At this time, it was the break between classes. The students were outside playing in the corridor. The laughter of young boys and girls could be heard everywhere. JK was young and lively. JK's body was light and soft. JK's charm, homonym, was not inferior to lowly, homonym. Unfortunately, Qinze's hobby was a little special. He didn't have any feelings for girls younger than him. If you don't have a D, you should at least have a C. If you don't have a C, can you still be considered a woman? Women should have a big chest. Why did you come out? Suyu said in a muffled voice. Everyone around her was looking at her. It made her feel very embarrassed. Qinze looked at his cousin, who he had a very ordinary relationship with, and said, Why did Sun Wonwon bully you? Suyu didn't say anything. Qinze stopped and patted her head. He said softly, Your dad isn't here. Aunt has to take care of you and your brother alone. She has to go to work and take care of grandma at home. It's been hard on her. Suyu's eyes reddened. Since cousin is here, he has to stand up for you, right? When I was young, uncle was actually very good to me. Suyu bit her lip. Sun Wonwon's boyfriend kept pestering me and wrote me love letters. She brought people to bully me. In the morning, they made me kneel. When I refused, they beat me. Understood. Qinze narrowed his eyes. He took out his phone and made a call. A few minutes later, a beautiful girl came out of the school building. She had a ponytail, almond-shaped eyes, rosy cheeks, and a figure like a willow bud. The girl walked over with light steps. Without saying anything, she rolled her eyes and said crisply, Why did you come to our school? So you knew this girl. She was Pei Ziki from the second year class 4. The reason why she knew her was because besides being the school goddess, Pei Ziki was also one of the big sisters in the second year. She was surrounded by a group of rich second-generation officials and officials. She could do whatever she wanted in the school, so you couldn't understand the ups and downs of their world. In comparison, Sun Wonwon was a tyrant in the first year of high school, but in front of them, she was just a cat or a dog. Suyu was the goddess of the first year of high school, but compared to Pei Ziki, she was an ugly duckling and the other was a white swan. How did cousin know Pei Ziki? I miss you. Qinze laughed. Pei Ziqi sent a kick flying towards Qinze. Qinze dodged and said, There's something I need your help with. Li Donglai studied at Fudan University affiliated high school, while Pei Ziki studied at Jian High School. The siblings were born to be opposite. There were many key high schools in Shanghai, but there weren't many either. It was a coincidence that his cousin was in the same school as her. What's the matter? Pei Ziki asked. My cousin. Qinze pointed at Suyu. I know. She's very famous in the first year of high school. Pei Ziki glanced at Suyu proudly, like a white swan looking at an ugly duckling. There's a girl who always bullies her. Her name is Sun Wonwon. She seems to be a relative of your school's dean. The school favors her, and the police can't be relied on. Can you help her vent her anger? Qinze told him about his cousin. He couldn't use his power to oppress others. If he wanted to show off in this society, he had to rely on himself. He wasn't a big shot yet. He had only gotten the system 4 months ago, and it was still a low-level system. But don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have connections with the school. Qinze had at least 10 ways to get rid of her. Anyway, as long as she didn't lose an arm or a leg, she would be fine. Anyway, as long as they didn't take nude photos and abuse her. In that case, I'll do the same to you guys. This was called giving her a taste of her own medicine. You should look for Chun Qingyuan for this kind of thing. She's the big sister. She has a lot of underlings under her command. Pei Ziki said angrily. She's also in this school? Qin Zhe was stunned, and then his expression became strange. Chun Qingyuan still couldn't forget about him. She bombarded him with text messages every few days. Recently, she became bolder and would call him occasionally. Qin Zhe said, "You're still young. Don't think too much. Study hard." He almost told her, "I'm not interested in JK. I'm a shameful lover of depression. You're a good girl, but we're not suitable." But Chun Qingyuan didn't understand. Even if she did, she pretended not to understand. She was stubborn. Young girls were full of longing for love. At the same time, they were more stubborn than adults. They weren't so materialistic and rational. If I like you, I like you. If you treat me like a good person, I'll die in front of you. Maybe she even hoped that Qin Zhe would cruelly reject her, so that they could have an unforgettable love. It was so annoying. Don't talk nonsense. Help or not, just say it. Qin Zhe urged. If I don't help, will you look for Chun Qingyuan? Pei Ziki probed. No. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Then wait a moment. I'll call a few people. Pei Ziki turned and went back to the school building. Grade 1, Class 6. Sun Wonwon sat in her seat, surrounded by a few sisters, or rather, henchmen. She looked somewhat delicate and pretty. She wore light makeup and didn't dye her hair, but she took care of it carefully. Coupled with the branded clothes, she instantly exuded an aura that was different from ordinary girls. In the eyes of the boys, she was particularly dazzling. Girls before university were more simple and clean. Occasionally, one or two girls who wore short skirts and makeup would become popular in the eyes of the boys and flirtatious sluts in the eyes of the girls. Wonwen, so you hasn't returned to the classroom yet. I heard that her mother is here? Will we be punished? What if her mother causes trouble in school? What are you afraid of? Wonwen is the dean's relative. Don't worry. The girls were all talking at once, discussing animatedly. Sun Wonwen leaned against the chair and crossed her legs. She was calm. What are you afraid of? She won't dare to do anything. This time I'll break her head. Next time I'll make her kneel. She glanced at the henchman beside her. It's just a small matter and you're all so scared. If her mother comes, then so be it. That bitch, let's go to the school gate today after school to block her. Don't think that she'll be fine just because she calls for her mother. Her mother won't stay in school. The girls were relieved and echoed, I've been unhappy with her for a long time. So what if she's pretty? How dare she steal our Wonwen's boyfriend? She should be taught a lesson in front of the boys. Let's see how she can seduce men in the future. At this time, a group of people rushed in from outside the classroom. There were boys and girls, all of them from other classes. They seemed to be second-year students. The students in the classroom all turned their heads to look at the group of uninvited guests who were coming in menacingly. Which one is Sun Wonwen? The beautiful girl in the lead knocked on the table arrogantly. Chapter 250. In school, the two most glorious things were, first, at the spring festival party, in front of all the teachers and students, showing off an 8th grade piano performance. Second, with a group of henchmen, breaking into a classroom, and in the stunned eyes of the students, saying arrogantly, "Come out. I promise to beat you to death. TSK, TSK, TSK. In the past, Qin Zhe had always wanted to use this method to show off in school. In the 9-year compulsory education, 3 years of high school, and 4 years of university life, Qin Zhe's most glorious moment was probably in the second half of the first year of junior high school, when he led the henchmen bought by his sister to fight with someone on the school lawn. But at that time, the feeling was not good at all because the henchmen were fake, and they had agreed to a one-on-one fight. Qin Zhe and that guy used all kinds of martial arts to decide who was the most beautiful girl on campus. Dozens of people watched, and it felt like humans watching monkeys fight. The onlookers feasted their eyes, and the two monkeys fought to the death. It was not exciting at all, and he felt that he was too low. Looking at Pei Ziqi's dazzling entrance and becoming the focal point of the students, he felt that if he was younger by 5 or 6 years, He might have been thinking about this girl for a few years. After he graduated from high school, he would have gone his separate ways. Years later, he would still remember the days when he was young. She was like a proud and domineering little swan who had left a deep mark in his heart. The students in the classroom looked sideways at the sophomore who arrogantly broke into their territory. Sun Wonwon understood. When she saw Pei Ziki, she also saw Suyu in front of the crowd. Suyu stood quietly, and her head was still wrapped with a white veil. Sun Wonwon grabbed her hair and slammed her into the corner of the table. She was here to take revenge. She was here to get back at her. I am. Sun Wonwon stood up. Although she was a little scared, she still stubbornly looked at Pei Ziki. If she had encountered such a situation in private, she would have admitted defeat. However, in front of so many people and so many classmates, if she admitted defeat, she would never be able to raise her head again in the future. Using a very popular saying, "I don't care about my face," Sun Wonwon was slightly taller than Pei Ziki. She thought that there would definitely be a glare later, and she would have the upper hand. However, Pei Ziki didn't play by the rules. She didn't stare at him for a few minutes or curse him like a shrew. She walked over and gave him a tight slap. Pa! A loud and clear sound was heard. Everyone in the classroom heard it. Some were angry, some were surprised, and some were excited. Sun Wonwon was mad. She was the little princess of the family. Her parents were rich and had connections. She could walk sideways in junior high school. In the past few months after entering high school, she was still able to walk sideways. Although they had heard of Pei Ziki's name, the newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger, and the new student was never afraid of the old student. Pei Ziki's followers were all professionals. When they saw her move, they rushed over and surrounded Sun Wonwon. Sun Wonwon immediately gave up the idea of fighting back. She felt that as long as she made a move, she would be surrounded by a group of people and die miserably. As for her henchmen, they were huddled at the side, trembling. "What right do you have to hit me?" Sun Wonwon glared at Pei Ziki. Pei Ziki raised her hand and slapped her again. "Why did I hit you? Don't you have any idea in your heart?" "I don't accept it," Sun Wonwon shouted with red eyes. "Pa!" Pei Ziki slapped her again. "I don't care if you accept it or not." Sun Wonwon's white and tender cheeks were red. Outside the window, Qin Zhe's eyes were full of appreciation. He didn't expect that a woman's catfight could be so hot. It was completely different from what he thought in his heart. "Do you know why I hit you?" "I don't know." "Pa!" "Do you know now?" "I don't know." "Pa!" "What about now?" I know." "Pa!" Sun Wonwon covered her face and cried. She choked and said, "I already said that I know, but you still hit me." Pei Ziki sneered and said, "I'm happy." She turned her head and waved at Suyu, who was outside the crowd. The crowd parted to make a path. Suyu hesitated for a moment and chose to face it. "Slap her," Pei Ziki said. Sun Wonwon glared at Suyu fiercely. This would be a perfect counterattack, a beautiful turnaround, if only Suyu could slap him in the face. But when it came to it, she hesitated. She was just a very ordinary girl with an ordinary family background. She was even a little poor, so it didn't matter. The only thing she could be proud of was her cousins from her aunt's family. But her cousins didn't like her family. Her cousin was beautiful and proud. Her cousin looked gentle, but in fact, he deliberately kept a distance from her family. Suyu turned her head and glanced at the corridor outside the window. She saw her cousin who she liked when she was young but hated when he grew up. She saw the gentle smile on his face. She saw him give her a thumbs up. "Pa!" Suyu slapped her hard. All of a sudden, she seemed to have opened a new world and unlocked a new position. She felt better than ever. All her resentment and anger were vented out. She raised her hand again and slapped Sun Wonwon hard on the face again. Sun Wonwon was completely dumbfounded. "Does it feel good to bully others?" Pei Ziki asked her junior. "Yes." Suyu nodded hard. "We'll continue to bully her another day." Pei Ziki looked at the crying Sun Wonwon and said word by word, "Suyu, I'll protect you, understand?" Sun Wonwon didn't say anything and just cried. Perhaps she was using silence to fight back and save her last dignity. Ziki slapped her. Understand. Understood. A good show or a farce was over. Ziki led her people out of the battlefield. Sun 11, who was mentally and physically exhausted, lay on the table and cried. It would probably leave a shadow in the girl's heart, but not too deep. After all, I didn't take off your clothes or make you kneel. You even made my cousin kneel before me. Zai didn't pity people who bullied their classmates for fun, even if she was a girl. If he could, he would rather go in and slap her himself. But if he hit her, it would be different. The school could openly call the police, and the police would arrest him in a small dark room. He stood guard in the corridor, watching the show and preventing students from sneaking out to call the teacher. Most of the students were watching such a good show in the class. But 3 students, 2 boys and 1 girl, went out. The girl was blocked by him and glared back at him fiercely. The man was unconvinced and wanted to resist, but Zai sent him flying with a kick. Then one of the boys said in a choked voice, "I just want to go to the toilet. Class is about to start." Accidental injury. "Cousin," Suyu called out in a soft voice. "Well done. If you have any problems in the future, look for me." Zai patted her head. He thought to himself, girls are better. Girls are willing to let you pat their heads. Unlike his family's maggot. If you pat her head, she will definitely pat you back. Otherwise, she will explode. Zai asked for it. His sister was very willing to play the role of a girl in front of him, but he had to say the story of patting a dog's head with a smile. Suyu nodded, and the tears that she had been holding back for a long time fell down. She pressed her head against Zai's chest and cried. Ziki dispersed the group of lackeys and stood aside, watching quietly. She curled her lips in disdain. "Gu!" An excited and joyful voice sounded. "Damn, she's here." Zai's mouth twitched. On the other side, in the principal's office, Auntie didn't intend to leave until she got justice for her daughter. She didn't study much, but she was still a junior high school graduate. When their children encountered such things, the parents couldn't be soft. Otherwise, the school wouldn't pay attention and the child would continue to be bullied. In the long run, it would cause irreparable psychological damage. Serious cases might lead to depression and even suicide, especially with her daughter's stubborn personality. Wang Zijin stayed by her side, comforting her from time to time and wrangling with the principal. The principal was experienced in dealing with 2 girls. He was very stable and didn't show any anxiety or impatience. Usually, when parents came to the school, no matter what, since they sat down to talk, tea should be served. This was basic etiquette, but the principal wanted to ignore them. Such small details, if one was a veteran in the system, they would understand. Eviction order. Auntie, don't worry. Ace will handle it well. Wang Zijin patted the back of her aunt's hand. They've been out for so long. I wonder what they've been up to. Auntie nodded her head. To be comforted by a stranger and addressed as Auntie made her feel weird. If it was Bao Bao, it would be more reasonable. Speaking of which, she didn't know what relationship this girl had with A's girlfriend. Impossible. Impossible. If A's had found such a beautiful wife, his big sister would have called him long ago. How could that little rascal have such a beautiful girlfriend? She should be Bao Bao's friend. What do you think we should do? The school doesn't care. I heard that Sun 11 is a relative of the academic affairs master. No wonder the school is biased. Auntie said deliberately. Look at what you're saying. The principal sipped his tea. Why would the school be biased? The school will deal with it fairly. You guys are too anxious to leave. Wang Zijin consoled. This is a society that values relationships. There aren't many people who would side with reason. Auntie said angrily. This matter isn't over. Your uncle and I can't bear to hit her. We can't take this lying down. Auntie didn't mind her slip of the tongue. She reluctantly treated her as her nephew's girlfriend. Wang Zijin glanced at the principal who was sitting majestically and unmoved like a mountain. She said indifferently, the school is biased. Let's report it to the higher-ups. There will always be people who won't be biased. The principal looked coldly at the 2 women echoing each other. He had a gentle smile on his face, but he was disdainful in his heart. Biased? Shielding? She sounded so wronged, as though she had been wronged. Report it to the higher-ups? Why don't you go to the higher-ups? Isn't it just an ordinary fight between students? Furthermore, the school wasn't biased. They just used the great delaying technique. What was a divine technique? It was a foolproof technique that worked 100% of the time. Therefore, the principal wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he found it laughable. A woman with long hair and short knowledge. She wanted to use these lame tricks to scare him? Auntie, I know a few friends in Shanghai's education department. I'll help you call for help. Wang Zijin took out her phone from the pocket of her tight jeans. Only then did the principal notice that this girl had slender and tight legs wrapped in tight jeans. She was much more pleasing to the eye than the senior English teacher. Of course, the principal would never do anything indescribable with the English teacher. Ever since the article "The English Teacher and the Principal Fought," "Those who survive a disaster are destined for good fortune" was exposed, the existence of the English teacher had been listed as uncommunicable by the principals. Why bother with the English teacher? The Chinese teacher could also teach. The pretty girl dialed a number. "Hello, Uncle Zhou. It's me, Zijin." Chapter 251. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone. "Zijin, why do you have time to call me? You joined the National Development and Reform Commission at the beginning of the year, right? Are you adapting to the work?" "No, I quit." Wang Zijin smiled and said, "I'm in Shanghai. When did you come to Shanghai? Which department are you in?" "I didn't even hear from your father," Uncle Zhou said in surprise. "No, I'm just out to relax." The principal listened to the conversation between Wang Zijin and Mr. Zhou and did not care at all. He thought that this girl was addicted to acting. What was this? A fox pretending to be a tiger? A bluff? Did she think that this could give him pressure? Come, please start your performance." By the way, Uncle Zhou, has the Education Bureau been rectifying recently? Focus on those school leaders who violate the rules and regulations, such as accepting red packets, privately holding training classes, and exchanging lessons with female teachers. There's such a thing, right? Hey, isn't the meeting about to start? Respond to the call of the central government. Coincidentally, I encountered something here. Wang Zijin was all smiles. I have a friend's cousin who often suffers from school violence and has a huge trauma in her heart. But the student who hit her is a relative of the school affairs director. The police didn't care about this matter, and the school made all kinds of excuses. The parents can't even find a place to reason with. Which school? Jian and High School. Wang Zijin sighed and said, "That child just came out of the hospital. Sigh, she's quite pitiful. I just saw her. Because of long-term school violence, she's autistic and doesn't like to talk to people. She's a good girl, but she hasn't even entered society, and she's about to be ruined." Auntie was stunned. The principal was stunned. What was going on? Just came out of the hospital, long-term school violence, autistic, psychological trauma, ruined life. It sounded normal, but why did it suddenly feel like the nature of the matter was on a higher level? Uncle Zhou's voice suddenly sank. "Did you take a video? It didn't go online, right?" In this day and age, everything was afraid of being exposed. Once exposed, public opinion would be overwhelming. The nature of the matter was completely different. Wang Zijin sighed. "I'm not sure about that, but I heard that they even asked her to kneel down. It just happened today. If it goes online, it won't be so fast. We need to take precautions, Uncle Zhou." Also, Uncle Zhou, it's not just the school affairs director. The principal is also involved. I'll ask someone. Then I won't disturb you any further. Wang Zijin hung up the phone and said without looking at the dark-faced principal, "Auntie, let's go. I'm not sending you off." The principal said with a hint of mockery. The principal was very calm. There were people in the Education Bureau who knew him. If your position isn't high enough, you really can't control me. Jianan High School is a key high school after all. Unless you have connections with Shanghai's Education Bureau, I'm like a breeze blowing over a mountain. Soon after the two women left, the telephone in the principal's office rang. Auntie walked down the long corridor and turned back to look at the principal's office. Shall we wait in the dean's office again? There's no need for that, Auntie. Let's go find Ace. He should be done with his business, Wang Zijin said. By the way, where did Ace and Yaya go? Auntie was worried. She had asked her nephew and niece to come over to boost her morale and cause trouble. In the end, not only did her niece not come, but her nephew also kidnapped her daughter. In the end, there was only a strange girl accompanying her. Your name is Tissue, right? Are you Ace's girlfriend? I hate the southern accent. Wang Zijin shook her head. I'm Bao Bao's friend. We happened to come together. Auntie nodded and thought to herself, I was right. Ace couldn't possibly have such a beautiful girlfriend. Auntie knew that Qin Bao Bao was now a big celebrity. This phoenix of the Qin family had already flown up to the sky. Qin Bao Bao had been outstanding since she was young. She was good-looking and smart. Auntie wouldn't be surprised if she stood shoulder to shoulder with the sun one day. Auntie didn't do live streams or stocks, so she didn't know that Ugly Duckling's nephew had turned over a new leaf. Her impression of him was still the little rascal who followed her sister around. Auntie, why didn't Uncle come over for such a big thing? Wang Zijin asked. Auntie's expression was a little unnatural. She sighed and said, That bastard went out for a whole year and didn't come back. He used to know how to make a few calls, but now he doesn't even have a phone. Auntie's heart felt tired at the mention of that bastard. Why is that? Wang Zijin asked curiously. She was very interested in learning more about the Qin siblings' family matters. He wants to make a lot of money and make a name for himself. Before he left, he told his old mother that life is full of ups and downs. I won't be poor for the rest of my life. It's my misfortune to have a husband like him. Auntie sighed. Wow, I didn't expect Auntie to be so generous. He's much more ambitious than Ace. That's a good thing. Shouldn't men go out and make a name for themselves? Wang Zijin didn't understand Auntie's resentment. You'll understand when you get married and reach my age. Auntie patted Wang Zijin's shoulder. Wang Zijin understood immediately. Greater than or equal to, / Don't worry, Auntie. Uncle will definitely make a lot of money and go home. Auntie snapped. I'm not counting on him anymore. If he's reliable, he wouldn't have squandered all the family's money. He's a classic example of someone with high standards but little ability. He keeps saying that he won't go home until he's rich. Who knows where he's hiding now? He'll come back when he's had enough. Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that Qin Bao Bao once complained. Her original words were, When my father married my mother, our family was poor, and Grandpa didn't like us. Later, when our family became rich, we had to clean up their mess. We really owe them. Ace could have had 2 houses. As she spoke, Bao Bao was full of resentment toward her mother. Did something happen back then? Was it related to the siblings' uncle? When I married him, his family was rich and handsome. When my father saw him, he said, "Io, this young man is good." Then he married me off. Auntie sighed. He's been unreliable his whole life. But he's right. Every dog has its day. He used to be rich, but now he's a pauper. Wang Zijin thought, "Io, your father is too careless in marrying off his daughter." On second thought, she felt a little sad. My father should have married off his daughter as well. But this isn't the era where parents' orders and matchmakers' words are needed anymore. "Auntie, let's walk slower," Wang Zijin said. Auntie was stunned and slowed down. "What's wrong?" Wang Zijin smiled. "If we walk too fast, how are we going to step on people?" Qin Gu. The soft voice, there was no need to guess. It was Chun Qingyuan. Qin Zhe turned around and smiled gently like a big brother. Chun Qingyuan, what a coincidence. Chun Qingyuan swayed her waist as she walked over. Her eyes automatically ignored her best friend and the surrounding scenery. She said happily, "Ziki texted me. Qin Zhe, why didn't you look for me when you came to my school?" "Why should I look for you, girl? We don't know each other well." Qin Zhe turned his head and glared at Pei Ziki. The latter looked at him with a gloating expression. She raised her chin and smiled provocatively at him. Chun Qingyuan stared at Suyu, who was wiping her tears in her cousin's arms. She was jealous. Who is this? Qin Gu, your little girlfriend? Su Yu felt a murderous gaze locked onto her. She's my cousin. Qin Zhe pressed on Su Yu's thin shoulders and pushed her away. Just then, the bell rang. Hey, you guys go to class, Qin Zhe said happily. Pei Ziki joked. It'll be a few minutes sooner or later. It doesn't matter. Let's watch the show first. Su Yu shook her head. I'll go to the administration building with my cousin later. My mom is still at school. Chun Qingyuan stared at him. Class is not important. Qin Gu, I'll walk with you? You guys are so lucky. When I was in school, the class bell was like a death knell. The teacher even liked to drag the class. I would take up a little of your extracurricular time, then take away 10 minutes of your class, leaving only 3 minutes for the students to go to the toilet. Sometimes, they wouldn't even have time to pee before the bell rang. They would rush back to the classroom. Those who were late had to stand at the back of the classroom for the whole class. It was inhumane. Pei Ziki, you go back first. You wait for me here. Qin Zhe glanced at Chun Qingyuan. I'll walk with her. Qin Zhe walked down the stairs and Chun Qingyuan followed behind him. The sun was warm and shining on them. Chun Qingyuan narrowed her eyes and stared at Qin Zhe's tall and straight back. In everyone's teenage years, there would always be a few people who would leave a deep mark on your life. It could be a sunshine boy in the basketball court, or a pretty and quiet school belle with a ponytail. Of course, it could also be a coquettish bitch with heavy makeup. In Chen Qingyuan's teenage years, Qin Zhe was the one who left a deep mark on her heart. Before she met Qin Zhe, she, who came from a wealthy family, was arrogant and indulgent. She wore short skirts and smoky makeup. She wanted to write, "I'm not a good girl," on her face to take revenge on her parents. She gathered a group of henchmen in school and deliberately caused trouble. She beat up all kinds of disobedient people and then let her parents clean up her mess. She had seen many handsome guys. Some were good students who studied obediently, some were good athletes who were good at playing basketball, and some were campus evildoers who were full of vulgarities. None of them could move her heart. Chun Qingyuan liked a man who could control her and make her willingly loyal to him. First of all, he must be handsome. Second, he must have the ability to show off but not be arrogant. When he was low-key, he would be very low-key. When he was arrogant, he would shout, "I, Long Outyen, specialize in dealing with all kinds of disobedient people," and then suppress everyone. Well, he was probably a combination of a domineering CEO and a ruffian boyfriend. Then Qin Zhe appeared. At the most helpless and frightened moment, he was like a ray of light that shot into Chun Qingyuan's heart. She still remembered the scene when he appeared. He had both hands in his pockets, a cigarette in his mouth, and said calmly with a, "Everyone here is trash, look. I want to fight 10 people." In a burst of pa-pa-pa sounds, he overturned the whole room with his own strength. Because of the disharmonious family relationship, she learned to be a delinquent girl. Then, because of Qin Zhe's words, she played the role of a good girl again and turned over a new leaf. At first, her parents were very surprised and wanted to see the charm of the man who made their daughter turn over a new leaf. But their daughter hesitated a few times when she asked him to come home for dinner. After asking her friends, they found out that it was their silly daughter's unrequited love. Then, they dismissed the idea of meeting the amazing man. Her friends all said that she was crazy and that she was a love-struck fool. But Chun Qingyuan didn't care. If you like someone, you should work hard to become the kind of person he likes. But Chun Qingyuan never thought that the kind of person Qin Gu liked was the kind of person she couldn't be at the moment. "Qin Gu, Li Donglai said that you have a depression complex. Is it true?" Chun Qingyuan said with grievance. Chapter 252. Qin Zhe's heart was heavy. Why does everyone know that I have a depression complex? Homophone. When did Li Donglai see through me? This kind of shameful private matter is not like, "I am handsome," where everyone knows at a glance. I have disguised myself very well. I have not kissed my sister for a long time. Why do you say that, miss? Qin Zhe sighed. Chun Qingyuan pursed her lips. Li Dong said that he doesn't like you. Maybe it's just that he doesn't like this type of girl. But he doesn't like my sister and doesn't like you either. This means that master's taste isn't with you girls. Chun Xingyuan continued. He also said that Qin Bao Bao is his sister. A person who has lived on Mount Everest for a long time suddenly came to the grassland. Will he be able to adapt? I think I should get rid of this disciple. I feel that he is telling the truth. Speaking of which, when did I start to have a depression complex? I did not notice it at all. Since you already know, I have nothing to explain. Qin Zhe reached out and wanted to pat her shoulder. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. You are really not my type, he said. Although Chun Xingyuan had already noticed Qin Zhe's hint, she was still a little depressed. She lowered her head slightly and was sad for a few seconds. She pulled herself together and proudly puffed out her chest. One day, I will also grow up to be the kind of woman you like. Will you accept me then? The girl was too full. No matter how hard she tried, she would not be able to stand out. No. Qin Zhe shook his head. Chun Xingyuan was about to cry and said, Why? Could it be that you have become a mommy complex by then? Did this young lady watch too many Japanese educational films? Qin Zhe did not know whether to laugh or cry. At that time, I have become a lowly complex. Think about it, I'm still young, so I'm a sucker. By the time you've grown into a sucker, I'll already be an uncle. Uncles should like lowly. Otherwise, why would they be called weird uncles? According to a psychological analysis, it's because you've eaten too much of something and want to change your taste. The little girl was petrified. After a moment of silence, she sniffled and said with a sobbing tone, I know you're lying to me. Qin Gu, you just don't want to reject me and make me sad. You're a very considerate person. It's clearly the first time we've met. You could have ignored me, but you still stood up for me. You didn't have to tell me that, but you still did. I know it's all for my own good. Do you like me because I'm considerate? Fine, I'll change. Other than being handsome, I can't change anything else. I know that a little girl like me is very laughable in your eyes. You like big sisters because they are good at work and because they will shake the bed with you. I've looked it up on the internet. But I'll be an adult next year. F***CK. Chun Xingyuan, wake up. Don't read too much nonsense. You're still young. Please take back what you just said. Don't read it without limits? Chun Xingyuan shook her head vigorously. I know that I'm insignificant in your eyes. A little girl like me who doesn't know anything is not attractive in your eyes. She paused and shed a tear. But Qin Gu, do you know? In my eyes, you're a scenery. A scenery that I can only see but can't reach. I can only look at you from afar. I'm attracted and obsessed by the beautiful scenery, but I can only watch forever. In your world, there's only big sister you. There's no place for little girls like me. At this point, the conversation had turned into a monologue and a confession by Chun Xingyuan. She must have been holding these words in her heart for a long time. It was not easy to say it in a text message, and she did not dare to say it over the phone. It was not easy to catch Qin Zhe. So how could she not say it out loud? Qin Zhe listened silently and did not interrupt. He just treated it as accompanying the little girl in her sadness. I've already said what I need to say. I've already sent out the good guy card. You're so stubborn. What can I do? Time can make grapes purple and wood black. Naturally, it can also heal the wounds in a girl's inexperienced love. Then let's leave it to time. So many great emperors have been destroyed by time. Can't I cut off your hair? I'm done. Chun Xingyuan sniffled and stared at him with moist eyes. Qin Gu, can you not get married before I grow up to be big sister you? Qin Zhe. Chun Xingyuan blushed and said softly, It's okay to get married. We can get a divorce. Qin Zhe. The thoughts of you girls are even weirder than mine. On the other side, Wang Zijin and her aunt had just stepped out of the administrative building when they heard a shout behind them. Balls are in the sack. The principal stood at the top of the stairs, panting. He showed his two big nostrils and raised his hand to ask them to stay. Wang Zijin turned around with a smile. Oh, principal, don't send us off. The principal ran down the stairs, his stomach shaking. Don't go, don't go. Don't send us off. We're about to leave. Don't go, don't go. Let's continue talking. The The principal wiped his sweat and said with a frown, "Our school was not proactive enough in handling this matter. We will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Don't worry, don't worry. Let's get Sun Wonwin's parents to come over and apologize and compensate." Her aunt was dumbfounded. She did not understand the principal's sudden 360-degree change in attitude. Wang Zijin sneered. "Who wants you to compensate? Who wants you to apologize? Why did you do it earlier?" Her aunt tugged at her sleeve. The principal was not angry at all. Instead, he said humbly, "It's the school that did not do its job well. I'll reflect. Female comrade, I promise that similar incidents will not happen again. The school will resolutely deal with school violence." Wang Zijin said coldly, "It's not that I want to criticize you, but you old comrade, you need to improve your thinking." The principal was silent for a moment and smiled bitterly. "Female comrade, you're right. I'll reflect. The meeting was about to start. During this period, the slightest incident would be magnified infinitely. The principal could only admit defeat. He still wanted to climb up the ranks. At this moment, Wang Zijin saw Qin Zhe return with her cousin. She immediately smiled brightly and left the principal aside to welcome them. "Why didn't you stay upstairs?" Qin Zhe glanced at the principal and whispered, "I've settled the matter. No one will bully my cousin in the future." Wang Zijin smiled. "A's is the best. Let's go home." The principal came up to them. "Well, about this matter, can you—" Wang Zijin pulled a long face. "What's the matter?" "Nothing." The principal was stunned. What did she mean? Did she mean that this matter was over? Wang Zijin smiled. "The principal has already agreed to settle this matter. Auntie, you may have to stay here for a while to wait for the girl's parents. A's, let's go first. I still have work to do." Qin Zhe looked at her thoughtfully. "Auntie, wait a little longer. We'll go back first. Call me if there's anything." Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin left in the direction of the school gate. Wang Zijin waved fiercely, not caring whether her cousin could see it or not. As soon as they left, on the principal's side, the dean who went to fish in troubled waters was summoned back by a phone call. It was a chubby middle-aged man with a big belly. He had a big round face and looked quite dignified. The dean glanced at the clingy mother and daughter and said in an unhappy tone, "Principal, I'm assigning work. Why did you call me back?" The principal slammed the table and said loudly, "The matter here hasn't been resolved. What work are you assigning? What work are you assigning?" "Headmaster, what could possibly happen here?" The academic affairs dean was confused. The principal pointed at him and said righteously, "How do you intend to deal with your relative, Sun Wonwon? She bullied a classmate and violated the school rules. I think she should be kept in school for observation." The dean was stunned and said loudly, "Principal, how can you say that she bullied a classmate? This is a fight. Both parties are responsible. You can't just say whatever you want." The principal said in a disappointed tone, "The higher-ups have called. Old Lu, you'll be punished." The principal's meaning was clear. He was telling him that the other party had connections. The school affairs director was dumbfounded. "Did you call someone to ask for help?" Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin walked side by side. They returned the badge to Uncle Qin and took the time to ask. "Yeah, I knew I couldn't hide it from you," Wang Zijin said with a smile. "I didn't bully you. I said it's official." Qin Zhe thought to himself, "I called you here to bully you. You don't have to explain. That dean will definitely be responsible. The principal can't run away either. There will be trouble. But I didn't tell him any of this." Wang Zijin stopped abruptly. Oh no, she exposed her bad intentions with just a few words. The principal isn't a good person either. Officials protect each other. Qin Zhe didn't notice her strange behavior and said to Uncle Qin, "Uncle Qin, it's boring to be a guard in a high school. Go to a university. That's a better place." Uncle Qin laughed and said, "I just called my connections a few days ago. Maybe I'll really be a guard in a university." Qin Zhe gave him a thumbs up and left the school. His sister's little red horse was parked on the side of the road in front of the university. She was playing with her phone with her head down. Qinze knocked on the window a few times before she heard him. She lowered the window and asked, "Is it settled?" "It's nothing." Qinze went to the other side and sat in the passenger seat. He picked up his sister's short dark red windbreaker. Qin Baobao was wearing a dark green V-neck knitted sweater. Her breasts were perky and her waist was slim. Her legs were long and smooth in pencil pants. "Then I'll encourage you." Qin Baobao smiled like a flower. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw Wang Zijin looking at her. She paused and said, "Zijin, there's no water in the car. Can you help me get some from the trunk?" "Okay." Wang Zijin had to get out of the car. "Sister, I'll reward you with a kiss." With the annoying light bulb gone, Qin Baobao was no longer afraid. She leaned over and kissed Qinze hard on the left side of his face. "Give me a kiss on the right side." Qinze's OCD was acting up. He turned his right face. His sister gave him a kiss on the right side of his face. "Then give me a kiss here." Qinze pointed to his mouth. The trunk was tilted up, so Wang Zijin couldn't see the situation in the car. "No, get lost." Qin Baobao pushed his face away. When Qinze said no, his sister liked to play rogue. When Qinze said yes, his sister pretended to be shy. Women were so pretentious. Qinze grabbed a palm-sized Rem figurine and threw it in front of his sister's chest. The Rem was bounced away by the amazing elasticity. "I threw Rem at you." His sister was furious. She lowered her head, picked it up, and threw it back. "If Rem doesn't speak, I'll throw a hammer at you." The Rem smashed on Qinze's head and bounced away. The siblings went to snatch the Remington. The sister wasn't as agile as the brother, so she didn't succeed. Qinze said, "The other party caught the Rem and had a good time. Then he threw a knife at you." He smashed the Rem on his sister's chest again. Wang Zijin came back with 3 bottles of water. She heard the sound of pa-pa-pa in the car. The siblings had already started fighting. They were fighting in the small space. Biting ears, poking nostrils, spanking, and all kinds of martial arts. It was very tragic. "What are you doing?" Wang Zijin said helplessly. "I wasn't paying attention and you guys started fighting again." The brother and sister pair immediately gave up. Qinze rubbed his face. "No, I was just bitten by mosquitoes." Qin Baobao snorted. "My butt was rubbed by pigs." She rubbed her butt. Chapter 253. October 7th, the 19th of the lunar calendar. Lidong. Qin Baobao entered the dance studio at 10 in the morning. It wasn't a large dance studio that could accommodate dozens of people, but a studio reserved for B-list celebrities and above. She needed to make an appointment because there were no noisy girls here, nor were there any employees who used the excuse of passing by to admire the girl's graceful figure. The only person who could appreciate Qin Baobao's hot and graceful figure was Li Yanhong, who was sitting in a lounge chair in the corner. At first, she accompanied her because of her duties as her manager. Later, she gradually realized that admiring Qin Baobao's dance was a huge benefit. Even though she was already a middle-aged woman with fat on her belly, it didn't stop her from using her eyes to find beauty. Practicing dancing made Qin Baobao's figure more and more well-proportioned and stylish. When she wore a tight-fitting dance costume, her long legs were lethal. There was also her small waist that could be held with one hand, but had a strong explosive force. Then there were her round parts that couldn't be written now, twisting and turning flirtatiously. In the end, Qin Baobao was troubled by the fact that her chest size was too big, and it was a complete burden when dancing. Nowadays, there was no need for her to practice dancing. She wasn't a singer, and singing and dancing weren't popular now. She persisted in practicing dancing just to exercise her figure. Qin Baobao learned a variety of dances, such as ballet, jazz, and more casual modern dance. Occasionally, she would add a few moves herself, the kind that was especially seductive and enchanting. Li Yanhong asked her if she wanted to develop into a singer, and she said no. Then, she asked why she added these seductive poses. Qin Baobao blushed and didn't say anything. Recently, she was obsessed with classical dance and practiced the famous Silk Road Flower Rain. Unfortunately, She couldn't dance with an ethereal and graceful air. Instead, she looked seductive. In the afternoon, she practiced in the recording studio. Person's memory was unreliable. Even if it was an original work, it would be forgotten if she didn't practice for a long time. At the end of the month, her concert would be held at Shanghai's Xinyu Stadium. Qin Baobao had been practicing hard these days, which made Li Yanhong admire her. Usually, Qin Baobao was like a lazy cat. When she was tired from work, she would frown and be unhappy. Every time a commercial performance ended, she would secretly hide in a corner and call someone. She would say coquettishly, "I'm so tired. I'm working so hard to earn money to build this society." Calling herself sister, she should be calling Qinze, but it didn't seem like it. Her coquettish tone didn't seem like the right way for an elder sister to communicate with a younger brother. Li Yanhong thought that she should have a boyfriend. It was not strange for lovers to address each other as brother or sister. Li Yanhong pretended not to hear it. The contract forbade female stars from dating, but how could they really forbid them from dating? It was too inhumane. As long as it wasn't exposed, it would be fine. The management company had strict requirements for female celebrities. They were not allowed to date, but they were allowed to have rumored boyfriends because they wanted to create hype. However, they were not allowed to announce that they had a boyfriend on public platforms or occasions. Li Yanhong's biggest dissatisfaction with Qin Baobao was that she didn't work as a model. She would accept any jobs she had and rest if she didn't have any. She never took the initiative to fight for jobs. She didn't know what Qin Baobao's younger brother was like in the past. He ate his sister's flowers and had no qualms about being a salted fish. Qin Baobao hung out with her younger brother all day long. How could she be expected to work hard? However, her older sister's salted fish style was a little different from her younger brother's. When it was time to work hard, she would still work hard. For example, during the college entrance examination, she stayed up late to do practice questions a month before the examination. For example, when she participated in the program Singer, she practiced until her throat was hoarse. And this concert, Qin Baobao practiced until 7 in the afternoon. It was dark outside. She curled up on the leather sofa in the office and excitedly sent messages to her younger brother. "I want to eat egg yolk dumplings, shrimp dumplings, and beef dumplings. Wipe sweat. You want me to make dumplings into a Manchu Han imperial feast? If A's knows how to make it, I'm very willing to eat it. Take your balls and get lost. Sister Ziwei is already home. Why aren't you coming back? I'm in good shape today. I practiced a little late. I want to drink throat-soothing tea tonight. No problem. I'll add a few drops of nutrient solution for you." Funny. What nutrient solution? Confused. It's just throat-soothing tea that I made with great care. A's is the best. Mwah. Qin Baobao put away her phone and planned to go home. The office door was pushed open. An unexpected visitor came. "Sister Sue, are you still in the company today?" Qin Baobao looked at the visitor and put on an impeccably sweet smile. "Aren't you still in the company too?" Su Lu smiled. Su Lu was dressed exceptionally sexily today. Her makeup was exquisite. The two women didn't have any friendship at all. They even had conflicts. When Qin Baobao had just risen, Su Lu had once suppressed her. In the workplace, there were many examples of old people suppressing newcomers. There were countless cases of celebrities fighting for resources. But later, CEO Huang announced that Qin Baobao was under his protection. It was difficult for Su Lu to suppress Qin Baobao with her connections and qualifications. Su Lu gave up for a while. "I'm here on behalf of CEO Kong." Su Lu sat down elegantly on the other side of the sofa. "There's a dinner party tonight. CEO Kong is treating a few big clients to dinner. Baobao, if you're free, you can go and accompany them. I'll go too." In the entertainment industry, it was common for big shots to have female celebrities accompany them for dinner. Of course, this wasn't free. It was one of the important sources of income for many female celebrities. Qin Baobao sat up straight and narrowed her eyes. She had been in the entertainment industry for 4 months. Other than the normal jobs, she hadn't encountered any messy rules. First of all, she was just singing and running jobs. The scope of her business was relatively narrow and she didn't touch the film industry. Second of all, she had Huang Yitsong to protect her, so she pushed away all the messy things. After getting married, CEO Huang went on a honeymoon. It was said that he was having fun in Australia. Before he left, he even joked that he would eat all the carps there and play boxing with a muscle kangaroo. With his body hollowed out by alcohol and women, he would probably be KO'd by the kangaroo. She didn't expect that after a week. Some people couldn't sit still and showed their ferocious fangs. "I never accept these messy jobs," Qin Baobao said lightly. "CEO Kong is in charge of your concert at the end of the month. Isn't this a good opportunity to interact with him?" Su Lu's smile hid a knife and implied a threat. Qin Baobao stared sharply at Su Lu. The latter looked back at her with a smile and didn't seem to be afraid. "Forget about the interaction. You can go by yourself." Qin Baobao looked away and packed her things expressionlessly. Su Lu seemed to have expected Qin Baobao's reaction. She said happily, "Don't be impulsive. I've been through it before. If you stick to those unnecessary bottom lines, you won't be able to survive in the entertainment industry." Qin Baobao laughed and said sarcastically, "You're good. Okay? I'm not as good as you. Whether it's eating with the big boss or CEO Kong, it's better to go home and eat dumplings with my brother." She carried her Louis Vuitton bag on her left shoulder and walked straight to the door. When she opened the door, she turned around and said, "By the way, I don't know if I should say something." Su Lu looked at her with a cold smile. She seemed to have forgotten her words. Qin Baobao thought for a while and said, "My brother said that if you're ugly, you can go to Korea. If you're black, you can't get back your looks. Take care of yourself." Bam! She closed the door and left. Su Lu was hit where it hurt and her face turned gloomy. At this moment, the door opened again. Qin Baobao poked her head out and said, "Are you leaving or not? This seems to be my office." Star Art Vice President's office. Kong Xian stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window with a glass of whiskey in his palm. The golden liquid was soaked with high-quality ice cubes. Under the light, the ice cubes reflected a diamond-like light. Kong Xian felt the ice cubes in his palm melt. In a few minutes, the glass would turn into a water-cut whiskey that he was satisfied with. He was waiting for news, waiting for the news that Su Lu brought back. The night view outside the window was beautiful. The neon lights intertwined into a dreamy light that extended to the camera lens. But in the end, he was tired of it. He would get tired of anything, and women were the same. For example, Su Lu. What was the saying? Behind every goddess, there was a something man. Kong Xian admired Qin Baobao very much. He admired her appearance and figure. He felt that it was simply impossible for such a fine woman like Qin Baobao to survive in the entertainment industry without a single speck of dust. Why did Huang Yitsong keep protecting Qin Baobao? In Kong Xian's eyes, it must be for the same reason. It was just that he didn't have time to eat her. That's not right. You can't eat alone. It's fine if you want to eat alone, but you're still protecting your food. You're heartless. The office door opened and Su Lu came in. There were only a few people in the company who could come in without knocking. Su Lu was one of them. She didn't agree. Su Lu said, "Forget it. If the client didn't specifically ask Qin Baobao to accompany him, I wouldn't even bother to look for her." Kong Xian smiled nonchalantly. He was a little disappointed, but it was expected. This invitation was the client's request. It was also his test for Qin Baobao. "I'll make a call and ask for a female artist," Kong Xian said. She still needed to grind down her pride.